externally? I thought they were like our FBI.
Aaron said, "Seriously?"
Yeah, seriously.
I guess that answers the question of whether you're CIA. The FSB is the Russian security apparatus that took over from the KGB. They started out like your FBI, but they're much, much more like the old KGB now. If you were a spook, you'd know that.
Like I told Shoshana, I'm not in that racket. I deal in sub-state terrorist threats. I don't follow state security organizations unless it has to do with terrorism directed at the United States. So my knowledge is limited to what you would expect. You and the Mossad, Iranian IRGC, Saudi Arabian Mukhabarat, that sort of thing.
Aaron said, "They weren't on my radar either, until they started connecting with Palestinian terrorists. The FSB has grown deadly, with no moral restraints, and a lot of organized criminal connections. Their roots run deep through the government as well. It's run by Vladimir Malikov, known as Vlad the Impaler, an old KGB hand who thinks Stalin was soft." Staring past Aaron, thinking, Pike nodded his head.
"That name rings a bell, but I have no idea why. It'll come to me."
He focused back on Aaron.
"Okay, so this Berlin group is somehow involved with my Boko Haram guy. They're protecting him, which means they've got a plan in motion, and it's not about selling counterfeit Amway products. They're going to attack someone."
Aaron said, "Perhaps.
So you should want to help me here, help me stop them."
"No, I should not. This isn't my fight. I have other priorities. Anyway, whatever plan they had in motion was destroyed by Daniel and Shoshana. There will be no attack."
"Maybe. Maybe not. Why do you know so much about this Vlad guy?"
"Because we do not trust him. He's linked to terrorist events."
"Precisely. So you should want to help me get rid of the Berlin group, beyond killing the Syrian. You stopped the symptom, but I'm talking about halting the disease."
"Why are you asking for my help? You're the mighty United States."
"Yeah, well, even that's not enough sometimes. You've already done the work. You could give me a lead to Yuri right now if you wanted, couldn't you?"
Aaron said nothing for a moment, considering. Then, "As a matter of fact, Vlad the Impaler is here, in Istanbul right now. He doesn't know we know because he thinks he's clever, but we track him fairly closely."
Pike considered that. "Your point is, it's not a coincidence he's here? He's got something to do with the meeting you broke up?"
"I'm not saying anything. Maybe he's just here for the food and the women. He's meeting someone tomorrow at a restaurant that's about a quarter of a mile from the Russian consulate. He never strays far from there when he's in town. I can give you the specifics of the meeting, but that's it."
"How do you know that?"
Aaron smiled. "Your NSA is powerful, but not the only agency in the world with collection capability. We can do a thing or two ourselves. We intercepted an email about the same time you were interrogating Shoshana."
"Can you get me the selectors? Give me something to track on my own? The email address, phone number, ISP, anything?"
"No way. I give that to you, and it'll be compromised within 24 hours. The United States isn't the best at keeping secrets, and we'd lose our ability to monitor him."
"Does he travel with a smartphone or some Soviet-era brick cell phone? Do they even have smartphones in Russia? At least tell me that."
"Yes, he has a smartphone, and yes, it accesses the Internet, although it's encrypted." He pursed his lips as if to stop something from coming out, and reconsidered. "It's a Russian country code. That's all I'll tell you."
"Thanks," Pike said. "Will your people be on him tomorrow?"
"No, like I said, I have other priorities. Electronic monitoring is good enough to keep tabs on him." Aaron heard a muted vibration. Pike removed his phone, said hello, and exited the bedroom. Daniel said, "Why are you helping him?" Aaron put a finger to his lips, then one to his ear, wanting to hear the conversation. It wasn't much. "When did we get it? Did you tell him you needed help? That we need 3? Okay, Retro's fine. Cut Shoshana free and get out of there. I'll call you in a minute with a location." By the time he re-entered, Daniel had prepared a disposable flash drive with the intelligence from the meeting and the videos. Pike said, "Looks like you're not the only one with other commitments." Daniel handed him the drive, and Pike said, "Shoshana is free. She'll be back shortly." Aaron said, "Good. I appreciate working with a man who keeps his word. A fight between us would have been messy." "What would it take to get you to keep working with me? I'm not going to let this go, but my boss has other priorities. A vital interest to Israel. Something that would cause my people to sit up and notice, like the Syrian did. Sorry, your man getting killed isn't vital." "You have a way I can contact you? I mean that you don't mind me having?" Aaron laughed. "No, I don't need the NSA up my ass." Pike said, "Come on. Make one right here. An email account. You can burn it in a week, and I'll be the only one using it." Aaron agreed, and in seconds he'd created a Gmail account and passed it to Pike. "Now your NSA can keep tabs on both of us." Pike smiled, held up the flash drive, and began walking to the door. "Thanks for this. Sorry I ripped Shoshana off the bike." After he'd gone, Daniel said, "What was that all about?" "Getting Shoshana home." "Why'd you help him?" "Because that fucker Yuri killed our countryman. I can't prove it, but we ended up picking the pieces of a Palestinian suicide bomber off the streets of Tel Aviv. Yuri had contact with him. Don't worry. Nephilim will cause them some much-needed trouble, but we won't be seeing him again. He's good, but he's no match for Yuri and Vlad by himself." "Nephilim? That's a bad omen, bad name." "Stop it with your damn superstitions. Did we hear anything about breaking the second encryption?" Daniel snapped his fingers and said, Yes, we did." He bent down to the computer and began rattling the keyboard. "I forgot about it because of your call, but we have the pinpoint location. We can get the drive tomorrow."
Chapter 45. I called Jennifer as soon as I was out of the room, telling her to come across to the Bealus side of the Straits. I decided to stay right here in the Conrad, figuring getting away from all of the action in Old Town was probably a good idea. Also, the Russian consulate was on this side of the strait, just down the street from Taksim Square. Aaron had said the meeting was within a quarter mile of it, giving me another reason to remain here. Jennifer said, "So you finally figured out that all of the pubs and bars are over on that side, huh? I wondered how long that would take." I smiled. "You've been keeping that from me so you could stay near all the old shit. Anyway, I figured you could use a stiff drink." Softly, barely loud enough for me to hear in my phone, she said, "I'm okay." I said, "I saw the video. I saw what happened. I'm sorry." She said nothing. I continued, "I have a picture of the man who I think chased you. We'll find him, I promise." She said, "I'm not so sure I want to do that." "You don't have to be afraid of him. I'll take care of it." "Pike, that's not what I'm afraid of." This wasn't something I wanted to address on the phone. I saw where she was going and knew her heart. She would never take a life for revenge, nor would she participate in an operation that resulted in the same. But that wasn't what I was doing. Well, not completely anyway. The fact remained that this Berlin group was focused on facilitating known terrorist organizations that were antithetical to Western civilization. They'd failed with Chiclet, but that didn't mean they'd quit trying. Reducing their ability to operate was nothing more than reducing a clear and present danger. I knew that Jennifer wouldn't see it that way, though. All she would see was my bloodlust. Since I'd brought her into the task force, Jennifer had been forced to do some pretty unsavory things. She'd killed in self-defense to protect her life, and killed offensively in support of task force objectives when her life wasn't in danger. But it wasn't until she'd attempted to manipulate me into slaughtering a man who'd raped her that she began to question herself. In the end, she deemed the man's death worse than the damage the killing would do to her psyche. After setting me in motion, she tried to prevent me from harming him because of her inherent moral compass. She'd failed. I changed the subject. Where's the thumb drive? I hadn't even had the time to check the initial report for the operational area, and now we had a pinpoint. Things were moving quickly, and had to make this good or Kurt would have my ass. The only thing that had prevented a thorough reconnaissance, and thus potentially missing the opportunity to get the thumb drive, was the operation that had gotten Decoy killed. The one I'd begged Kurt to let me execute against his better judgment. Jennifer said, "It's on the railing near the Medusa head in the Basilica cistern." That means nothing to me. I'm sure it doesn't. Don't worry. I'll get the damn thing. The cistern opens at 9 in the morning. All we need to do is be the first in line. So we don't need to recce? You're confident? I've already been online. There are thousands of pictures of the cistern, and the pinpoint mechanics were done by a professional. We should probably get out by 8 just to scope it. But it shouldn't be an issue. Sounds fine by me. Knuckles was good with giving us retro? Yeah. He wants your call. There are some complications. I said, I'll bet. I'm wondering if I should call Kurt. Talk to Knuckles, he's on your side. Although I don't think that's smart. I said, I'll call him now, see you soon. I only got one room, since there's no task force bullshit. She said, Pike, I'm really tired. I laughed and said, Wow, you must think I'm a robot. I'm just saving Grolier Services some money, since this is now off the government dime. There was a pause, then I heard, Okay. I said, Tomorrow's coming early. Get in bed and get some sleep. Room's under Nephilim. Where are you going? Talking to Knuckles. I'll get your luggage while I'm there. She took that in, then said, Okay, see you when you get back. I said, You good? Yeah, I'm as good as I could be. But don't go bar hopping with Knuckles. I won't. I'll be back soon. Call if you want to talk. She said goodbye, and I went to find a cab, dialing Knuckles to give him a warning that I was coming. The drive over to our old hotel took longer than I wanted. We'd picked a spot on the European side, just west of the airport in a business district, which worked well for our cover, but was hell and gone from Beolo, or Old Town for that matter. It was closing in on 3 in the morning, and 8 o'clock was going to come quickly. While Jennifer and Retro would be doing the work tomorrow, I still needed some sleep. The only good things about the trip were I'd finally found a cab driver who spoke English, and during the drive, I remembered where I'd heard the name Vlad the Impaler. Well, the cabbie pretended to speak English, and I wasn't sure I remembered, but I thought I did. I'd have to check it after I retrieved my computer, but if I was right, it might be the edge I needed to get Aaron into play. After a repeated conversation with the cabbie, where he responded to every damn thing I said with, Yes, yes, I finally got him to locate the Doubletree Hotel. After driving in circles for an additional 20 minutes, we pulled to the front door. About to boil over, I tossed money into the front seat and left, not even waiting on him to count it. Knuckles was in the lobby drinking a styrofoam cup of hotel coffee. He looked sunken, like a man who just left the doctor with a catastrophic diagnosis. Something I expected. He'd recruited Decoy into the task force after I'd left. They had both served in the same SEAL team at one point or another, and had grown close. I shook his hand and said, How are you holding up? He said, I'm good. This bureaucratic stuff is bullshit, though. Our State Department is doing absolutely nothing to help me with the remains. You'd think he was a crack addict or something. I sat down at his table asking, Task Force? They're not willing to bring any pressure. Too delicate. He sat down and said, Too much heat with the death of Turbo and Radcliffe because they'd already brought pressure in that incident. They're afraid something will split out of this mess, exposing them. Someone will make the connections if they press again. What's the status? He took a sip of coffee, then leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling, his head resting on the top spar. Best case, I get him home in 2 days. I said, "You know I'm not coming with you." He sat back up, saying, "You need to think about that, Pike. Kurt is on the warpath. It's going to get messy. I mean, it's going to get messy for you. You've pushed things before, but this is outright mutiny." I said, "I know. I probably should let it go, but I'm not. Those fuckers have killed 3 of our men, and came damn close to killing Jennifer. I can't let it go." "You know you're losing the Rockstar bird. Along with the package, I'm taking it with me." "Yeah, I know. But I'd appreciate it if you let me rate it before you left." "What have you learned?" I filled him in on the Israeli connection and the probability that the whole thing was designed by a Russian kill squad out to protect Chiclet. "So you think there's something more going on with Chiclet? That he's on his jihad?" "I think he was about to run amok, but I'm pretty sure the Israelis chopped off his nuts on that. They believe the Syrian they killed was bringing in a Sarin Arty round. Now that he's gone, so is Chiclet's ability to harm anyone. He's dropped out of sight. The phone we were tracking is dead, and he could be on a ferry to Libya for all I know. Anyway, he's just a linkage at this point. I'm going after the Russians. I have a meeting location tomorrow night, and I could use a Pony Express box, along with the Goblin Inzi grabber. You got a target?" "No, but I will tomorrow." "You think you can exploit Bluetooth?" "Yeah, I'm pretty sure with the Pony I can get in." He put his cup down. "You can have anything you want, whatever you want. Just put Decoy's killer down. Will you do that? For me?" His eyes were vibrating in anger, and I saw a tick in his hand, a tremor that hadn't been there before. He said, "Maybe I should go with you." "No, you shouldn't. You've always been the calm one. Let me take this, I promise I'll put him down. Just have Retro at the Conrad in Beolu no later than 8 tomorrow morning with the kit. I'll keep him until the night, and you can tell Kurt it took longer than we thought for the thumb drive mission. You want me to tell Kurt you're headed off the reservation and into the Badlands?" "No, I'll do that myself, after I've gotten this incredibly important thumb drive. Might give me a little cushion." Knuckles gave a brittle laugh and said, "Yeah, it'll be like throwing a Dixie cup of water onto an oil well fire." The attempt at humor was swallowed by the reality of the night. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Knuckles said, "You are going to get them, right? I've never asked anything of you before. I've taken the back seats, and I've taken the lumps because I trusted you, because I believed in you. Tell me you're going to burn them down. I want to hear it." I could feel the pain leaking out of his being, reminding me of a dog hit by a car lying on the pavement and keening, knowing it was hurt, but not understanding why. I knew at that point it was good he was going home. Good he was escorting Decoy. I said, "Yes, I'm going to find them, and when I do, Decoy will be the first to know, because he'll be counting the souls popping into the afterlife." Chapter 46. I got back to the Conrad just after 4 a.m. If I was lucky, I'd get 3 hours of sleep. I snuck into our room, making as little noise as possible, which was difficult, considering I was dragging all of our luggage from the other hotel. I saw Jennifer's slumbering form and paused. When she didn't move, I sat down and booted up my laptop, the soft glow filling the room. I pulled up the files Kurt had sent me dealing with how important the thumb drive recovery was, and saw what I had hoped I would. A connection that might get me an ally in Aaron. I shut down the laptop, shucked everything but my underwear and t-shirt, and crawled into bed. As I was pulling the covers over me, I felt the mattress tremble, as if someone was lightly tapping it. I stopped all movement, and heard Jennifer weeping. The sound ripped a piece of my soul out. I pulled her close and whispered soothing nothings in her ear, telling her everything was going to be better tomorrow. Not believing a word of what I was saying, but hoping she did.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Days of Rage by Brad Taylor.
Chapter 47. Usman Akimbo awoke 45 minutes before the Fajr, dawn prayer. For a moment he was disoriented, unsure of where he was. The small mosque inside the Grand Bazaar was still silent and cloaked in darkness, but the pungent smell of spice brought back his location. He sat up and looked at the time on his phone, the new operational phone, as it were. He'd almost tossed it away as swiftly as he had the other cell, the one he'd used to call his spiritual advisor and read the message he'd been given. If he had any doubts about the abilities of the great Satan's magical capacity to track him through technology, they were now banished forever. That one call had brought a world of hurt, and he was convinced that any electronic item in his possession was begging to become traitorous. After the shooting, he'd run in a blind panic, convinced the Americans were on his heels like a djinn from hell. He'd run to the first hiding spot he could think of, the small mosque at the corner of the Grand Bazaar. He'd begged the imam to let him stay, and the man had agreed, building a pallet on the floor out of prayer rugs and blankets. After the imam had left, Akimbo had smashed the first cell into bits, ensuring nothing was serviceable. He was about to do the same to the second when it had rung. He'd considered letting it ring out, then decided to connect. On the other end was the man he knew as Yarilo. Refusing to answer any questions about what had occurred or how they were going to proceed, Yarilo had simply asked if Akimbo had the money he'd been given on his person. When Akimbo had said yes, he'd told him to forget about his belongings in the hotel and to purchase a train ticket to Berlin, Germany, just like that, as if he were asking Akimbo to purchase a bottle of water in the bazaar. The truth was that Akimbo had no idea how to even begin researching how to purchase a train ticket to Berlin. Yes, he'd traveled quite a bit as a child, but he'd always been handed his means of transportation. It wasn't like he'd set up his own family vacations. On top of that, he was getting beyond annoyed at how the Russians treated him, like something subhuman. It was the very reason he despised the West to begin with, their obsession with material things and disregard for the purity of life. Because he came from a poor area full of poverty, they assumed he was less than them. The truth was he was much, much more. It wasn't like this mission, conceived and run by them, had so far been anywhere close to smooth. He was sure he could do better. Something he would show them. For now, he decided to continue on, to see what Berlin held. He sat in the dark and waited for the sunrise prayers, waiting for the imam so that he could ask for help getting a train ticket to Berlin. Yuri's head slipped off his hand and cracked into the side of the van, snapping him brutally awake. He rubbed his crown and cursed, aggravated at the lack of sleep. He put his eye to the scope, tracking the exit down the street. It was still too early for anyone to use it, but he had nothing else to do for the moment, unlike last night. Problems had piled on like a school of piranhas, feeding on the flesh of his mission, and he had done what he could to mitigate the damage. He'd passed Mishka's information to the Bulgarian embassy through Vlad, letting them deal with his death as an unfortunate terrorist act, and had finally located Akimbo in the Grand Bazaar Mosque, getting him moving to Berlin as Vlad had demanded. The one thing he regretted was not being able to do anything for Dmitri. The man had been with him for years, and now would be completely abandoned, as he had no diplomatic cover. He would end up in a pauper's grave somewhere on the Turkish peninsula. The thought incensed him. especially because the female who'd killed Dmitri had escaped, not once, but twice. He prayed he would get a chance to even the score. He would make the death personal and painful. After covering his team's tracks as best he could, he'd begun a cursory internet reconnaissance of the Basilica cistern, preparing for the Israeli mission. He'd been at it for all of 15 minutes when he decided to get some much-needed sleep. No sooner had his head hit the pillow when Vlad had called and told him the trigger was met. True to his word, Vlad had no pinpoint location. Whoever his source was had only managed to signal that the Israelis had triggered, and would be attempting to retrieve the electronic archive on the thumb drive. Now forced to study for real, he'd spent the remainder of the night planning his attack. The Basilica cistern was, at the end of the day, nothing more than an underground aquatic tank. Used in the 6th century to provide water to the ruling elites, it was lost in time for 1,000 years. After it had been rediscovered, it had remained a source of Turkish pride, and now stood as an ancient wonder for tourists to see. Yuri didn't give a load of crap about any of that, and skipped through web page after web page on its history, looking for something specific he could use to accomplish his mission. He finally found it on a tour guide website. The Basilica had a separate entrance and exit. To tour it, or to retrieve the thumb drive, one would enter at one location, go underground, and exit at a separate location, which was all he would need to execute. He'd placed one of his men, Christoph, at the entrance, giving him a photograph of the Israeli agent he'd taken in Bulgaria. The man would wait until he spotted the target, then alert Yuri. He, in turn, would wait until the Israeli appeared at the exit, then kill him. That had been the hardest decision to make. Should he attack up close, or have Christoph interdict under the ground, in the cistern? Or should he attempt a follow once he exited, taking him at a place of his choosing? He decided to split the difference. Trying to take down a trained Israeli agent in close quarters would be hard, especially one who was on an active mission. Christoph would be lucky to simply remain undetected, much less able to close the distance for an interdiction inside the cistern. Compounded with that was the lack of precise location of the thumb drive, and thus a lack of precision on when to attack. But allowing the Israeli to leave and tracking him had its own risks. The man might never go to a good location for interdiction. They would be at his mercy. Worst case, he exited the cistern and was picked up on the street in a vehicle, lost for good. Yuri had decided to take him just as he exited. For one, they would know he had the drive. For another, with the weapon he had in mind, they could reach out and touch the Israeli without risk, dropping him to the ground. Christoph, instead of following behind the Israeli to the underground, would simply move around the block and lock down the exit after the Israeli went below. When the agent was hit, he would retrieve the thumb drive. Yuri had contacted Vlad at the crack of dawn, asking for two things. Within an hour, he had both. Now, at 8:30 in the morning, he was sitting in the back of a nondescript panel van, which was his first request. Dinged and dented, the paint scraped, it had one back window shattered. In its place was a section of tinted plastic sheeting, haphazardly taped around the gaping wound of missing glass. To anyone looking, it appeared to be a sad reminder of someone's bad luck. To Yuri, the van had become a mobile sniper's nest. From the outside, the opaque plastic blocked the view of the interior. From Yuri's perspective, he could see out just fine, and the sheet would allow a bullet to pass through it without altering its trajectory, something he would need to utilize for his second request. Sitting on a makeshift bench rest was a VSS Venturez suppressed sniper rifle. Based on the AS Val suppressed assault rifle, it fired a unique 9x39 subsonic round, basically a necked-up AK-47 cartridge. With an integral suppressor, the weapon was nearly silent and very deadly. Its only drawback was its limited range, as the heavier bullet and subsonic characteristics gave it a ballistic arch of someone throwing a bowling ball. It shouldn't matter here, though. It was only 100 meters to the exit, a known range he had already dialed into his optics. He'd parked the van early, before the city began to move, getting a spot down the street from the cistern. From his scope, he could see the stairwell leading up, and there was nowhere for the people leaving to go but left or right. The street he was parked on, the same one running by the exit, had a railing preventing people from crossing at the cistern exit. Thus the target would either be moving toward him or directly away. Neither direction would hamper the shot like lateral movement would. He looked at his watch and saw it was just past 9 a.m. Any minute now, he thought. He was sure the Israeli would enter early, before the massive crowds of tourists began beating down the door to see the cistern. He put his eye to the scope again, and watched as a man set up a small vending booth right outside the exit, laying out a display of what looked like bracelets. He fiddled with the rest, moving the natural point of aim a smidge until it was settled over the skull of the vendor. The man never felt the death tracking him, would never know how fragile his life was. The thought reminded Yuri of why he was the better hunter, the stronger predator. He leaned back, satisfied, when his earpiece chirped. "Yurilo, I'm in position, and I have no one resembling the target photo." Irritated, Yuri said, "Then why the fuck are you calling me?" "Because I have the girl, the one who killed Dmitri. She's in line with another man." Chapter 48. Jennifer let Retro buy the tickets and followed him down the steps into the cavern that was the Basilica Cistern. They were supposed to be a couple, but she wondered if anyone took notice of the difference in dress. He was wearing jeans, running shoes, and a long-sleeved shirt with an oversized collar, looking like he had just stepped out of a disco. It didn't match her more contemporary style, and would have looked odd in America. Here, it probably didn't matter. Moving down the stairwell into the darkness, the air became noticeably cooler, smelling of damp stone. Reaching the bottom, Jennifer surveyed the area to determine her ability to operate. She liked what she saw. The Basilica Cistern was basically a giant cavern, the roof held in place by dozens of columns, giving the appearance of a stone forest. Threaded throughout was a cement pathway built about a yard above the water, facilitating the tourists' ability to explore the majority of the space. The lighting was a soft glow offered from a smattering of incandescent bulbs, giving the cathedral a flickering Halloween crypt feel. The meager reflection off the black water reminded Jennifer of Gollum's sanctuary in The Hobbit, making her wonder if the koi swimming in the darkness were blind. According to the instructions, in the northeast corner were 2 blocks of stone carved into a likeness of the head of Medusa, both used as a base for columns supporting the ceiling. One was lying on its side, the other upside down, the Turks who had co-opted them when building the cistern caring little for their Roman pedigree. The path wound around them, with a small alcove behind, to allow a larger group of tourists to view the heads. According to the pinpoint mechanic instructions, she was to find the head that was upside down, move around it to the alcove hidden in darkness, then run her hand along the lower railing. The thumb drive was supposedly there. Standing on the entrance to the pathway, Retro said, "You want to execute now or wait a little bit?" She was surprised at the question, as she always was when one of the men deferred to her opinion. But the amazement was a little less each time it occurred. The decline saddened her, as it reminded her of an innocence she'd once held, now being chipped away a piece at a time. One day she knew the surprise would be gone, and she wondered what shell of a person would remain when that happened. Last night had been a terrible reckoning. Decoy's loss and the action she'd had to take because of it ate into her like acid. She wondered if, instead of her becoming immune, the trauma was filling up and starting to overflow, that each action stayed with her forever, only to be buried by the next, until her soul was full. Pike's comforting the night before had stopped the weeping and lulled her to sleep, but that had only allowed her dreams to haunt her from someplace rotten. Perversely, she used this mission to tamp down her reaction to the last. Needing something else on which to focus her attention, she'd chosen to move further into the Taskforce embrace. She considered Retro's question and said, "I think we should wait a bit. I thought there would be a bigger rush." She'd wanted to get in early to beat whatever team or teams were also trying to get the thumb drive, but now she saw that the dearth of people was going to become a hindrance, not a help. The only thing on the pathway right now was a smattering of security guards. In order to access the alcove without looking suspicious, she needed a herd of wandering tourists to block her action. Retro tossed his head to the right and said, "Let's do a touristy thing and read a couple of placards. That'll kill some time." Looking where he indicated, Jennifer saw a makeshift photography studio with a rack of costumes to the left of the camera. Next to it was a sign of some kind describing a piece of the cistern. She nodded, and they meandered toward the edge of the platform, fending off the photographer trying to sell them a tourist photo, the Turkish version of the Ghost Town Western picture. They read the plaque for a minute or two, and the tourist floodgates opened. A steady stream of people started to filter down, and now Jennifer became antsy, worrying about losing the thumb drive to the Israeli agent. She told Retro she wanted to execute. He nodded without judgment, letting her run the ball. They went down the pathway at an easy pace, not rushing or drawing attention. They followed a sign for the Medusa heads and separated from the main track, going down a narrow walkway that eventually ended in a short staircase. Rounding a corner, they finally saw the two Medusa heads. Jennifer identified the one that was upside down, then glanced behind it, seeing a security guard leaning against the railing. "Damn it," she thought. Retro saw the problem and said, "We can't stand here forever. After a couple of photos, it's going to look weird." Before she could answer, her phone vibrated. She answered, looking at Retro, knowing if Pike was calling, it wasn't good. He said, "The Israeli team is in line. They'll be down in a matter of minutes." She said, "How do you know? Can you send me a picture for identification?" "You don't need one. It's Shoshana."
Chapter 49. Sitting on a park bench down the street from the entrance to the basilica, I wanted to punch myself for being so damned myopically tunnel-focused on my vendetta against the Russians. How on earth I hadn't made the connection between Aaron's team and the thumb drive mission was beyond me. I mean, how many Israeli James Bonds could there be running around Turkey? Aaron hadn't shown up, giving the mission to Shoshana as a singleton. At least he wasn't with her. I watched her purchase a ticket and made the call to Jennifer. She said, "Shoshana, really? I just assumed you'd cleared them from this." Okay, rub it in, I thought. Well, I didn't, and this isn't a coincidence. She's going after the thumb drive. "Pike, there's a security guard leaning on the pinpoint location. A man leaning right on the thumb drive. I can't get it right now. I need a diversion." I watched Shoshana get swallowed in the darkness of the cistern. "She's coming down. She'll be at your location in seconds." "What do you want me to do? She's going to recognize me, but I can't abandon this position." She'll get the drive. Get out. Leave Retro. Let him execute. He's an unknown. She said, he's supposed to be my security, my interference in case of trouble. Who'll back him up? Nobody. Move. We're out of time. Okay, I'm off. Retro has the ball. Put your phone in radio mode. Break. Retro? This is Pike. Radio check. I got you. And I got the ball. I can't stand here forever, though. Understood. We'll take it one piece at a time if... Jennifer's coming back down. Huh? I thought. Pike, this is Coco. Shoshana must have sprinted. The path for the entire cistern is basically a U-shape, but there's a single ribbon off of it leading to the Medusa heads. I was going up the stairs and saw her. If I tried to reach the main path to leave the cistern, she'd have seen me for sure. I stood up and began walking to the entrance. So now, what are you going to do? She's coming right toward you. I'll try to hide between the columns. She'll fixate on the location of the drive, and I'll be 20 meters away, over by the head on its side. I said, stand by, and paid for a ticket. I started down, saying, I'm coming in. Pike, she's going to recognize you as well. I know. I'm thinking that's not such a bad idea. I reached the bottom of the stairs and took a moment to get my bearings in the gloom, wondering if a dragon was going to slide out from between the columns. I followed the crowd but moved slowly, letting them pass me while keeping inside their bubble. I scanned for Shoshana through the people flitting about and saw her leaning against the rail, peering intently at a narrow sidewalk shooting off of the primary concrete path. Must be the path Jennifer said goes to the Gorgon heads. I said, I got the target. She's looking hard. How's your heat state? Retro said, I'm okay. There are enough people around here that I'm not standing out, yet. But I need this fucking rent-a-cop to move. Jennifer said, I'm good. I'm on the far side next to the sideways head. I can hang out here for a while. I saw Shoshana raise a phone and start to talk. From the expression, I knew she was talking to Aaron, knew she was aware of our presence, and was now coordinating how to skin the cat with us in play. I said, Jennifer, you're busted. She spotted you. I don't know how, but she has. The Israeli hung up and began to rapidly move down the path, keeping the crowd in between her and the offshoot that led to the stone heads and the thumb drive. I followed, uneasy about what she was going to do. We looped around, now headed on the final leg of the U toward the exit. I wondered what her plan was, running through my head what I would do in her shoes. I saw a cafe to the front and questioned if she was going to hide in there, although I had no idea what she could execute if she did. She held up about 50 meters from the cafe and the stairwell to the exit, next to a little concrete platform jutting out from the main path. It had a lower railing and a placard announcing something. I could see people leaning over the lower railing, staring into the water. I watched her closely, and she settled in with an eye to the path coming from the stone heads and my team. Luckily, I had already gone past her position, because I was forced to stay with the crowd to remain undetected. I was now between her and the exit, and she was focused on the path to the stone heads away from me. She pulled out her phone and began to talk. I saw her face harden at whatever was said. She hung up, and in that instant, I knew what Aaron had ordered. He was going all in, and was going to have her interdict Jennifer for the drive. Shoshana was preparing for an ambush. I considered my options, wondering if this damn thumb drive was worth the problem. I could call the team off and just go over to her, telling her the thumb drive was hers for the taking. I had half a mind to do that anyway. The whole scheme of stealing the drive from an ally didn't sit well to begin with. But I knew I couldn't do that. I keyed the radio. What's your status? Jennifer said, I'm still holding. Retro said, Barney Fife is still here. I took a deep breath and said, Okay, get ready. I'm going to give you your diversion. When the cop leaves, get the drive and haul ass out of here. I began moving toward Shoshana, making sure she was still focused on the path coming up. Her face was hard, thinking through the attack plan on Jennifer. Retro said, What's that mean, Pike? What about the Israeli? I whispered, Get ready, 10 seconds. Jennifer said, What are you going to do? Closing the distance to a meter, I slipped to the rear of a family, getting me directly behind Shoshana, not saying a word in response. I waited a beat for the family to clear, leaving myself exposed. She sensed my presence just as I struck, hooking an arm under her leg and flipping her over the rail to the water a meter below. She slapped her hands onto the rail, attempting to stop the rotation, but it did no good. She snarled, and I saw her eyes lock onto mine, the recognition flashing through her. She splashed into the black liquid, and people began to shout. I immediately leaned over the rail in a show of helping this poor tourist who'd fallen in, shouting into my earpiece, "Execute, execute, execute!" Retro said, "Security guard is headed your way, I'm in." Leaning over, my hand held out to the swimming tourist, I whispered, "You got about 20 seconds." Shoshana thrashed around in the water, then slapped an arm over the low railing. She looked up at me with pure hatred. I said, "Sorry, come on, I'll help you out." She grabbed my hand and I heard, "Jackpot, moving to Xville." I hoisted her up with other tourists now joining to help. We got her onto the deck, and she stared at me with smoldering anger, still not talking. I said, "It had to be done, you know it." I saw her eyes flash to the crowd, fixating on something behind me. I made a mistake of turning, fearing a threat from Aaron or another partner of hers. Instead, I saw Jennifer and Retro speed-walking away. Before I could turn back, she hooked my leg and flipped me to the ground, my back hammering the concrete. I rolled right and she straddled my waist, driving a spear hand straight into my throat, hitting it hard enough to bruise my larynx, but stopping short of killing me. She said, "Next time I won't hold back. Leave well enough alone." She sprang off of me and began to run, following Jennifer and Retro. I rolled onto my knees, hacking and holding my damaged esophagus. I coughed out, "She's coming! I say again, she's coming!"
Chapter 50. Yuri began to grow anxious. He could see Christoph outside of the exit, just beyond the vendor selling bracelets, and he'd watched scores of people leave the cistern, but hadn't seen the woman. Considering she was one of the first ones in, and should have moved straight to retrieve the thumb drive, he didn't understand how she hadn't come out yet. Too many others had leisurely roamed the cistern, and were now moving on to other tourist destinations. He said, "Are you sure she couldn't have come back out the entrance?" Christoph said, "No, they wouldn't let her. And anyway, that's very poor tradecraft. She would have had to make an excuse to do so. Why would she do that? Why raise a signature when she could just exit like a tourist? Maybe she made us. Maybe she knows I'm here." Christoph started to respond when Yuri saw her, the head bobbing in the reticle of his scope, ripe for the taking. He cut off the conversation, saying, "I have the target, preparing to engage." Christoph said, "You have the man, Caucasian with a mustache, dressed in old clothes?" He panned the scope and found the other American. "Yes, I have him as well." "Pick your target. One of them has it. I can't search both. You need to put the correct one down." Yuri cursed. The plan had been based on the single Israeli coming out. Now he had two targets, which to shoot. He settled on the woman, his bloodlust rising to a fever pitch. He wanted to kill her, needed to kill her. "I'm taking the girl." Christoph said, Wait. They're moving to you, and the man is digging into his pocket. Give it a moment." Yuri watched the action from 100 meters away, his finger subconsciously taking up the slack in the trigger, wanting to see the plume of red over the bitch who had killed his men. The man held out something, showing the girl as they rapidly moved away from the cistern exit. He cursed again, the mission taking priority over his desire for revenge. He shifted focus, settling the reticle on the man, compensating for the range with the mill dots in his scope. He said, "I see the drive in the man's hand. Shooter ready." Christoph said, "Send it." He gently pulled back on the trigger and felt it break. There was a soft clap, and the weapon cycled. The recoil was negligible, and the target remained in view of the scope. In the split second between the trigger breaking the plane of no return and the subsonic round exiting the barrel, an unknown woman tackled the man from behind, grabbing his hair and jerking him off of his feet.
He saw the round strike, but instead of splitting his head, it hit the man in the shoulder. The pair tumbled to the ground, falling behind a row of trash cans, the woman's upper torso the only thing in view. He centered the weapon and squeezed again. The round's impact lost. He saw Christoph arrive, attempting to get the drive, blocking a further engagement. The woman who had tackled the man drove the palm of her hand into Christoph's nose, and Yuri saw him recoil in pain. He cracked another round, feeling the slight recoil and seeing the plastic puff out once again. The woman rolled, the bullet missing, and the bitch who had killed Dmitri entered the fray, jumping on Christoph, grabbing his arm, and rotating it in a direction it was not intended to go. Yuri flipped the selector switch to automatic and squeezed the trigger, peppering the impact zone with rounds, not caring if Christoph was one of those hit.
I bounced onto the sidewalk at a dead run, racing to the tangle of people on the ground, praying that Shoshana hadn't been so pissed that she'd forced Retro to hurt her, or worse, that she'd harmed him. For some dumb reason, I genuinely liked her, and I didn't want to escalate this little Easter egg hunt into harm on either side. It just wasn't worth it. I closed on the tangled mass, and saw a third man behind a garbage can, nose bloodied, and Jennifer on him cranking his arm in a debilitating joint lock. I was close enough to hear it pop, and definitely close enough to hear him scream. What the fuck, I thought. Shoshana ducked behind the cans, holding her arms over her head. Then I saw the dust kicking off of the brick wall. Retro sat up, his expression a daze, his shoulder a mass of red. The realization hit home, and time slowed, like the final step off of a high dive. Bullets. Someone's shooting. I heard nothing, no crack of rounds, no pop of gunfire, but it was real, and my mind began computing the means of escape at the speed of light. How to get into the kill zone and rescue all three without being hit. I knew it was impossible. I bore down on them, waiting on the slugs to tear into my flesh. The people around the scene gaping at the tussle, unaware of the death floating in the air. Absurdly, the movie Unforgiven flashed in my head, as it had numerous times in combat before. In the climactic scene, when Clint Eastwood was asked how he knew whom to kill first, because the gunfighter always knew, he'd said he was just lucky. Then he'd said, "But I've always been lucky." That scene raced once more in my head as I slid into the vortex, praying that I would be lucky yet again. I rammed into Shoshana, ducking low behind the cans. She whipped around, trying to strike me. I parried the blow and said, "Get Retro on his feet." I turned without a word and hammered the guy Jennifer held, striking him right above the nose and bouncing his skull against the stone. I felt a round impact the wall next to my head and ducked, slamming Jennifer into the pavement behind the cans, out of view from the sniper. I screamed, "Forward! Get to the building!" The garbage cans worked fine for concealment, but offered no protection. Eventually, a lucky round was going to come through and hit one of us. It was counterintuitive, but our closest cover was running into the gunfire, and I knew by the lack of noise the killer was shooting subsonic, which meant the bullets were coming out in an arc, hell and gone from a flat supersonic round. Any change in distance would give us an edge, as it would force him to compensate his hold for a kill. Shoshana had Retro to his knees, and I threw him over my shoulder. Hearing him bellow, he could run. I had no time to triage him, and didn't want to find out if he was wrong. I told him to shut up, and heaved to my feet in a fireman's carry. I nudged Jennifer in the ass and took off at a shambling trot, rounding the building with the brick chipping around me. We got to the backside, surrounded by stone cover, and I dropped Retro unceremoniously in the dirt. He groaned from the impact, and I began checking him out, relieved to see an in-and-out flesh wound to the shoulder, nothing else. He'd have some serious recovery time, but he wouldn't die within the next few minutes. I told Jennifer to put pressure on the wound and began running exfil through my mind. I turned to Shoshana, saying, "Where's your vehicle?" She said, "I'm out of here," and began to stand. I grabbed her wrist and twisted, bringing her to her knees. "You're going nowhere. You want to fight, and we'll spend our time wrestling until the cops show up. But I promise, when I go to jail, you'll go to the hospital or the morgue. We'll leave together. I can't get my man out without your help, understand?" She saw the truth in my eyes. She said, "Let go of my arm." I did so, and she got on her phone. She spoke in Hebrew for a moment, then hung up. She said, "Follow me."
Chapter 51. Bruce Tupper lay on his back, replaying the conversation with Cahill in his mind. He watched the ceiling fan above him spin lazily, the reflections of his bathroom nightlight dancing on the blades in the darkness. He rolled his head on the pillow, seeing his wife of 20 years slumbering, a soft snore escaping with each breath. He wondered if they would finally split, if the firestorm coming from the latest revelation, and he was now sure there would be a firestorm, would cause the end of their marriage. 15 years ago he'd been prepared for the cost, willing to take the separation about as badly as someone totaling his car in an accident. Some sense of loss, but not catastrophic. Tonight it brought a sense of melancholy. He'd actually grown used to her. If not love, at least he liked her company. And the sex hadn't hurt. 20 years his junior, Lilith wasn't a looker by any stretch of the imagination, but she had been willing to explore, and that had always been something that brought him back. She was a little frumpy and plump, but the extra size extended to her breasts, something he had learned to enjoy, especially when she let him tie her up. Fond memories. He gave up on sleep and threw off the silk duvet. He slipped out of bed, putting his arms in a bathrobe, as he padded down to the second floor to his art room. He clicked the outdoor lights and illuminated a balcony that overlooked the Potomac River, one of the very few mansions that did so. He looked out of the French doors, but at 3 a.m. it was too dark to match the sunset he'd been painting with the landscape outside the glass. He prepared a palette of paint anyway, mixing the yellows and blues until he was satisfied. At the end of the day, he had the terrain. The rest was his imagination anyway. Working the paint mindlessly, he wondered if the thumb drive had been recovered. Given the time change, it should have been. He considered making direct contact, but decided not to. 1, it was terribly risky. 2, he didn't want to give those assholes any leverage. Right now, they still considered him in the stronger position. If he kept groveling for information, that might change. One thing was for sure, he was no longer willing to sacrifice his life for the mission. When he was starting out, he never would have dreamed that one day he'd become the head of all U.S. intelligence. He had acted accordingly, working as if the sword of Damocles were hanging over his head, sure that each day was to be his last. That attitude had given him freedom, and he had operated with commensurate risk, not caring how close he was walking to the edge. Now the world was markedly different, beginning with the fall of the Berlin Wall. The demise of the Soviet Union, the mighty USSR, was a clear demarcation in the life of Bruce Tupper. Before that time he conducted his work out of patriotic zeal. After the wall fell, it was a confusing new world. His whole life had been dedicated to the matching of wits in the Cold War, something that no longer mattered with the crumble of the hammer and sickle. For a time, he did nothing. He simply coasted along in the bureaucracy, wondering where his career would go, wondering, with the loss of the Soviets, if he shouldn't simply leave. He eventually realized that he needed to refocus. Leaving wasn't the answer. Yes, the USSR was gone, but the United States still faced turbulent times, and he could actually help with those new threats, something he would never have dreamed while the USSR was around. But his focus shifted from patriotism to personal survival. That one thing superseded everything else, even his marriage. And now that survival was threatened by a rogue element of an illegal counter-terrorist organization he had no control over. Because the FSB had killed their men, the Taskforce was going to take revenge, and, in so doing, exposed that Bruce Tupper was working for the FSB. The irony was incredible. He was the most highly placed mole the United States had ever allowed. His climb higher than the defunct KGB could have even dreamed, and he was now at risk because of the actions of his new FSB masters,
an amateurish operation the KGB would never have conducted. Before the fall of the wall, his case officers had assumed he would last a year, maybe 2. Just making it through the CIA training would be considered a coup. Instead, he'd not only finished, he had thrived. His one misstep had been Ali Salama, the Red Prince, which had almost caused his discovery. Ever since then, he had towed the line, ensuring he would never be investigated for anything. Too much had been put into his infiltration, and he'd come way further than he should have. Born in Canada to a Soviet diplomat, he'd spent his first 16 years in North America, his father following one diplomatic post after another, all attached to the Soviet embassy in Ottawa. By the time he was 17, he spoke Russian with a North American accent, and spoke English like an American from the Midwest. His father had finally been reassigned home, and he'd immediately been snapped up by the KGB. Not that he'd minded. The sense of importance was exhilarating, the praise lavished on him intoxicating. He'd gone through 4 months of rudimentary training on tradecraft, and then been inserted into the United States on his own. Using the name of an orphan who had died years before, he never saw his family again. Uncommonly intelligent, and with the help of an underground Soviet machine, he'd achieved a scholarship to the University of Virginia, graduating summa cum laude. He'd applied to the CIA with everyone holding their breath, waiting on him to be caught. He had not been. He served diligently, doing what he could, becoming the star of the Soviet crown. With the fall of the USSR, Bruce not only lost the purpose of his existence, but the anchor of his life. Adrift and petrified, he was now going to be discovered without anyone having his back. He began to work for the CIA for real, proving his worth and ostensibly dedicating his life to U.S. security. Eventually, he'd grown comfortable in his role, the duality of working to enhance the security of the very state he'd undermined previously, causing no issue. He'd bumped into Lilith at a White House function, a woman 20 years his junior, but smitten with his cloak and dagger past. And he'd found another reason to continue. He'd asked her to marry, more a function of his perceived safety than any feelings of true love. Well, that and the sex. Then a KGB man had taken over the presidency of the new Russian Federation, one of the handful that even knew he existed. The rest had been killed or purged in coup after counter-coup, and somehow this one had ended up as president. Bruce had had a good 10 years before the knock on the door. When it had happened, it had shocked him to his core. At the time, he was a deputy director of the CIA, and the contact had made him feel like the ground was shifting under his feet, his reality crashing into a new one. Luckily, his placement and access were so high that he was treated with kid gloves, spending his time shaping U.S. efforts instead of directly passing information. Like he had when he'd facilitated a high school dropout's ability to steal an entire library of NSA secrets, then successfully flee to Russia. When the CIA had purchased the original secrets from Boris, he'd been caught off guard. Informed at an intelligence update, he'd been petrified that his true secret would be exposed. He was relieved when the greatest leak had been his efforts with Ali Salama, and the connection to the 1972 Munich Olympic massacre. He found it ironic that the head of the FSB, his counterpart in the Russian intelligence architecture, was the case officer for the Red Prince on the opposing side. Neither had known about the other, as often happened in the wilderness of mirrors. When he'd learned of Boris's second potential sale of information to Mossad, he'd passed that information along to Vlad, in the hopes that he would interdict it. But the Russians had already killed members of an organization he didn't even know existed. And because of it, Bruce Tupper stood to lose everything. He could control all aspects of paramilitary activity in the guise of Director of National Intelligence,
using his position to sway anything in the panoply of the U.S. intelligence community, as he had with Edward Snowden, but could do nothing about an organization outside that system, especially an organization with men like this Pike Logan. Even the damn Oversight Council he'd just been informed existed couldn't control him. Pike was on his own agenda, and his actions against Vladimir's men would burn them both to the ground.
Chapter 52. I pulled up my email and was pleasantly surprised to see a message from Aaron. After the mission at the Basilica Cistern, I figured there was a 50-50 chance he'd blow me off. "Jen," he responded to the email. "Looks like we're a go." She gave me an incredulous look. She said, "After what we just did to them, you must really want that thumb drive." "Maybe it's Shoshana. She's probably smitten with me. Happens all the time." Jennifer rolled her eyes and said, "She's a lesbian, Pike. I'm pretty sure she's not smitten with you." Wanting to spark a little jealousy, that was the last thing I expected to come out of her mouth. I said, "Why would you say that? How do you know?" "I just do. I knew it the minute I talked to her. I don't know how." I closed the computer and said, "So you think she's smitten with you?" She punched my shoulder and said, "No, you jerk. She's not smitten with anyone. They want the thumb drive." Squinting my eyes and looking at the ceiling, I said, That's too bad. We need someone from their team on our side. She needs to be smitten. Man, we could use Decoy for this. If anyone could change her stripes, it would be him." I smiled and saw Jennifer's face grow dark, the humor falling flat. She said, "Pike, that's not—" I rubbed her shoulder, saying, "I'm sorry, that was too soon." A grim smile floated across her face, and she said, "It's okay. Decoy would agree. I'm just glad we're not making jokes about Retro." After the shooting, we'd hobbled along behind Shoshana as fast as we could, me with Retro over my shoulder, watching her vanish into the cloistered neighborhood next to the Blue Mosque, weaving down one alley after another. While Retro was bleeding pretty freely from his shoulder wound, he finally convinced me to put him down. Well, not through his voice, but through me growing tired of running with him on my back. It turned out he could use his legs just fine. We turned a corner to see Shoshana sitting in a van, a scowl on her face. Daniel was behind the wheel, also looking pretty grim. We piled in and Daniel goosed the engine, skipping forward and asking where we were going. I directed them to Knuckles' hotel, while Jennifer treated Retro. She cut a hole in his shirt, and he complained about the damage. Shoshana said her first words at that point, snorting in disgust. "You care more about your clothes than the operation, typical. And that damn shirt is 20 years out of date and quite possibly the ugliest thing I've ever seen." I smiled, glad for the conversation away from the thumb drive. I said, "Everything he wears is 20 years out of date. He shops at thrift stores." She looked at me for a moment, then said, "What about the drive?" "Shit." I said, "I know nothing about that. I appreciate you helping us, though." She pursed her lips and nodded. She said nothing for the rest of the trip. Pulling into the hotel, Knuckles met us in the roundabout with a towel. He threw it over Retro's shoulder, hiding most of the blood, and escorted him past the front desk. Jennifer trailed behind. I thanked Shoshana and Daniel one more time and told them to tell Aaron to check the Gmail account he'd given me. She'd nodded and slammed the sliding door in my face. Daniel hadn't said a word. Inside Knuckles' room, I found out that exfil plans were in full swing. Brett would take Retro and the Rockstar Bird to Landstuhl, Germany. They'd meet a Taskforce liaison who'd get them into the military hospital located there. He'd get treated as a military member, then continue home once he was stabilized. Knuckles would wait here and fly home with Decoy's remains via commercial air. That left me and Jennifer to continue to track the men who had caused all of this pain. Both Knuckles and Brett asked if I wanted them to remain behind. I told them the same thing. No. Brett said, "What about weapons? This is your last chance to ransack the bird for equipment." I said, "Yeah, I know, but I don't want to get you guys in trouble. I'll keep the kit Retro bought. I need that for the next step, and he had no sensitive items. Taking NODs, thermals, or weapons would cause you guys to pay a price, and I'm not going to do that." Brett said nothing for a moment, waiting on Jennifer to clear out of earshot. He looked around to ensure nobody else could hear, then said, I get all this task force accountability bullshit, but I can get you some black weapons that nobody can trace. Nobody. Brett had come over to the task force from the CIA's Special Activities Division, so Lord knew where the weapons he was talking about came from. I smiled, gratified by the support. I hear you, Blood, but I don't need the help. I'm good with the electronic stuff Retro brought. It's a bare minimum, but it's enough. What are you going to do, spit at them? I leaned back, checking to see if Knuckles could hear me. Not because I was afraid he'd turn me in, but because I wanted to protect him. When I saw I was clear, I said, "Back when we started the task force, before you joined, we put some caches around the world. We had no idea what we were doing, just flinging shit all over the place because money was no object. Burying kit in a multitude of countries to give at least a little cell of capability around the world. We learned early on that hiding all that shit was a waste of time. There were easier ways to get operational capability in-country. We hardly ever used any of it." Brett said, "And there's a catch here?" "I'm not sure. There's a task force guy whose sole job is servicing the catches. Pretty sweet gig if you can get it. I'll have to figure out how to contact him, but I'll have no trouble getting bullet launchers. If I need them." Knuckles approached, and I said, "You good to go with everything?" He said, "Yeah, I'm good to go. The question is whether you are. Did you talk to Kurt?" "Not yet. You need to think hard about what you're going to say." "I know, but you've got the thumb drive. We accomplished the mission." He shook his head. "Yeah, I'm not sure how much that'll matter. The last time you pulled something like this, you were able to camouflage the op inside another one. This time, it's all up front, especially now that the thumb drive mission is complete." A couple of years ago, while in the middle of an operation, I'd found the man who'd murdered my family. Knuckles was talking about my efforts against him while simultaneously conducting another kill-capture mission. While I'd stepped off the path for a span of time, I'd eventually come back and gained operational authority from Kurt and the Oversight Council. This time, I was going to thumb my nose at them from the get-go, which wouldn't be a comfortable conversation. We left it at that, and Jennifer and I returned to the hotel to wait on the Israeli response. 3 hours later, looking at my email, I knew that dreaded phone call had just come one step closer. I hadn't wanted to tell Knuckles about me trying to get help from the Israelis, because if I did, he'd be insulted and demand to stay, and so would the rest of the team. I wasn't going to put them in the crosshairs of the U.S. government. What he'd said before still held true. Unlike me, they were subject to official government sanction. I was a civilian. I would leverage that as best I could. I hadn't called Kurt yet, precisely because I didn't know if the Israelis would help, and if they wouldn't, I was more than likely just catching a later flight home. I couldn't affect any good outcome with only Jennifer and me, but the email told me that Aaron was at least willing to talk. Now it just remained to be seen whether the little ace up my sleeve would rise to the threshold of affecting Israeli interests.
Chapter 53. Aaron said, "Shoshana, I want you to come with me. Daniel, stay here. If I need something, I'll call." Meaning, keep your guns handy. The meeting was set for 1 p.m. in the business center at the top of the Conrad Hotel. Aaron had tried to establish the link-up in his own hotel room, but Pike was having none of that. Not that that was surprising. Aaron wanted the thumb drive, and wasn't above physical coercion to get it, something he was sure Pike understood. The executive lounge was a good choice to thwart those efforts. It was close and neutral territory. But most of all, it was staffed by members of the hotel concierge and security. There was no way Aaron would be whipping out a weapon and demanding the drive. Not that he thought Pike would be stupid enough to bring it to the meeting in the first place. Shoshana said, "I'm not sure you want me in the room. I think I'm angrier now than I was this morning." Aaron gave a little grin. "Come on, it can't be that bad. All you did was fail your mission by being tossed in the water by a man you should have seen coming." Incensed at the comment, she said, "I got the chance, and I'm going to kill that man. I should have done so in the cistern." Daniel said,
And why didn't you? It's bad luck to allow him to continue. The cards said someone would die. You can't alter destiny. All you did was put us in danger. Someone is going to die, and it should have been him. Erin saw her eyes flash and knew a fight was close. Shoshana did not take criticism lightly, and she and Daniel butted heads more than they didn't, especially when Daniel's superstitions came into the discussion. He personally didn't care about Daniel's beliefs, but they tended to aggravate Shoshana. It was a volatile relationship that worked well under duress, but was a constant headache for Erin when bullets weren't flying. She took a step toward him, saying, "Keep your ridiculous superstitions to yourself." Erin interrupted. "Stop it, both of you. What's done is done. Why do you think he wants to meet? Did he say anything in the vehicle?" Shoshana said, "No. He said they didn't get the drive. Nothing else." "You believe that?" "No way. They got it. If this is about the drive, then it's tied into what he wanted before. Vengeance for the men he lost. A trade. Maybe." Erin saw the time and said, "I guess we'll find out shortly." Shoshana slipped a small .380 automatic behind her back and followed him to the door. Once inside the elevator, away from Daniel, Erin asked, "Why did you let him live?" She glanced away and said, "I don't know. Perhaps because he didn't kill me when he had the chance. Maybe it was my destiny." She spat the last words out with sarcasm, then much more softly said, "Maybe I'm getting soft." Erin didn't think so. While he scoffed at Daniel's juvenile beliefs, he would never admit to anyone that he had his own superstitious thoughts about Shoshana, that he believed Shoshana had an ability to see through others' souls, to discern hostile intent through her mind alone. It was silly, but he'd seen her in action, enough to begin to believe it to be true, watched her go through shoot-or-no-shoot situations, making decisions that had confounded him given the evidence that was available, but had ultimately proven correct. She'd been kicked off quite a few different teams because of it, ending up with him. She was the only one in the group who wasn't originally a Samson member. While the Israeli IDF had female members in combat roles, they still weren't in any of the Sayeret Special Forces units. Strangely enough, she'd been a helicopter pilot in the Israeli military, then had joined the Mossad when her conscription had ended. He didn't know her story beyond the fact that she'd been pretty damn effective on some cross-border missions, and then had become controversial. She'd allowed herself to be used as a honeypot, sleeping with a Palestinian terrorist, then had refused to implicate him, saying they were targeting the wrong man for reasons she couldn't articulate. She'd become a pariah after that mission, and had come to him as a Mossad forced replacement a few years after the Samson element had transitioned from a Sayeret to the Kidon mission. When she'd landed on his team, nobody had wanted her. Word on the street was that she simply didn't have the mettle to accomplish the mission. Initially, Erin had assumed that the Samson team's enemies in the Mossad had dumped off some dead weight. After working with her for over a year, Erin had learned just the opposite. She was a stone-cold killer, but only when it suited her internal code. Figuring that out was the issue. He said, "What do you think I should do if he asks for help in exchange for the drive?" "I don't think it's our call. Headquarters will tell us what to do. Someone did try to kill me today, but they were after the Americans, not us. At the end of the day, that thumb drive isn't going to rise to the level of turning a Samson team loose against a Russian threat. But we might be able to leverage his desire for vengeance." She said nothing for a moment, considering his words. The elevator reached the concierge level, and she said, "No way. You won't be able to trick him into giving you the drive. You want it, and it's going to be paid in blood." The elevator doors opened, and they entered the Conrad Executive Lounge. A quick sweep of the area turned up nothing. Shoshana flicked her head to the outside deck, and Aaron saw the brunette named Jennifer, sitting at a table by herself. She didn't indicate she knew him, but her eyes tracked his movement to the door. He went through the open glass to the deck and around the corner. At a table adjacent to Jennifer, he saw the man called Pike, along with 2 empty chairs. He sat in one, and Shoshana sat at Jennifer's table, close enough to interdict her if anything happened. He saw a tiny smile flit across Jennifer's face, an effort at peacemaking. Shoshana glared at her, smoldering anger seeping out. Jennifer broke from Shoshana's gaze and scooted her chair to the left, ignoring her and watching Pike. Aaron said, "So here I am, against my better judgment." "Yes, here you are. I appreciate it." "What do you want?" "You know what I want. Help in interdicting a known supporter of terrorists." Aaron said, "That isn't going to happen." "Look," said Pike, "as Shoshana knows, my man was shot today by those same Russian assholes. I can't prove it, but that's who it was." "So, like we talked about earlier, I can't help you with that." "Bullshit. After watching Shoshana in action, I'm pretty sure you could if you wanted. And I think I have something your boss might like. Let's quit dancing around the topic. You have the thumb drive, and you want to use it to leverage us as some mercenary force. What I don't understand is why. I'm flattered with the request, because we really are better than your bloated special operations forces. But that doesn't explain why you're asking." Pike's answer surprised Aaron. "I don't have the thumb drive, and I'm not using that as leverage. I'll quit dancing as well. The death of my men by the Russians is something my command is willing to forgo. I am not. What I'm doing is off the books. I'll get no help from the United States. I want help from you." Aaron smiled, outwardly showing confidence. But inside, Pike's words confused him. Without the thumb drive, there was no leverage. "Why on earth would I help you kill Russians when you have nothing I want?" Pike said, "But I do. That thumb drive you were after was offered to us first. I have some of the information from it, and I think your boss would be very, very interested." Aaron shook his head. "There's nothing you can tell me that would get my country to take on Russia. We already know how they support terrorist groups antithetical to our nation. We know all about Assad and Iran. No matter how specific your information is, none of that will cause them to engage in hostilities against Russia." Pike said, "You remember 1972? The Olympics?" The words hung in the air for a moment. Aaron saw Shoshana lean forward, now extremely interested. He glanced her way, telling her to calm down with his eyes alone. He was unsure how Pike knew to push that button, but was convinced more than he had ever been that Shoshana had some ability that extended into the ethereal plane. Some ability to see into Pike, even if she didn't realize how she did it. Pike noticed the glance and said, "So you guys are interested." Aaron said, "We aren't interested, but Shoshana is. Do you know anything about that history?" "Just what I've read." He waved his hand at her, commanding her to relax. "Shoshana's grandfather was the wrestling coach, the first one to die in the Olympic dorms." Aaron smiled. "So you've got her attention, but not my commands. Why do you mention this? It's old history." Pike pulled out a sheaf of documents from a backpack at his feet. "These are from the file the U.S. gleaned, a duplicate from the thumb drive you were trying to get. The man you called Vladimir the Impaler is mentioned throughout. He's in charge of Yuri, the man who killed my men here in Europe,
and almost succeeded in killing me. I want your help in destroying him and his hit team." Aaron flipped through the papers, saying, "I believe you, but I told you there's nothing that will convince my command to do such a thing." Pike said, "He has a long history of killing. A long, long history. Read the file, and I think you'll change your mind." "Why?" "Because Vladimir the Impaler murdered your athletes in 72. The Palestinians were the tool. He was the one wielding it. He ordered the deaths of your men. He crushed your hopes, he caused your pain, and now he's done the same to my team. You told me he's meeting tomorrow with Yuri, and I want your help to build a pattern of life." Aaron saw Shoshana leaning forward to hear Pike's words, the bloodlust clearly evident on her face. The Olympic massacre had been the reason she'd joined the Mossad. Through melancholy stories passed down from her grandmother and mother, it was a touchstone that transcended all others, a pain she had long ago vowed to rectify. He saw her assimilate what Pike said, and knew she wouldn't even need to read the words on the pages he had passed. She had already sensed it in Pike, already seen the truth, and now understood why she'd left him alive. Aaron read her face, and knew Pike had just won. Shoshana was going on the warpath, whether he followed or not.
Chapter 54. Staring at the small portable monitor, Jennifer said, "Vladimir's here, moving to the elevator." I relayed the call to Daniel, then looked at the screen in time to see him enter the car, lost from view. A few minutes later, Yuri entered, our color Wi-Fi camera giving much more definition to his features than the cheap security crap used next to the bazaar. He had 4 other men with him, only one of whom I recognized. The one who had attacked Retro after he'd been shot. He wasn't hard to spot, because he had a bandage on his face where Shoshana had clocked him. Or maybe it was from my punch. Yuri poked the elevator button, and I got a full view of his face. Coal black eyes and skin as pasty as a chalk outline. He looked like a damn vampire. The sight brought enough adrenaline to make my hands tremble. I couldn't wait to get them around his neck. But unfortunately, that wouldn't happen. I was relying on my new friends to execute, a compromise I'd worked out with Kurt. After I'd secured the help of Aaron and his deadly little sidekick Shoshana, I'd made my fateful call to Taskforce headquarters. Naturally, it hadn't gone over too well. Kurt had tried simply ordering me home, then had threatened me, then had finally gotten around to asking just what the hell I was doing. I'd told him the truth. I was going to hang around for a few more days and see if I could help some other players take action. The same players who had killed the Syrians. I didn't tell him who they were, but it wouldn't be too hard to figure out. He'd said, "So let me get this straight. You're not going to kill anyone." I didn't say that. My skills might come in handy. "Damn it, Pike, you will not execute any lethal operations with Taskforce assets. Do you understand?" I could feel the frustration vibrating through the phone, like he was screaming at a dog who refused to quit digging up the yard, knowing his words were doing nothing and hating it. Through the aggravation, I also sensed a little support, something I hadn't expected. I said, "Can I execute non-lethal operations with task force assets? Truthfully, sir, I don't have any task force weapons, only tech kit. Can I use that?" "Why?" "To develop a pattern of life so that someone else can execute. No task force fingerprints, no killing. Absolutely not. The intel I'm working came from outside the task force, and all I want to do is refine it for the other players. Let them handle the lethal aspect." "How did you get them to play? Why are they doing your bidding?" "Let's just say we have mutual interests, like killing the Syrian the other night. I want them gone because they killed our men, and coincidentally, they want them gone for doing the same thing." "Are you saying the Russians have killed Israeli agents as well?" Well, I guess my partners are no secret, I thought. I went all in. Not agents, athletes. They found out that the Russian guy in charge of the hit team facilitated the 72 Munich massacre. I heard nothing for a second, his mind running over our successful thumb drive mission, and the fact that I had held the information. Then, and how did they find that out? I said, I don't know. They are the Mossad. Did they find out the DNI? About his involvement? The sarcasm came through loud and clear, along with the fear. We'd been as close as brothers over a multitude of combat actions. Well, at least as him as the older brother to my younger brother antics. And for the first time, I heard him asking if I would compromise national security for a personal agenda. Like I actually had that in me. It was a little depressing, but, given what I'd put him through, understandable. Of course not, sir. They aren't that good. I heard him sigh. I wasn't sure if it was because he was relieved about the protection of the thumb drive information, or whether it was because he was wondering how on earth he'd been saddled with the likes of me. He said, I can get you 48 hours, pattern of life only, understand? Yes, sir, perfectly. I have a meeting tonight, and all I'm going to do is interdict the conversation. Keep me abreast of what's going on, at least make it look like you're listening to me. Give me a reason to help you. Roger that, sir. I'll shack up a complete sit rep when I'm done. With the time change, you should have it before you go home tonight. After that phone conversation, I felt a hell of a lot better. There was a clear indication that Kurt wanted the killers of Decoy, Radcliffe, and Turbo as much as I did, and it gave me a boost of confidence that he was willing to let me continue. All I had to do at that point was coordinate with the Israelis. The meeting was taking place at a restaurant called 360 Istanbul. It was a hot little joint on the top floor of an old multi-use apartment building on the Beyoğlu side of the strait. Located on Istiklal Street, just a few blocks away from the Russian consulate, the entire area was a walking promenade that had a host of bars and restaurants running down from Taksim Square, the famous chunk of terrain that had seen all of the major protests against the Islamic influence of the government in the recent past. While I didn't really care about the politics, the bottom line was Istiklal Street was the center of the universe for occupied-type young people, and thus a location where we could get some work done fairly easily. It was counterintuitive, but any focus would be directed against the Turkish population. Being a white guy would cause immediate dismissal from the local security forces, as they only had so many assets to leverage against their perceived internal threat, something I'm sure Vladimir appreciated. Jennifer and I had run a recce and, apart from learning I'd be coming back for a beer as soon as I could, I found the two things I needed, a Wi-Fi hotspot and a European wall outlet next to a table. We decided that Daniel would be the man who'd penetrate the restaurant, mainly because he was the only one left who hadn't had a close encounter with one or more of the Russians. Shoshana and Aaron would remain on the street as backup, and Jennifer and I had found a little hiding place off of the kitchen one floor below. Daniel would take a laptop with an American electrical plug and would use a modified Pony Express hacking device that looked like a European converter. Pronounced Pony, the company was a play on words from pwned in the gaming world, whereby someone cleans your clock and owns you, and Pony from the old Pony Express. Its entire catalog of products was hardware and software exploits for pen testing, or penetration testing of various networks. Basically, they sold hack-in-a-box devices for security professionals to test their system against a multitude of different hacking capabilities. Or, instead of testing, you could just go ahead and hack, which is what I was going to do. The original Pony plug looked a lot like a DC power supply. We'd altered the form factor, so now it looked like a US to European electrical plug converter. And Daniel was going to slap it into the wall, then plug in his computer, ostensibly to draw power. But the computer wouldn't be getting a charge. Instead, it was going to exploit the Bluetooth of Vlad's cell phone, turning it into a digital microphone. Once we had the phone, the conversation stream would be directed over Wi-Fi to my location, where I would record it for future use. Before any of that could occur, I had to lock his cell phone from the cell system, which is where my last piece of kit, the Goblin IMSI grabber, came into play. Just like we'd executed with Chiclet in Bulgaria, it would act like a mini cell tower, attracting all phones to it and rejecting every number but Vlad's. When that one triggered, it would hold it in place until we were done. Over my earpiece I heard Daniel say, "Vlad's seated." I said, "Roger, locking the phone now." Aaron hadn't wanted to give me Vlad's number, but since we were now partners, he'd eventually relented. I punched the number into the keypad, said executing, and powered up the Goblin. I saw hundreds of phones sucked in and rejected, but none were Vlad's. 30 seconds into the cycle, I shut the Goblin down. We either had a wrong number, Vlad's phone was turned off, or he was using a different handset. If the cell given to me by Aaron was active in the restaurant, I would have owned it. Damn it, I thought. I started working through the ramifications, trying to decide what I could do next, when Daniel said, "Yuri's just exited the elevator. He took a seat opposite of Vlad. 2 men are checking the restaurant, and 2 are going down the stairs. Security sweep." I said, "They're coming down the stairs to the kitchen?" "Roger that."
Chapter 55. Seeing Vlad at a corner table, Yuri ignored the hostess and moved straight to him, whispering to his men as he did so. Although the restaurant was filling up, it wasn't nearly as crowded as it would be in a few more hours, when this place became a hotspot for young, upwardly mobile Turks hell-bent on partying through the night. The security broke off, 2 moving to check the outside deck, and 2 back toward the stairs. Before he even reached the table, Vlad stood. Yuri said, "Did you have time to read my report?" "Yes, I did, and I'm not very impressed." "You failed again. It's becoming somewhat of a tradition." Yuri glared at him in silence, then sat, not waiting on Vlad to give him permission. He was growing a little impatient about Vlad's superiority, and nettled by his barbs. After all, he was the one in the line of fire. His men were getting killed. He said, "You never said anything about the Americans. I was supposed to interdict a single Israeli agent, not a platoon of commandos." "So the Wimpel no longer plan for contingencies?" Yuri held back but wanted to come out, saying, "We are only as good as the intelligence we operate with. How did you know where the thumb drive was located, but not who was going after it?" "That is none of your concern." Yuri studied him for a moment, then said, "You have someone on the inside of the American intelligence architecture. That's how you knew about Boris in the first place. But you didn't know about the surveillance against Akimbo. We had to confirm the action for ourselves. So your source has some access, but isn't very powerful." Vlad leaned back and smiled. "Very good. Mistaken, but good. Maybe you aren't as prone to mishaps as I thought. He, or she, is very well placed. But whatever forces are interdicted, the meeting with the Syrian is not part of the normal U.S. intelligence architecture." "You mean the team that killed my men?" Not a question, a statement. "Yes, it's something new. A group like the Wimpel. My source just learned about them." "So he can track them now, and they have the drive. Get him to give me a thread, and I'll get it back for you." "No reason to bother. The U.S. already had the drive. Like you said, it's how I knew to get you on Boris in the first place. When the CIA gleaned the first copy, my source informed me about it. Why the Americans went out of their way to prevent the Israelis from getting the second copy, I don't know. But they did our work for us. The damage with the U.S. had already been done." "But what about my men?" "Casualties of war. Anyway, the Americans are going home with their tails between their legs, taking their drive with them. Your attack was enough. I don't need you to worry about the drive anymore. I need you to get back on Akimbo." "I don't get that. Why? We don't have the chemical munitions." "Why did you send him to Berlin?" "You remember planning for Barbarossa, too, before the wall fell?" "Of course. That's what the Wimpel existed for, after a full-scale invasion from NATO.
I would infiltrate Western Europe. And what would you do once you were there? Sabotage, guerrilla warfare, that sort of thing? You mean with sticks and rocks? Or with an RA-115S? Thor's hammer? Yuri was unsure what to say. Vlad was the head of all of the FSB, but the program he mentioned was classified at the highest order, and he'd never breathed a word of it since the USSR had disintegrated. Vlad waited a bit, then said, "It's okay. Remember, I have your file. I know you were on the team that practiced parachuting with the device, and I'm not going to ask you what your target was. All I need to know is that you can put it into operation." Yuri nodded, unsure what to say, afraid to open his mouth. Vlad said, "A device such as that will still accomplish our mission. We can't lay the blame on the Syrians with the chemical weapon, so we'll lose the chance to embroil the U.S. in that country. But we can still cause them to sink in the quagmire of Nigeria." Yuri found his voice. "But they're all gone. Destroyed when we were afraid of them falling into enemy hands during the riots and coups of the 90s. Long gone." "Not all. There's one that we couldn't get out. It was cached in a very delicate location. And when the Berlin Wall began collapsing, we couldn't react fast enough. Actually, we didn't think to act at all, since we were worrying about other things. The rest of the devices were in Soviet control. This one was simply hidden." "You think it's still there?" Vlad scoffed. "You think if someone would have found an RA-115S, it wouldn't have made worldwide news? Yeah, it's still there." Yuri felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out, seeing nothing but a text advertisement from Vodafone. Vlad said, "I'm sorry to inconvenience you. Please, by all means, play with your phone." Yuri said, "Sir, my men are conducting a security sweep. It might have been an alert." "And is it?" He set the phone on the table and said, "No." Then Vlad's words sank in. "You want to give a nuclear bomb to a savage like Akimbo? Even a small one like Thor?" Vlad said, "No. You remember your training? Remember how delicate those devices were? How they had to have constant power and all the other restrictions? The device is still there, but it's degraded by now. It'll just be a small explosion of radiological waste, what the West calls a dirty bomb. It may not be a nuclear explosion, but the radiation poison will be just as effective. It'll cause the United States to react in a frenzy. Make no mistake, they'll end up invading Nigeria because of Boko Haram." "We'll be blamed. Nobody else had a program like Thor's hammer." "Not true. Any nuclear power can be blamed. Once it goes off, the only thing they'll know is that radiological material was blown apart by conventional explosives. Material they could have gleaned from a multitude of places." Yuri considered his words, then moved on to the next problem. "You have a detailed description of the location? Berlin is a big place." Vlad slid across a sleeve of papers, yellowed with age. "These are the original cache instructions. Of course, that was close to 30 years ago, so you'll have to improvise once you get there. The place is now a museum." "And the arming, timing, and PAL control for the weapon?" "I'll need those as well. They're in the cache instructions." Yuri leaned back and asked, "What's the target?" Vlad slid across a brochure. When Yuri saw the first page, he said, "Here? Not in America?" "No. Much easier to get the device into that country, especially with Akimbo. You'll have to get him new documents. But you have that capability in Berlin, correct? I mean, you were called the Berlin Group for a reason." "Yes, sir, I can do that." "Why here, though? This is global, not American-centric." Vlad tapped the page. "Read the specific target. You'll see why it was chosen." Yuri studied the package, then began to smile. Vlad said, "So you see, it's poetic." Yuri said, "Well, I don't know if it's poetic, but it'll get the U.S. going. No doubt about that. Anytime you include their little Jewish lapdogs, you'll get an exponential reaction."
Chapter 56. Hearing that 2 men were coming down the stairs was the last thing I wanted. I knew Yuri or Vlad would be worried about security, but didn't figure they'd do some sort of check all the mailboxes and pull up the manhole covers security review, which is why I'd manipulated the lock to an old storage room next to the kitchen, right below the meeting site. Just great. Every second I wasted hiding was a second I wouldn't have of the conversation. Jennifer was already breaking out a cattail, a pencil-thin flexible cable with a camera on the end. It was no more high speed than a multitude of cable cameras on the market, with the exception that it mated to our smartphones via Bluetooth, giving us a built-in monitor without having to plug a USB cable into a computer. She slid it under the door, rotating the lens to get the view right side up while I killed the small lamp we'd found. In the glow of her phone, I saw the pair turn the corner from the stairwell and hold up, staring down the darkened hallway at the row of doors presented. This would be the key, no pun intended. If they tried the lock of the first door they found and kept moving, we'd be good. If they attempted to disable the lock and enter the room, we were in for a world of hurt. I said, "Keep watching them," and went to explore the back of the storage room. I'd cleared it earlier, but that had been just to make sure we weren't interrupting some waiters stealing a nap. Now I needed to find an alternate exit. At the right corner was a collection of tables, one overturned on top of another. Above the stack, the ceiling tiles had been moved, showing an iron rib holding up the roof. I climbed up and flashed my pen light inside, seeing we could plug ourselves there. But we'd definitely be cornered. I heard Jennifer hiss. I went back out front and said, "We can get into the ceiling. If they check further than that, we're screwed." She said, "Don't worry about it. All they did was rattle that door and kept moving. We're good. They're 2 doors down and still coming." Woo. I called Daniel. "I've an idea. I'm going to suck in everyone's phone, then isolate all with a Russian country code. I'll send a text to those phones, one at a time, basically duplicating an ad for the local cell service here. You see who looks at their phone. If it's Vlad or Yuri, we're good. If it's someone else, we keep going. You copy?" Jennifer withdrew the cattail and held a finger to her lips. I watched the doorknob go left and right, an irrational fear spiking that the lock would fail and they'd fling it open. They did not. She stuck the cattail back under and gave me a thumbs up. I said into the radio, "Daniel, you copy?" He said, "Roger, standing by." I fired up the Goblin, and it began to do its work. Within 15 seconds, it held 6 phones with Russian country codes. I pulled up the text messaging on my smartphone, scrolled until I found the Vodafone ad I'd received earlier, then typed the exact same message into the Goblin. I targeted the first phone and hit send, knowing the message would register with some weird number like 404-05. It would look real. Daniel said, "Security man at the other table just looked at his phone." Roger. I targeted the next one on the list. Daniel said, "Nothing. Might be the guys walking around down here." I hit the third, and Daniel said, "Yuri just looked at his phone and set it on the table." Bingo. I rejected the other phones and kept his. I said, "You're a go. That's the phone we want." I read off the number, and he went to work. A minute later, I was getting Russian over Wi-Fi, all of it recorded for posterity. I was proud of myself for solving the problem, right up until the conversation ended a mere minute later. "That was quick," I said. "What's going on? I have no more voice." Daniel said, "Vlad stood up. He's leaving. Yuri's still in his seat." Damn it. Okay. We stay until Yuri clears the area. Once that's done, we can break down. I wanted some ability to target Yuri, some clue in their conversation, but the meeting hadn't gone on very long. I wondered if I'd recorded enough information to facilitate future operations.
Chapter 57. Vladimir Malikov exited the elevator, nodded at the lone security guard, and entered the mass of people on Istiklal Caddesi. The crowd split around him as they fought to reach a tram running down the middle of the street, people hopping on and off as it rolled along. He pulled a felt hat down on his head and began weaving through the throng, walking back to the Russian consulate. He passed the Church of St. Anthony of Padua, now locked up to prevent the revelers from invading and defacing the stone with graffiti. He paused to listen to a man and woman sing a cappella in the foyer of the front gate, a mass of people listening. He joined them, blending into the throng. He pretended to enjoy the entertainment, as if he gave a shit about their voices, but really used the pause to conduct a quick surveillance check. He saw nothing. He began walking again, reflecting on his conversation with Yuri. Before, the man had been obsequious to the point of embarrassment, but tonight he had been more forceful, more prepared to rebut what Vlad had said. On the one hand, it was to be expected. Vlad's reputation had always preceded him, and it was larger than life, to the point that people who had not met him compared him to some boogeyman from a nightmare. When the men saw that he really was a human, they tended to lose their abject fear. But allowing even a hint of insubordination was unacceptable. When this mission was done, he might have to make an example of Yuri, rekindle the impaler reputation, as it were. What most concerned him now was Yuri's quest to leverage Vlad's source in the United States, the asset known as Angus. Clearly, he wanted vengeance for the loss of his men, and he wanted the asset to set the Americans up for him. He would push for access again, Vlad was sure, and such prodding might cause issues if it piqued the interest of the wrong men. Such knowledge was a valuable commodity, and not something to be shared. Vlad had been coy when discussing Angus, as if he was in complete control as the primary case officer. But in truth, he knew little about the man. Vlad hadn't even known he existed until 2 years ago, when he'd been directly handed the communication methods by the President of Russia. At that time, he'd been given strict orders not to initiate any contact whatsoever. His only job was to respond and report. Since that time, he'd learned of Angus having facilitated Snowden Calypso's escape to Russia, the collapse of the U.S.-planned military strikes on Syria, and a host of other national strategic intelligence priorities. But he still didn't know where the asset worked. It had to be somewhere very high up, since the President of Russia was the one who had passed the connection. But if so, how is it he didn't know about this new U.S. team? Yuri's question had been spot on. How could Angus know the location of the thumb drive, meaning he had direct access to a Mossad leak, which would be very, very sensitive, and yet not know an American team was on the hunt for it? It either meant the team was something above Angus's clearance, which, given what he'd already accomplished, just didn't seem possible, or someone suspected him and had cut him out deliberately. The thought hit Vlad hard. Had someone kept Angus out in the cold on purpose, he thought. It was something to explore, but he'd have to get permission to initiate contact. The last thing they needed was Angus getting turned and facilitating their own security disasters. He passed by the Swedish consulate and approached a crowd, all listening to a man playing a guitar. He threw some money into a pot and circled around behind him, not wanting to walk into the street with the mob of half-drunks. He skirted along the building's wall until it disappeared, an alley snaking off in the gloom, no more than 4 feet across. A woman with a small cart appeared, selling handmade goods. Before Vlad could protest, she draped what looked like a flower on a ribbon around his neck. Aggravated at the sales tactic, he started to pull it off, and saw it wasn't a flower. It was a plastic medal that looked like Olympic gold. He heard a minibike coming down the alley, and his fate crystallized. The hunters had found his secret. Holding the toy medal in one hand, eyes wide, he turned to the woman and saw the black tunnel of a barrel capped by a large suppressor aimed at his chest. The assassin bared her teeth. He said, "Wait, wait," and she pulled the trigger. 2 short coughs drowned out by the guitar player and the clapping crowd. He hit the ground backward, the blood from his destroyed heart leaking into the cobblestones. He screamed as loud as he could, hearing a whimper escape like air from a hole in a balloon. The woman yanked the toy medal from his neck and stuck something in his shirt, wiping his blood with it. She got on the back of the motorcycle and turned, looking back at him. As the life drained out of his body, he thought he saw compassion. He held his hand out to her. It hung in the air for 1 second, then fell to the ground. She tapped the driver of the minibike, and in the waning glow of his brain, he understood it wasn't compassion. It was the opposite. She wanted to ensure he would die. With her eyes still on him, she placed a helmet on her head and snapped down the visor. He saw his body in the reflection, a twisted, cracked thing. It reminded him of something, but he couldn't remember what. The motorbike left, and he couldn't remember anything at all.
Chapter 58. I woke up the next morning itching to get my translation of Vlad's meeting from the Taskforce, barely able to contain my anticipation. I went into the anteroom of the suite and saw my phone blinking. Kurt had called. What's up with that? I thought. It was 7 a.m., which meant it was midnight in the States. I dialed him back, hearing the crypto software program going through its handshake. I heard a noise that sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher. It grew stronger, and I realized it was Kurt, yelling before the encryption took hold. When it cleared, his voice came in loud and clear, and I got an immediate earful. Hello, can you fucking hear me now? Yes, sir, I got you. What the fuck are you doing over there? You killed the head of the Russian Secret Service? What? Whoa. Wait, sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Jennifer came out in her robe, the front open and a little smile on her face from something that had happened before I'd seen the phone. She saw my expression, and I waved her to the door, where our newspaper would be hanging on the other side. Kurt said, "We just got word that the head of the FSB, Vladimir Malakov, was assassinated in Istanbul. Tell me that wasn't you." What the hell, I thought. That wasn't me, I swear. This is the first I'm hearing about it. We did the collection mission just like I told you, and I sent the MP3 back for translation. Nothing else, no drama. Jennifer had her robe closed and the Turkish newspaper opened, and sure enough, on the front page was a picture of Vlad the Impaler, although I'd seen him looking a hell of a lot better just hours earlier. The story said they'd found him clutching a blood-stained computer printout of a Chechen named Musa Atiev, apparently some type of spokesman for the Chechen insurgency. He'd been murdered in Istanbul in 2011, with almost everyone pointing the finger at the Russians. The paper's conclusion reported that Vlad's death was a revenge killing. I didn't believe that for a damn minute, although I hedged my bets on the phone. The news here says he was found with a picture of a Chechen murdered in Istanbul in 2011, and the Israelis told me that Yuri, the guy who killed our men, was a member of some team called the Berlin Group, that ran all over the world killing Chechen insurgent leadership. He's done 3 in Istanbul alone. Kurt came back still with unbridled fury. And you want me to believe this has nothing to do with you passing off classified information to the Israeli Mossad? You talk to them about a Russian, and he conveniently ends up dead 12 hours later. Sir, I'm telling you, I had nothing to do with this. Nothing. It's either a revenge hit, or it's something outside my control. Outside your control is what worries me. I said, Sir, let me get back to you. Okay, Pike. You send me a message as soon as you figure out what the hell is going on. For now, I'm not mentioning a damn word about your plans to the council. The news story stands until I hear otherwise. I said, Thank you, sir. But he'd already hung up. I turned to Jennifer and saw she'd heard enough of the conversation to understand. My anger was reflected in the fear on her face, fear of what I was about to do. I said, Those motherfuckers, they took my information and completely ignored us. They conveniently facilitated our mission to keep us occupied while they killed Vlad. I was throwing on my clothes as I spoke, the anger building up. Jennifer began dressing as well, attempting to tamp down the flame. Pike, it looks bad, but you don't know. It might be them, that's all. I sat down and put on my boots, cinching the laces as if I were trying to garrote someone's neck. Bullshit. I don't know. Those bastards undercut us. She threw on her sandals, hopping on one leg and following me to the door. I think you should calm down. I'm sure they have their side of the story. I flung open the door and stalked into the hall, saying, Let's go hear it. I knew the location of at least one Israeli room from the night I'd seen the videos, and it was only 2 floors above me. I ignored the elevator, banging open the door to the stairwell and taking the stairs 2 at a time. I heard Jennifer's sandals clacking right behind me. I broke out into the hallway and went into a light jog, fueled forward by my sense of betrayal. I reached down, and Jennifer grabbed my arm right before I brought my fist down. Pike, stop. I started to rip my arm out of her grasp, pissed at her interference, when her eyes caught mine. No longer wearing the brown contacts, they were gray ice and shooting sparks. She said, Calm down. Anyone else? And that wouldn't have made a shit's worth of difference. With her, it caused a complete deflation of my anger. She slowly shook her head back and forth, and all 215 pounds of me turned into a bowl of Jell-O. I fucking hated it. I pulled her hand away from my arm and said, Okay, damn it. I won't go in swinging, but I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. Can you live with that? She squinted her eyes, unsure if I was telling the truth. I filed the look away, surprised and happy to realize that she didn't understand the depths of her hold on me. I could bluff and get away with it. Something to remember. She said, Go ahead, but you turn into an ass, and I'm taking over. I banged on the door, my entire attack plan decimated by some acrobatic chick I'd had the misfortune to meet a couple of years ago. I am pathetic. There was a flash in the peephole, and I heard the chain being removed. When it opened, I saw Aaron. He said, Pike, a surprise. Why are you here so early? Chapter 59. I pushed the door, throwing him back. I said, Cut the shit. You fucking killed the head of the FSB because of information I gave you. You didn't coordinate with me. You didn't inform me. You didn't do a goddamn thing but ignore me. I cleared the door, allowing it to close, and saw Daniel and Shoshana deeper in the room. Daniel's arms crossed behind his back. I knew what that meant. Aaron said, We had no such agreement. I facilitated your operation against Yuri, and took appropriate action against a target of the State of Israel. You fucking liar, you used me, letting me think the operation I conducted was to facilitate a follow-on mission against Yuri. All you wanted was to get me out of the way. You had no intention of a follow-on. I advanced into the room, and Daniel brought his arms forward, showing a Glock just like last time. Truthfully, because of Jennifer, my anger had been a little forced up until that point, a little make-believe. When I saw the weapon, it spiked again for real. I said, You think that thing is going to protect you? I looked at Aaron. Remember what I told you about trying to harm anyone on my team? Shoshana seemed to realize the elevation of my anger from fake to real, understood the terrain I was now on, She put her hand on Aaron's arm and said something into his ear. He said, "Pike, calm down. We did what you wanted." I clenched my fist and said, "Bullshit, man. You did what you wanted. Yuri's going to flee now. No matter what I found out from that meeting, it's irrelevant. Best case, he would have given the details for a follow-on meeting we could interdict. That'll never happen now. Never. And my damn command thinks I tricked them into letting me assassinate Vlad." He said, "Yuri was never my target. After your information, all my command wanted was Vlad. Sorry, but as you Americans say, they don't call it show friends. It's show business." His admitting to purposefully using me sparked my anger like a match touched to gasoline. I snapped toward him, drawing my arm back. I saw Daniel raising the Glock, and I shifted mid-stride, ducking low. I wrapped my left arm over his wrist, wrapping his gun hand, and swept his legs out from under him. He slammed backward into the ground, and I jerked the Glock from his hand, flinging it toward the front door, my subconscious understanding that the last thing I needed was a gun in my hand. I said, "I fucking told you who the weapon was, asshole," and punched him square in the face, once, twice, 3 times. His head slammed the hardwood floor, and I heard someone shout. I whirled and saw Shoshana aiming her weapon at my head, a foot away. Her expression was stone, showing me she intended to use it. I growled, and she locked eyes with me, shaking her head slowly from side to side. We both heard a slide rack, and Aaron was forced into view. Jennifer holding Daniel's weapon to his skull, her other hand in his hair. Hands in the air, he said, "In all fairness, you never told Daniel you were the weapon. You told me. It's probably my fault for not relaying." Shoshana looked at Jennifer and said, "Put that down. You know you won't use it." I said, "You put your weapon down, or I'm going to shove it up your ass." Jennifer said, "Jesus, Pike, stop it." To Shoshana she said, "I'm dropping my weapon. You do what you will, but we mean no harm." Daniel was slowly rising from the floor, rubbing his face. Before I could stop it, she released the magazine, racked the slide, and handed the weapon to him. He took it with a look of shock. Shoshana nodded, then dropped her weapon to her side, but didn't clear it. I glared at Jennifer and said, "You know, I could have taken her." Shoshana said, "Wouldn't help. I don't swing that way." I turned and saw her smirk, proud of her ability to yank my chain, not unlike Jennifer herself. But I also saw respect. She was at least halfway on my side. I said, "So I understand from Jennifer. Apparently females can sort that out through telepathy." Shoshana gave Jennifer a sidelong glance, and the gaze aggravated the shit out of me, as she probably wanted. Jennifer saw my expression and rolled her eyes. Aaron said, "Actually, Shoshana is good at that sort of thing. I don't know how, but she found you." "Huh, so me ripping her off the back of a motorcycle is her finding me? I guess that's right in line with you not fucking me over. Do me a favor and shut the hell up." Aaron held his hands up again and said, "As you wish." Jennifer heard the words and flashed her eyes from me to him. He saw the look and said, "What?" I said, "Nothing, damn it." To Jennifer I said, "Stop that, it's a coincidence." The words, "as you wish," held a special meaning for Jennifer and me, but I'd be damned if she was going to take the fluke and turn this into some psychic connection. I'd had enough of that with Shoshana. The whole conversation was turning into a comedy of who's on first, and it was getting me nowhere. I said, "Look, I ought to beat you within an inch of your life, but I'm done. You screwed me over and you win. I got played, and you got what you wanted. We're out of here." I started walking toward the door, and Shoshana said, "Sort of like you tossing me into the filthy cistern water, huh?" Hand on the doorknob, I said, "That was just business. Yuri is personal." She said, "So was Vlad. Don't stomp out of here like you lost. You screwed us over first." I read her eyes and saw the truth of what had happened last night. I said, "You pulled the trigger, didn't you? And you know what I mean. I trusted you. The ghosts of my men trusted you. This isn't just business. Of anyone, I thought you people would understand that." She started to utter a smart retort, but the words died on her lips after she saw the real pain on my face. She looked at Aaron. He said, I'm sorry, Pike, I truly am. You would have done the same in my shoes. I opened the door and let Jennifer out. Shoshana stepped forward and said, "We don't leave here for another day." Behind her, I saw Daniel glowering with his Glock, and Aaron stone-faced. Not a lot of encouragement. I said, "So?" She glanced back at Aaron and said, "So maybe you can come up with something else that'll hit Israeli interests." I said, "Sure. I'd love to give you a shot at screwing me over again." She winked and said, "Maybe I just want another shot at Jennifer." The comment left me speechless, my mouth opening and closing with nothing coming out. She closed the door in my face.
Chapter 60. Yuri felt the wheels leave the earth and was embarrassed to realize he was relieved, happy to have lived long enough to get on an airplane out of Istanbul after the death of Vlad. He'd awoken this morning thinking of Akimbo and the various contingencies that could occur, the usual amount of mission planning that happened this close to execution. He'd turned on the news and literally fallen into the hotel chair at what he saw, shocked to his core. Yuri knew that if anyone else was on the target deck, he was a front-runner. And if they could get to Vlad, they were probably tracking him right now. He'd ordered an immediate evacuation for his team, sending most on their way to Berlin, but he kept his communications expert with him in Istanbul. He'd already given them a brief the night before, right after he'd returned from his meeting with Vlad, preparing them for the journey to Berlin. All he'd done this morning was speed up the process. Originally, he'd decided on travel by train because of the lax border crossing he'd witnessed coming from Bulgaria, which would facilitate the infiltration of their weapons and communications package into the European Union. The odds of discovery were virtually nil, since there was no chance of a Russian being selected for a random search at the Bulgarian border. Once across, they would be in the EU and not subject to another search for the rest of the trip. He'd remained behind, telling them he'd come via commercial air later in the day. In truth, he was unsure if he would follow, even unsure if the mission was still a go after Vlad's death. But he had to get them out of Istanbul, and Berlin was as good as anywhere else, in fact, better. There were a few hard rules that Yuri always followed while in Istanbul, especially since his targeted killing of the Chechens 2 years ago. One of those was to never enter the Russian consulate because of the risk of association and the subsequent lack of invisibility. But the assassination of Vlad overcame any fear of discovery. With his control dead, he needed to get inside to the secure communications room, and he had no illusions about ever coming back to Istanbul. It was a risk, but worth the reward. He was granted access without incident, and as he expected, the consulate was vibrating from Vlad's death, with people scampering about and phones ringing. Before long, he was brought to the secure room. He closed the outer door, then entered a shielded room within a room called the Bubble. Using an ancient secure telephone, he dialed his old control, but someone he didn't know answered. After a brief conversation, he hung up and dialed another office. Once again, he was connected with an unfamiliar FSB officer. He left his name and location before disconnecting. He exited the Bubble and asked the secretary for the office Vlad was using. She directed him down the hall. He found it with little effort due to the noise coming out. He entered and saw 4 men digging out files and folders, stuffing them into a satchel. One turned and said, "Who are you?" "I'm Yarilo. Vlad was my control." The man stared at him for a second, then said, "And what do you want here?" "I'm in the middle of a mission. I gave him my laptop last night. I need to get it back." "We've already been to his hotel. The only laptop was an FSB one." Yuri had no idea if a separate laptop existed, but thought it a good bet. Vlad's American asset had contacted him somehow, and he assumed it was through the massive data flow of the Internet vice, something like a phone call that the NSA could suck up and trace. He was also betting that the asset was so protected that he would be firewalled from just about anything and anyone else at the FSB, meaning a communication method air-gapped from whatever malicious eavesdropping software would surely be installed in an issued FSB computer. Yuri said, "Have you seen one here?" Before the man could answer, the secretary entered, meekly saying, "Yarilo? Are you Yarilo?" "Yes." "You have a phone call in the bubble. Someone from the president's office." The men in the room quit working at her words, the mention of the president bringing them up short. They watched him leave in silence. He retraced his steps, wondering who on earth would call him here. Hoping it was his old control, he re-entered the bubble, closed the door, and said, "Yes?" "Yarilo?" "Yes. I understand you have lost your control, but we want to make sure you are still working your mission. You have your orders, correct?" "May I ask who this is?" "No, but I speak for the president. You will continue with your mission." "Understood?" Yuri stared at the wall, unsure what to say, unsure that the man on the other end wasn't trying to trick him. Finally he said, "How do I know you speak for the president? How do I know you're even privy to the mission my last control gave me?" "I know all about the mission. I know your file for Barbarossa II. I know your asset is in Berlin, and I know what he's there to collect. Don't force me to prove it. That would be unwise." Yuri swallowed and said, "Yes, sir. Understood." "You still have your contact method with Vlad, the email address?" "Yes." "That is how we will communicate. Send a report every day. If I require further information or I have a change, I will respond. Otherwise, just assume we are listening." "Yes, sir." "Any other questions?" "No." "Good luck." And Yuri heard the phone disconnect. He held the old handset for a moment, staring at it as if he would glean some further information. A relic from the Cold War, it reminded him of how his life was still buried in the past, how his country was still buried in the past, and how he now had the means to bring it forward. Vlad's death should have left him adrift. Instead, it made him feel whole. The future of the motherland was now his responsibility. Before, he was but a tool, one of many working for the Russian Federation. Now, he was the master, the one man remaining who could revive Russian greatness. With the death of Vlad, it rested on his shoulders alone. Chapter 61. Yuri left the bubble, walked down the hall, and re-entered the office Vlad had been using. The four men were wrapping up their work, the room looking more like a display in a furniture store now, with all evidence of Vlad's presence gone. Yuri said, "Did you find a laptop?" "Not a laptop per se, but a cheap netbook." "Is that what you were looking for?" "Yes, where is it?" "In the inventory satchel. We have our orders. You want it, you'll have to go through headquarters." Feeling the power of his phone call, Yuri said, "I just did. Give it to me." The men looked at each other, unsure what to do. Yuri played on the fear he had just experienced, played on the paranoia that permeated his service, understanding how Vlad operated for the first time. He said, "Give me the fucking netbook. My crypt is Yarilo. Put that on a receipt and turn it in. You will get no pushback. On the other hand, if I put that name in a situation report and tell them how you obstructed my mission, you will regret ever having come to Istanbul." With no further argument,
They'd given him the netbook. He'd taken it back to his hotel room and passed it to his communications man, telling him to clone the drive and bypass any security. While the team member worked on hacking the hard drive, he'd purchased plane tickets for both of them to Berlin. By the time he checked out of the hotel, the clone was done, transferred to another cheap netbook. He hadn't had a chance to explore the new computer, and patiently waited for the seatbelt light in his aircraft to go dark. Finally, it did. He retrieved the netbook from the overhead bin and booted it up. In addition to bypassing the security of the original netbook, his communications operator had collated all potentially interesting files on the desktop. Dismayed, Yuri saw more than 200. He spent close to an hour wading through irrelevant documents that would do him no good. Finally, he found something interesting: protocols for covert communication using the deep web and Tor. Vlad was from the old generation of chalk markings and physical dead drops. While he could leverage technology, it had always remained somewhat foreign. Clearly, someone had provided Vlad the cheat sheet as a reference for the application. Yuri realized that he was looking at the communication for the American asset. He put all of the instructions together and saw how serious the asset treated his own safety. Not content to use anything provided by the FSB, the man clearly understood how corrupted the Russian systems had been by the American NSA. Before Snowden's arrival. Yuri considered his next steps. According to the instructions he'd found, even Vlad was restricted from initiating contact with the asset. He was allowed to receive the intelligence the asset sent, but could never attempt to task the man for anything. Clearly, the FSB was afraid the asset would vanish if pushed. The thought gave Yuri some hesitation, but he made a decision, one that would reverberate far deeper than he intended. He connected to the in-flight wireless and began the laborious process of establishing his own NIM email account. Once that was done, he accessed the Tor network, then the Blofeld SMS service, typing out a simple message. An introduction. He took the SMS URL and placed that into an encrypted email on the NIM remailer network, working through a labyrinth of layers. Finally complete, he stared at the screen, seeing nothing but a URL and an email message. Innocuous to anyone looking, but as volatile as the weapon he was about to retrieve in Berlin. Well, potentially to him, anyway. He knew if he let the message fly, he might be causing his own death. He was playing in an arena at the highest level of his government, a place beyond anything he'd participated within before, and a government that had no compunction about killing. Yuri, more so than most, knew that because he himself was one of their tools of destruction. Yuri's finger hovered over the Enter key, knowing if he hit it, the asset could very well disappear forever. Or worse, contact the FSB about his disloyalty. It was a risk, but Yuri couldn't accomplish his second mission without the asset's help, exterminating the team that had killed his men, specifically the female. He thought about Dmitri falling from the scaffolding, screaming all the way down. Replayed in his mind the pathetic attempt to catch the body, the force driving him into the ground as Dmitri's head exploded on contact with the stone. Remembering the promise he'd made as the female assassin ran out of the museum. The promise to skin her alive. And he hit send. Chapter 62. Kurt Hale wondered how Bruce Tupper would present himself in his first formal Oversight Council meeting. He was one of the first to arrive and had sat silently, not even acknowledging the other men who entered,
acting like he was still a little steamed about having been kept in the dark. In truth, when Kurt had told them that Pike was attempting to track the team who'd killed his men, even after he'd been ordered to stand down, everyone in the Oval Office had become a little steamed, to put it mildly. He'd cushioned the report, stating that Pike was still working the chiclet thread, trying to decipher a terrorist threat, and that the men who'd killed Decoy were a part of that. On the surface, the report was true, but Kurt knew that Chiclet had taken a back seat, and Pike was hunting the killers on his own. Now, with the head of the FSB dead a mere 12 hours after Pike had accused the Russians of the murders, Kurt knew it looked like Pike was running his own assassination ring. He'd been more than a little relieved at the digital recording of Vlad's meeting, as it showed a distinct threat, something that would help with the Oversight Council. President Warren was the last to arrive, and as usual he wasted little time on pleasantries. Every Oversight Council meeting he attended had to be explained. Someone had to account for the time interval in official journals, making it appear as if he were somewhere else. As the President of the United States, his attendance alone was asking for compromise. All it would take was a single question of where he was at X time, and the crack might turn into a flood. Because of that, he tended to keep the meeting short. Kurt got out a single, "Sir," and President Warren rolled his hand, telling him to get on with it. Kurt nodded and brought up his first slide, a summary of where they stood with Decoy and an assessment of the status of the Taskforce cover. He said, "Knuckles has control of the remains now, and a reservation on a flight tomorrow, Istanbul time, to bring him home. Brett took Retro in the Gulfstream to Ramstein, and he's been successfully entered into Landstuhl Hospital as a member of the 5th Special Forces Group from Afghanistan. Brett's got a few issues with tail numbers on the bird, but we don't see—" Secretary of State Billings said, Whoa. Am I the only one who watched the news this morning? Your top story isn't the death of Vladimir Malikov, the head of the Russian state security apparatus?" Here we go, thought Kurt. Kurt's face remained neutral. He said, "Sir, I'm aware of the killing, but it has nothing to do with the current problem set. It isn't a task force issue." Billings gave a theatrical look of incredulity, making Kurt want to punch him. He said, "You told us yesterday that Pike believed the Russian government was protecting Akimbo, and in so doing they had killed task force members. You went so far as to say you thought Pike was attempting to track them. Now, a day later, the head of the Russian intelligence agency is dead. You're saying that's just a coincidence?" Kurt said, "Secretary Billings, I've spoken to Pike, and I can assure you that the task force had nothing to do with the killing of Vladimir. Pike was working the Akimbo connection, period. Billings scoffed and said, "Convenient, don't you think?" Kurt let out a breath and said, "Sir, I'm not the person to ask about the assassination of the FSB chief. From what I've seen, it was a retaliation hit by Chechens. But you'd have to ask Mr. Bostwick or Mr. Tupper. This is their field." Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, said, "John, that's what it's looking like. The FSB has a history of killing Chechens. This is nothing more than a retaliatory hit." Billings said, "Bruce, what's your take?" Kurt thought Tupper looked a little green, but given the amount of information he'd been read onto in the last few days, he understood the emotion. Tupper said, "I believe their mission's just caught up to them, like the killing of our chief of base at Camp Chapman in Afghanistan. Sooner or later, the hunter becomes the hunted." His words hung in the air. The slow wisp of the overhead air conditioning vent, the only noise. Kurt watched Billings, waited on his response. He said, "So Pike Logan gets a pass yet again." He looked at President Warren. "Sir, we're not going to continue this charade, are we?
Does the fact that this asshole runs amok without any oversight scare the shit out of anyone besides me?" The statement was the segue Kurt wanted. He said, "Secretary Billings, Pike continued working the associations with Akimbo even after Decoy's death, and he's found a distinct threat. I understand your reticence, but if he hadn't taken the initiative, we'd be in the dark." "Bullshit. Jesus, that's what you bastards always say. Every time someone dies, it's for the greater good." He was working himself into a full-on spastic frenzy when President Warren raised a hand, shutting him down. Warren asked, "What do you mean? What threat?" Kurt said, "Sir, Pike penetrated a meeting with Vladimir Malikov hours before he was assassinated. He recorded the conversation, and it's worth following up." He clicked to the next slide and said, "Vladimir Malikov and Yuri Gorshenko met last night at a restaurant in Istanbul. Pike managed to clone one of their cell phones and turn it into a remote microphone. According to what we could ascertain, they're planning an attack against American or Israeli interests." Carey, the CIA director, read the summary and said, "This transcript is the best you could do?" Kurt maintained his stone face and said, "The phone was on the table in a crowded restaurant. For context, imagine if you called someone on your cell phone in a venue full of people. Instead of talking with the phone to your ear, you set the cell phone on the table, then continued the conversation. That's what we were dealing with." The Secretary of Defense read the summary slide and said, "So you think this Thor's hammer is an RDD? We've talked about that before, but it's never panned out." RDD stood for Radiological Dispersion Device, an acronym Kurt hated. In his opinion, it was putting lipstick on a pig, like calling a common streetwalker a sex care provider. Kurt said, "Yes, sir, we do. While a lot of the recording is unintelligible, we can clearly hear Vladimir say, 'dirty bomb.' And Yuri states he fears that Russia will be blamed, presumably because of how hard it is to get radiological material, which is why this scenario has never panned out before. It takes a state system to cooperate. In this case, Russia." President Warren said, "And you feel this is tied into Akimbo? He's the one that will release it." "Yes, sir. He's not mentioned by name, but they do discuss procuring documents and providing funding, and he was the linkage that led to the meeting in the first place." The President's National Security Advisor, Alexander Palmer, asked, "What's the target?" "We don't know. They specifically mention that the target is not in the continental United States, and also mention striking Jewish lapdogs. Initially, this would indicate Israel is the target, but the reason given for ignoring the U.S. is our security. Getting radiological material into Israel would be exponentially worse, so we don't believe it's either country. At this time, all we can do is exclude the two. We can't get any more refinement without further exploration." "Why? What does Russia gain by facilitating Boko Haram?" "Most of that answer is tied up in the target. We can't analyze why they would do it without knowing what they want to hit. But rest assured, Russia would hurt the U.S. any chance it can get." Carey nodded and said, "I agree. Russia has never become a real democracy, and it's now ruled by a bunch of KGB thugs. If they see a benefit, they'll kill innocents without issue." Palmer said, "What about interdicting the material, short-circuiting the whole plan?" "Same problem as the target question. All we know is the stuff is somewhere in Berlin. They mention a museum, but that's it. Actually, we don't even know if it's in Berlin. It might simply be close enough to use the city as a base." President Warren said, "What are you recommending?" "Well, I would say give me Omega for an operation in Berlin, but there are significant elements to consider. One, the only thread we have, is the leader of the so-called Berlin group. We have Yuri Gorshenko's cell number and can track it. But he's a member of the Russian FSB, a state entity and thus outside the charter of the Taskforce. Kurt saw Bruce Tupper shaking his head, but he continued. Two, the only team that can react in time is Pike's, and that means it's going to be just him and Jennifer. I can't pull Knuckles from the recovery mission without causing significant risk to the task force cover. And Brett's tied up with Retro in the hospital. President Warren said, "It seems Issue 2 makes Issue 1 a moot point. You don't have enough men to execute, even if it were a sanctioned task force target. Are you saying you want to wait until Brett and Knuckles are free?" "No, sir. I can get Brett in motion in another day, 2 at the most, and he's already in Germany. But that's still not enough manpower. Knuckles can be free in maybe 3 days, but the problem won't wait that long. We need to start moving immediately. Pike thinks he could do the mission as a joint operation, using the men who helped him with the eavesdropping mission, which means working the target with the Mossad." Billings said, "Absolutely not. I can't believe we're even considering this. 2 days ago, Pike Logan flouted every bit of authority we had. I wouldn't let him be in charge of the janitorial pool at this point, much less let him freelance with another intelligence agency. This is crazy." The Secretary of Defense rolled his eyes and said, "It wasn't that big of a deal. If he hadn't, we wouldn't even know about the threat. Which, by the way, is a radiological dispersion device, a fucking dirty bomb. I'd be willing to work with the devil to prevent that thing from being released." Billings said, "You do this, and you'll get your wish. Pike is the devil." President Warren raised his hand and said, "Enough. Put it to a vote." As the Chief of Staff for the Oversight Council, Alexander Palmer nodded and said, "All in favor of authorizing Pike to work with the Israelis? Say so now." Kurt saw everyone's hand except 2. Palmer said, "Those opposed." Secretary of State Jonathan Billings and Director of National Intelligence Bruce Tupper raised their hands. Billings said, "This is a mistake." President Warren said, "So noted. Bruce, what's your concern?" "You're doing exactly what I said you'd do. Exactly what happens to every secret organization, no matter how well-intentioned. You're breaking your own rules." Palmer said, "There's no rule about working with other intelligence agencies, but you're about to authorize the task force to go after a state target. Aren't you? Otherwise, why vote?" Palmer said nothing. President Warren said, "I understand your concern, but in this case the threat is worth the expansion of the charter. The only reason that rule was made was to prevent a duplication of effort with the established intelligence architecture. It wasn't for some prevention of nefarious action." Tupper turned to Kurt and said, "What about equipment? Are we expecting the Israelis to provide that as well?" "No. When we started the task force, we placed equipment caches in just about every major European city. Berlin is one of them." Tupper said, "How will he service it? What happens if he's found trying to recover the cache? There's more to this mission than simply waltzing in and interdicting the Russians. It's not like it's buried or built into the wall of a building. We didn't go all Cold War like you guys did. He'll be able to access it fairly easily." "So he already knows where it is?" Wondering why the DNI was beating through the weeds, Kurt said, "No. He knows the cities, but he'll have to link up with an in-country asset." "How will he do that?" Palmer said, "Christ, Bruce, who gives a shit? He answered the question." Tupper said, "Sorry, but it's the mundane things that get your cover blown. Just my old case officer coming out." Kurt said, "Sir, he'll get an email on his Grow Your Recovery Services VPN. It'll come from the Taskforce headquarters, but look like it's coming from his server. It'll give him the bona fides and the location for the link-up. Trust me, we put some thought into this." Tupper nodded, saying nothing more. President Warren went from face to face, then said, "Okay, are we granting Omega to Pike?"
Chapter 63. I disconnected the VPN, staring out the window at the Istanbul skyline. I heard Jennifer say something, but the words didn't penetrate. Again, she said, "Did Kurt just say what I thought he said? Are we cleared hot to engage the Israelis?" I closed the laptop lid. Yes, we are. But it's chiclet only. No freelancing. Apparently those Russian assholes who almost killed us are actively trying to kill a hell of a lot more people using him. What's that mean? It means Shoshana gets a chance to hit on you again. I felt Shoshana's eyes on me through the door peephole. She cracked it and looked left and right down the hallway, presumably for a pack of American ninjas preparing to attack. She saw it was just Jennifer and me, then opened it wider, saying, My, you two just can't stay away." I pushed through the door, saying I couldn't stop thinking about you. Shoshana's face shone in a genuine smile. "That must be torture, like a Bedouin craving ice cream, a mythical thing that'll never happen." I said, "A man can dream." "He's in the back room. Go give it your best shot. Jennifer can stay out here with me." She would be honored, but fair warning, she already has her mythical wish. Shoshana said, "That being you, I suppose?" "Yup." I winked at Jennifer, and she rolled her eyes up to the ceiling, clearly not amused at our witty repartee. Daniel exited the bath just as I entered the bedroom, one eye black and the left side of his face swollen. Aaron was packing a bag on the bed. I said, "How come every time I visit the entire team is here? Do all of you sleep together? In America, we get a per diem for each person. The Mossad doesn't pay for separate rooms? Man, I thought you folks being cheap was just a stereotype." Daniel tossed aside the hand towel he was using and advanced on me, his jaw quivering. Aaron said, "Stop." He did so, but he wasn't happy about it. Aaron said, "To what do we owe the pleasure?" I said, "I need your help. I got the translation from the meeting, and it's pretty bad." He carried the suitcase into the other room, saying, "I've told you this before. I can't do anything because they killed your men. I'm sorry." I followed, Daniel right behind me, rubbing his hands together like he was itching to get them around my neck. I said, Yeah, I heard you. It's not show friends, yada yada yada. I'm not here because of my men. Vlad and Yuri weren't stopped by your interdiction of the Syrian." I now had his full attention. Aaron said, "What do you mean?" "I mean Yuri's on the hunt regardless of you smoking Vlad. He's executing a plan, and if we don't interdict it, a lot of people are going to die, specifically Jewish people." "How do I know you aren't just saying that? Telling me a lie to manipulate my team? Because unlike you, I wouldn't do that. If I'm lying, you can keep Jennifer." Aaron smiled at my words. Shoshana tried to maintain a stoic face, but she couldn't. Even Daniel let a small grin slip out. Only Jennifer failed to see the humor. Aaron said, "I'll have to send a message back before I can do anything. I'll need some proof." I said, "I'll show you what I learned from the meeting. But it's still just my word that it's the actual translation. Do what you must, but make it quick. Yuri's not going to wait on us to catch up."
Chapter 64. Yuri left 2 men at the entrance to the warehouse and carried the case inside. The cool fog of dawn exchanged for the pungent smell of bat guano and stale oil. At 25 kilograms, the case was awkward but not impossible for one man to manage. Yuri had always scoffed at the hysterical Western news reports of suitcase nukes, with pictures of something the size of a briefcase. Yes, Thor's hammer was man-portable, but the container was more like a footlocker than a briefcase. He swept his feet along the ground, kicking aside years of accumulated trash,
and gently set the case down. He unlocked the 4 twist fasteners, hearing a slight hiss of air. He raised the lid and was surprised at the pristine nature of the device, having expected it to show some signs of decay. Instead, he saw a gentle pulsing light, indicating a sufficient charge remained for initiation. The actual explosive device looked like a cartoonish bomb without the fins. A bulbous head 30 inches long seated into a custom styrofoam bed. An egg of plutonium surrounded by a shell of explosives, it was utilitarian and ugly. In the front of the case was the Permissive Action Link, or PAL, that allowed the timing and arming of the device. An ancient red LED screen, it was about 3 inches by 1 inch, and reminded Yuri of one of the first digital watches, something that was ultra-modern in 1978, but now looked dated. Beneath the PAL screen were 2 sets of numeric keypads, requiring the input of 2 different sequential codes at the same time. In effect, requiring 2 people to arm the device. Remembering his training, he initiated a self-test sequence, and 42 seconds later the system told him that it was green, capable of detonation. The hammer was alive. He'd fully expected a fault. The RA-115S was a very delicate piece of equipment that had required constant attention in order to be capable of successful employment. There were literally 100 things that should have gone wrong over the ensuing 25 years it had been stored. Something in the numerous chains of fail-safes, in the PAL, the triggering mechanism, or simply the decay of the plutonium itself should have registered as a fault, telling him he held nothing more than a very, very expensive conventional bomb. An IED with a unique twist in the form of the radiological waste it would throw out. Instead, it was telling him the hammer was capable of critical mass. He was unsure of what to do now. He'd already made contact with Akimbo, preparing him for a link-up with the device. But that was when he thought the damn thing was just an improvised radiological explosive device, not a nuclear bomb. Should have known when I saw the power cable, he thought. 4 hours earlier, he and 2 men on his team had penetrated the location where the hammer had been hidden, the defunct headquarters for the East German Ministry of State Security, otherwise known as the Stasi. Located in the old East Berlin section of the city, on a campus between Ruckstrasse and Magdalenenstrasse, the Stasi had the unenviable reputation of being the most efficient and ruthless mechanism of state control ever created, and that was including the KGB and the Gestapo. Yuri had been to the headquarters exactly once, when on a tour using the cover of a USSR diplomatic flunky. That had been years ago and did him little good now, since according to the pinpoint mechanics of the cache instructions, the weapon was behind a panel ostensibly in place to serve the electrical system. Along with the device, the headquarters building housed the Stasi Museum, with displays on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Run by a non-profit, it wasn't a tribute, but a warning for future generations. Yuri had executed a quick reconnaissance and found the rest of the campus being used for storage or rented out by other companies. Modern capitalists turning the fearful history of the Stasi into a mundane office complex. Luckily for him, the least amount of security was in Building 1, the headquarters, as apparently the non-profit couldn't afford much more than an old guard who looked to be about 70, armed with nothing more than a whistle. Beyond that, all he would have to contend with were standard door locks. Maybe they figured the association of the Stasi alone would keep people out. Building 1 was in the center of the campus and was the tallest structure on the compound. 8 stories of utilitarian communist brick and concrete built into an unimaginative rectangle. The primary entrance in the center of the building was also the museum entrance, with the rest of the building off-limits and not used. This, of course, would be exactly what Yuri would leverage. Given the dilapidated nature of both wings of the headquarters, it had taken little effort to defeat the locks and penetrate the building away from the museum. Following the map he'd been given by Vlad, he'd descended below ground level, using a wall-mounted ladder to gain entry to a sub-basement. He'd removed an access panel to an electrical junction box and had found the weapon. In among the myriad electrical cables running up, down, left, and right, he saw the RA-115S on a custom-built shelf, looking like it belonged there, still attached to a power source, still gently blinking in the darkness as if it were 1984, waiting to be employed by another Vimple team. He'd disconnected the power cable and retraced his steps, struggling to carry the heavy box up the sub-basement ladder. He'd rested for a moment, then had exited the building. He and Christoph were picked up by the team, driving the hour and a half to the abandoned Soviet Air Force base in Magdeburg, Germany. They'd scouted the base earlier while looking for a secure location to give Akimbo the instruction he'd need for the device. Driving among the cracked and faded Cold War buildings, Yuri had picked a warehouse set off the end of the flight line, its position providing early warning for anyone attempting to interfere. Now, watching the self-test light smugly blinking green, telling him the box held much more explosive power than he intended, he was unsure of his next steps. Chapter 65. Bruce Tupper heard his wife in the hallway, forcing him to tap the laptop keyboard. By the time she entered, he was playing a game of computerized chess. Wearing a worn terry-cloth bathrobe, she faked a theatrical scowl and said, "I thought you were working. When are you coming back to bed?" "Soon, honey. I couldn't sleep." "Problem at the office?" She knew not to ask anything more specific. He said, "Yeah, something that's still spinning in my head, keeping me awake." She opened her robe and said, "Come back to bed. You don't have to sleep. I'll take your mind off of it." Surprisingly, given what was hidden behind the chess game, he felt a warmth flow into his groin. "Soon, honey. I promise." He heard her pad back up the stairs, waiting an additional 3 minutes before minimizing the chess game. Behind it was a message in the Blowfield SMS window, ready to be encrypted into a URL, asking the source on the other end where and when he would prefer to ambush the American team. Tupper couldn't manipulate a damn thing the Taskforce controlled, but it didn't mean he was powerless. As the Director of National Intelligence, it was his job to arbitrate the allocation of intelligence assets, from top-secret MASSENT satellites to the omnipotent SIGINT capabilities of the National Security Agency. In this case, he'd issued instructions to intercept email traffic from Grolier Recovery Services, layering it deep within the bureaucracy of the NSA. The only question now was whether he would replace them with instructions of his own. In effect, setting up an ambush. He'd been relieved when he'd found out about Vladimir's death, not really caring about the impact to Russian intelligence. He was much more concerned about his own secret, and Vlad being gone cauterized a potential leak. The relief had been short-lived, however. It vanished when he received contact from an unknown agent on the special system he'd devised. At first, he thought it had been Vlad reaching out to him from beyond the grave, a message sent before he'd been killed. As soon as he read it, he knew that wasn't the case. It was an introduction from Yuri Gorshenko, the assassin working for Vlad whom Kurt Hale had spoken about at the Oversight Council meeting. After providing his bona fides, Yuri gave, of all things, a tasking for intelligence on the new Taskforce team. Tupper had never been tasked before, and the precedence was unsettling, especially when given in the same email providing an introduction. He had no idea if it truly was Gorshenko, but he was inclined to believe it. Clearly the agent had talked to Vlad, as the procedures for contact were very complex. It wasn't like Yuri had just stumbled onto an email address and fired off a message. All of the proscribed methods had been used, including the NEM mailer and Blofeld, which made Tupper wonder how many other people Vlad had confided in. A long-term problem, he thought. The immediate decision was whether he should help the Russian agent or remain on the sidelines, whether he would choose the United States or the Russian Federation. If he did nothing, the task force would probably locate Yuri using his phone, and if that happened, Pike would kill him, erasing yet another thread. But there was a risk, a chance that Pike and his new friends might actually capture the agent. After hearing about Pike's past actions, he couldn't see that happening. But if it did, Tupper was under threat of significant exposure. The other solution was to work the problem from the opposite end, eliminate Pike himself. If Tupper set him up, walking him right into his own death, the threat of exposure would be over, at least in the short term. As he mulled the decision, he absently checked his message. He realized one thing was missing. He typed, "Destroy current phone, being tracked." He read it one more time, ensuring his instructions were clear, then had the Blofeld application turn it into a URL. He placed the URL into a NEM email message, then stared at the screen. Stay or go? Go or stay? At the end of the day, it may be a moot point. If Kurt sent the link-up instructions before Yuri replied with his own, he wouldn't be able to switch the messages. And did he really wish to start the precedent of being tasked by Yuri? Is that what he wanted? But he was an agent of the USSR, the highest mole they had ever produced. He still had some patriotism buried in his heart. Patriotism for a government and country that no longer exists, he thought. He grew tired of the back and forth. This was only a first step. If he changed his mind, he could always just ignore what came back. He hit send and opened a drawer of the credenza, pulling out a set of handcuffs. He had more pressing matters to attend to, like his wife's breasts. Chapter 66. The sun crested the horizon and began to burn off the early morning mist, exposing the cracked cinder blocks and broken windows in the old communist warehouse, the building a metaphor for what Russia had become. Yuri's cell chirped with a text that Akimbo was 10 minutes out. 10 minutes to decide what he was going to do. He'd expected to find a fault in the system, the device unable to reach critical mass, leaving the explosive charge to simply spread the plutonium into a giant, deadly radiation cloud. But now he had a real nuclear weapon, something he couldn't give to Akimbo as it would point the finger back at Russia. Velcro to the top of the hood was his sleeve. He peeled it off and opened it. Inside were 2 keys and a slip of paper with Cyrillic writing, both bringing back memories of his training on the device and a potential solution. How could I forget the fail-safe, he thought. Each key was 2 inches long with a square end a half-inch wide, looking like a miniature paddle. At the start of the neck, the key grew very thin, with notches on both sides. Farther down, it expanded into a complex laser cut. The keys were designed to be inserted, then broken off at the notches,
preventing anyone from reversing the procedure. There were two, not because the designers intended for two people to utilize them in order to arm the device. That was already taken care of by the PAL. The key slots were right next to each other and could be worked out of sequence. No, the number was to determine how the device would react once armed. 2 was for nuclear detonation. 1 was for self-destruction. The Wimpel had trained for the deep penetration of Western Europe, with each team having a selection of targets in various cities. He had no idea where this hammer was destined to go, but it was probably the German Chancellery in Bonn. Given the distances that had to be infiltrated, there was a great chance for discovery of a Wimpel team, a chance for the RA-115S to fall into enemy hands. Because of this, there was a built-in method for destroying the device. Do everything as required, but only use one key. An implosion bomb, like the hammer, was created by surrounding the plutonium pit with high explosives, which, when detonated, compress the pit, causing a chain reaction. Simple in theory, but very, very technical in execution, because the compression had to happen with mathematical precision. If any of the explosive failed to fire, or fired out of sequence, it would not produce critical mass. It would simply explode with the force of the conventional munitions. The use of one key did the latter. It caused the explosives to fire out of sequence, which destroyed the device, preventing it from falling into enemy hands. At least, that was the intended use. In this case, it also created a dirty bomb, flinging out a large cloud of poisonous radiation that contaminated everything it touched. He bounced the keys in his hand, considering. With one key inserted, once the PAL was initiated, there was nothing anyone could do to alter the device's destiny. It would be on the path to self-destruction. On the other hand, he would be giving a live nuclear weapon to Akimbo. A weapon that would be out of Russian control. But the African knows none of this, he thought. He has no reason to suspect. He heard tires crunch on the torn concrete outside and saw Christoph wave from the door. He said, "Get his passport photos first, then send him to me." 5 minutes later, Akimbo shook his hand, saying, "Yarilo, is that right?" "Yes, I'm here to help you with your mission. There are several critical things, so I need you to pay attention for the next few minutes." Akimbo nodded and pointed at the box. "What's this?" "It will replace the chemical weapon the Syrian was bringing. It's a radiological dispersion device. Basically, a hunk of plutonium material surrounded by explosives. You understand what that means?" "Yes, I have read about it. The radiation is poisonous. They call it a dirty bomb." Yuri smiled, thinking that maybe the savage would work out after all. He said, "Yes, exactly." He knelt down and opened the box, showing Akimbo the PAL and the key slots. He said, "The screen there has 2 windows. The bomb was designed to be initiated by 2 people as a safeguard. Both key codes have to be worked in under 5 seconds, and each code has a sequence of 2 keys being pressed at the same time. The numbers on the pad itself and the one in the corner, which works like a shift key on a computer. You'll notice the shift key is out of reach of a single hand. In other words, it prevents one man from typing on both keyboards simultaneously." Wait, Akimbo said. "I don't have a partner. I only have myself." Yuri smiled. "I know, which is why I'm teaching you. I trained on these for a great deal of time, and on my team we never liked the 2-man rule. There may only be 1 man left for the mission. We learned a trick or 2, and I'm going to show them to you." Akimbo said,
What mission? I understood the weapon was created for me. But now you're talking about teams and two-man rules. What is this thing, really? Yuri wanted to knock him off of that line of questioning immediately. It is what I said. I built it from the other parts I used to train with. That's all. Akimbo nodded slowly with his eyes squinted, and Yuri hesitated, a tendril of concern coiling at the back of his brain. Not dread or fear, only concern. But it was there nonetheless. Yuri began to work through the procedures, starting with the permissive action link dual pads. He showed Akimbo the codes passed to him by Vlad, then showed him the tricks of manipulating the keyboards. He taped a tongue depressor to the heel of his palm, wrapping the tape completely around his wrist, the wood sticking out like a deformed finger. Using that, he pressed the Shift key while inputting the code with his fingers. After Akimbo understood the concept, Yuri outfitted his hands with the tongue depressors. He said, "Work each hand individually. Then we'll start working them together. It's critical that you input the codes correctly. If you make a mistake on either hand, it will force you to start over. 3 such mistakes, and the pads are locked. It's a safety procedure to prevent unauthorized access. You will be unable to unlock them." They continued for 45 minutes, until Yuri was confident Akimbo could manipulate the keypads under pressure. He said, "Okay, you know the codes for each pad, but that's not the entire sequence. Getting the weapon to detonate is a 3-step process." He pulled a key from the vinyl sleeve in his pocket and said, "First, you input the PAL code. Once that's done correctly, you'll get 3 flashes on the screen. When you see the flashes, insert this key." He pushed and twisted. "Once it's rotated, you'll see this light. After that is complete, the screen will show zeros across both displays. When you see the zeros, you know you're set." He pointed at a small cover with a single tab projecting out. "That is the detonation button." He flipped up the cover, exposing a red button. "You get the zeros indicating successful arming, and you press this button." Akimbo nodded, telling him he understood. Yuri inwardly smiled at the deception. He wanted Akimbo obliterated, along with any evidence of Russian involvement. So he'd made a little omission about the arming sequence during the weapon deployment. The zeros weren't there to indicate successful arming. They were there as a timing capability. With the timer set to 0, the weapon was set for instant detonation. But there was no reason for Akimbo to know that. Yuri said, "You see how the key is shaped?" Another nod. "It's designed to be reusable if the operator wants it to be, like we're doing now, but also designed to be permanent. If you rotate the key to the on position, then give the paddle a sharp blow, it will break off, leaving the key embedded. From there, nothing will stop detonation." "What is the other key for?" "What other key?" "There are 2 keyholes." "What is the second hole?" Yuri fumbled his words, then managed to get out, "Nothing. It's a backup." Akimbo said not a word, but his expression told Yuri he didn't believe him. Yuri said, "Walk me through the sequence in real time, but do not turn the key." Akimbo did as he asked, using the tongue depressors, placing in the key, then flipped open the cover for the detonation button. Yuri was satisfied. "The same man who brought you here will take you home. Tomorrow we will take you to the Overseas Freight Company, DHL. Using the passport we will provide, You will ship the weapon to this address." He passed a slip of paper. "The man will then take you to the airport, where you'll board a flight to meet the weapon. From there, it will be up to you." "What is the target?" "You'll find out tomorrow." "Have you made a martyr tape?" Akimbo said, "I have no target. How can I proclaim the target was struck in the name of the Prophet when I don't know what it is?" Yuri pulled the key and placed it back in the sleeve. He said, "You'll get the target tomorrow, and you will mail the box to the address. I will want to see a receipt before I pass you the key." Akimbo said, "What's the other key for?" "I already answered that." He pointed at the sleeve Yuri was putting in his pocket. "You said the second key slot was just a backup, but there are 2 keys in that case." "It's a backup as well." "That makes no sense." Yuri slammed the lid of the hammer closed and said, "We're done. Get the fuck out of here. We'll pick you up tomorrow. Be prepared to fly." He watched Akimbo leave and felt the little sniggle of warning raise its head like a foul odor seeping from under the floor. Once again, nothing concrete, nothing specific, just a faint wisp of something decayed that was gone before he latched onto it. He got back to the hotel and accessed his computer, checking his NEM account on Tor. He rubbed his eyes as the Tor network went through its handshake, shifting his ISP to 100 different computers in an endless stream, protecting his anonymity. He leaned back into the cheap hotel office chair, the weight of sleep pressing down on him. He'd been awake for close to 24 hours and felt every minute of it. A small jolt went through him when he saw he had a message, and the urge for sleep melted away when he read it. It was from the sleeper agent in the United States, handing him the American team on a platter. Chapter 67. Lamar Radinsky stepped out of his hotel in Berlin, barely able to contain his excitement. Finally, after years of mundane work, he was going to execute a mission. Well, not execute per se, but at least facilitate the mission. At least brush up against the tip of the spear. The thought alone put a spring in his step. 15 years ago, he'd started out as a logistician in the CIA. A number cruncher. A guy that kept track of where the weapons were dropped. Actually, kept track of anything that was given away to the myriad of people the CIA dealt with. Medical supplies, radios, explosives, you name it. It was his job to track, because sooner or later some congressman would come looking. And he wouldn't be asking the questions because of his love of the CIA. He'd be looking because he wanted to put someone's scalp on a wall so that he could get reelected. Lamar had knocked around the CIA for over a decade before being recruited to his new super-secret high-speed organization, a counter-terrorist command that was going to really take the war on terror global. After the many read-ons and signing the myriad of non-disclosure agreements, he'd been told about his job, maintaining caches around the world. At first he thought he was being misled. The job description was like a Hollywood movie that depicted the truth of the intelligence world, but failed to take into account the reality of budget limitations. In films, money was no object to the spook world, with intricate safe houses and entire wings of aircraft sitting around just waiting to be used. Working with the CIA, he knew better. There was always someone counting the beans, and rarely was anything purchased in advance because it might be needed. There just wasn't that much leeway in the CIA. Far from building a Hollywood secret infrastructure, more often than not, missions were put in jeopardy by recycling something from a previous operation. That's the way it was in the CIA. but not in Project Prometheus. Here, money was no object. His entire job was to travel to various caches emplaced around the European continent and maintain them. Replace batteries out of date, rotate ammunition and magazines, occasionally replace communications gear with newer versions. Basically, ensure the equipment was ready for instant use. In truth, it wasn't unlike the giant armor packages kept in Germany during the Cold War, ready to be pulled out when the Soviet Union exploded through the Fulda Gap. The job was a dream one for him. A bachelor, he literally traveled all over Europe doing nothing more than checking on storage facilities. Like the guy who painted the Golden Gate Bridge for a living, when he reached the end, it was time to start again at the beginning. With the government paying him for travel and per diem, it was the perfect life. No stress and no danger. But it had ultimately grown old. He'd maintained the caches and felt a sense of self-worth because he knew they'd eventually be used to protect America. But they never were. Ever. He'd become a little jaded about the job, growing bored, and beginning to think the entire effort was just a waste of government money. Maybe the CIA had a point about fiscal restraint. Then yesterday he'd received the request for bona fides for a team in Berlin. He'd almost been unable to contain his excitement. Finally, a link-up for recovery. He'd sent back the instructions and made his way to Berlin via rail. After arriving, he'd checked the cache one more time, even though he knew it was complete, then found a hotel near the link-up location, waiting in the room in anticipation. At 7 p.m., he exited the hotel, walking nonchalantly to the beer garden at the end of the street in the warm summer air. He entered and asked for a booth in the corner, afraid he wouldn't be able to get one with the gorgeous weather. He was in luck. The hostess, wearing a cartoonish alpine costume that caused her breasts to explode out of the top, led him to a spot situated deep in the foliage of the garden. Nothing more than a picnic table, it was the perfect place for a meeting. Off the beaten path, outside of view of the street, and away from anyone else in the restaurant. He pulled a newspaper from his bag and laid it out on the table, then placed a Houston Astros ball cap on his head. It was a signal for the man who entered that, 1, he was the contact waiting to meet him, and 2, that the meeting site was secure. He ordered a beer from Miss Tits-a-Lot and waited, knowing exactly when the contact window would open. At 14 minutes after 9 p.m., a man appeared carrying an umbrella in his left hand. There were, in fact, a few clouds in the air, but that wasn't why he had it. He advanced on the table, and Lamar saw he looked like a vampire. Very pale skin and jet-black hair. The man said, "Do they serve wine here?" Nervously, Lamar replied, "No, but they have a very good selection of local beer." Lamar relaxed when the vampire smiled, pleased at his success on the verbal bona fides. They shook hands, and Lamar said, "You're the first operator I've ever met." A waitress approached, silencing the conversation. The man ordered a beer to match Lamar's and waited. When the barmaid was gone, he said, "I don't want to screw around. Give me the instructions." Lamar was a little disappointed, wanting to learn a little bit of the world he was only allowed to skate around, wanting to be appreciated. He passed across a key and an envelope. "The location is a mini-storage facility. Full security and climate controlled." The vampire said, "You keep your weapons and communications in a rental lot?" "Seriously?" Insulted, Lamar said, "Yes, it's the best place. The equipment is camouflaged in crates. It's not like we have it lying on the floor, and the building has built-in security. There's no chance of compromise, and people are coming and going all the time to service the place. Of course, I suppose you'd know better." He finished his little statement of indignation, knowing, as a support guy, he was on the edge of upsetting an operator. He no longer gave a shit. Dracula could get as pissed as he wanted. He'd been traveling all over the continent for years just to facilitate this asshole's mission. Dracula could take his indignation and stick it. Lamar never realized the risk, never saw the death floating in the wind. He wanted to be a part of a real-world mission, but not in the way his future would play out. The pale man placed the envelope and key into a bag without saying a word. Then he pulled out something large. For as long as Lamar had worked for the CIA, and then the Taskforce, he had never seen a pistol with a suppressor attached for real. Like most of the world, he'd only watched them in action movies. Because of this, when Dracula leveled the weapon at him, his brain refused to assimilate that it was genuine. Refused to believe that someone from Project Prometheus would ever be a risk. Didn't understand that the man in front of him wasn't a part of his trusted brotherhood. He was still working to process the situation when his brain was split open by a subsonic hollow-point round, the bullet expanding in the tissue, creating an enormous wound channel, and failing to exit the rigid wall of his skull. Chapter 68. Akimbo flipped through the television channels one more time, mindlessly watching the screen with the sound off. 4 long hours before lunch. He had nothing to look forward to but more boredom. His operational phone split the silence, startling him. Aggravated, Akimbo let it continue to ring, debating on whether to answer. After 5, he snatched it up against his will. Yes? Are you ready to fly? Yes. What is the target? Where am I going? A car will meet you in 30 minutes. Be out front. Before Akimbo could say anything else, the phone went dead, driving a spike into his mood. He hated being at the mercy of the white Kaffirs for this mission. They were no different from any Western regime, corrupt and bloated, destroying every country they touched. And they touched them all. He packed one small bag and checked out of his budget hotel, the clerk asking if he needed the shuttle. Just outside Tegel International Airport in the northwest of the Berlin metro area, the establishment catered to the cheaper business traveler, with most customers reliant on the hotel transportation. He told the clerk no, that he had a ride, and went outside to wait. The building butted right up to a 6-lane thoroughfare with no benches or other amenities. He considered going to the coffee shop inside, but decided to simply lean against the granite wall, his bag at his feet. He checked his phone to ensure he hadn't missed a text or call, then noticed a car slow. The man he knew as Christoph pulled to the curb. Akimbo picked up his bag as Christoph leaned over and flung open the passenger door. Christoph pulled away before Akimbo even had the door closed, not saying a word. Akimbo waited a moment, then said, "Where are we going?" Christoph said, "Just a short distance." Akimbo clenched his jaw at the terse answer and turned toward the window, watching the city pass by. Shortly he was lost in thought, recounting yet again what had happened yesterday, trying to puzzle out the device he'd been trained on. He was absolutely convinced that it wasn't something Yuri had cobbled together out of spare parts. He was by no means an expert, but one didn't have to be a demolition man to see the device was purpose-built, with everything fitting tightly together and lying on a custom bed of reinforced foam. There were no indications of improvisation, nothing taped down, no wires running loose or mismatched screws. On top of that, the security procedures were unreal. The dual keypads were almost impossible to operate, and not something he would have chosen if he were cobbling together a bomb out of spare parts, especially a bomb that was to be passed to another person. Even with no experience in working with explosives, he understood that simpler was better. Then there was the slip of the tongue about teams and missions. Yarilo was no ordinary soldier. If he was tasked with a mission, and his team had trained on the same device, it wasn't to blow up a NATO ice cream factory. It was something strategic, and if it involved that device, it meant the weapon was a strategic asset as well. Last night, using the laptop Vlad had given him, he'd Googled Soviet dirty bombs and fixated on the rumor of a so-called suitcase nuke. Nobody could prove or disprove they existed, with some Russians claiming they'd seen upward of 100 at one time, and that the old USSR had lost control of them. Others said it was just a myth of the Cold War, a rumor fueled by fear. He searched further and had found the W-54 SADM, or Special Atomic Demolition Munition, a backpack nuclear device. It wasn't Soviet, though. It was a weapon created by the United States in the Cold War. So they did exist, and if the United States had them, he had no doubt the Soviets had followed suit. He was fairly sure he had seen one yesterday. The final clue had been the separate initiation keys. The excuse of a backup key and a backup keyhole made little sense. The two keyholes were purpose-built, and he knew the purpose. Now all that remained was to get them. Christoph pulled into the parking lot of a roadside cafe and said, "You'll find Yarilo at a table in the outside section. Leave your bag here." Akinvo exited, went through the interior of the cafe, the heavy aroma of baked goods and coffee reminding him he hadn't eaten breakfast. He found Yarilo at a wooden table in the back, hands around a mug of coffee and a folder next to him. Akinvo sat down, waiting on Yarilo to speak. He started right in without any pleasantries. "Inside this folder is a confirmation code for a flight to Brazil. It leaves at 2 p.m. today going through Amsterdam. Also inside is a new passport with a visa for Brazil. You will be on that flight." Akinvo said, "I'm sick of asking. Do you want me to pick my own target?" "No. Inside here is a detailed description. You still have the address I gave you?" "Yes." "That is your safe house. Before you fly, you will ship the weapon to that address. They know you're coming, but don't know when." He passed across another slip of paper. "This is their email address. You'll see it's in the same domain as yours. Nobody from the U.S. will track it. When you land in Brazil, contact them." Akinvo nodded and said, "How will I ship the weapon?" "There's a bill of lading and a prepaid invoice in the folder. The weapon is categorized as tools. If you follow procedures, there will be no issues with customs. All you need to do is drop it off, fill out the delivery paperwork, and sign for it." "Where do I do this?" "You will be taken to a DHL storefront near the airport. You don't have to worry about that." Akinvo opened the folder and studied his passport, then the target. He nodded in agreement, saying, "This is good." Yarilo said, "I'm glad you approve. We've put a lot of research into helping you." He slid across a prepaid credit card. "That'll get you through until the attack. Pay attention to the expiration date, martyr." Akinvo saw that the card expired the same day as the execution of the mission, meaning he was supposed to die in the event. He had no intention of doing so. He said, "I see it. What is your point?" "I don't think I need to spell it out." Akinvo leaned forward and placed his hands over Yarilo's forearm, pulling him close. He said, "I will execute. I have not lost my focus. You people are the ones who lose the stomach for the fight at the first bit of trouble." Yarilo jerked his arm away and said, "You have 3 days to create your martyr video. Can you do that?" "Yes, but I would like a picture of the weapon to prove it was me, and not just someone claiming credit." "Can I do that?" "No, no way. The photo might connect my country to your actions. We are willing to help, but only so far." Akinvo thought, "Because someone will recognize the device for what it is." someone will know it wasn't created in a basement garage out of spare parts.
Yuri continued. There will be enough evidence found with the DHL shipment and your flight itinerary. The world will believe you.
Akenbo said, "What about the keys?"
You'll get the key when you provide proof of shipment to the address I gave you. Then you'll go to the airport.
I'll get both keys?
No, you only need one.
I thought the other was a backup.
It is, Yuri snapped. Now, if you have no other questions, the next time we hear about you should be because of a radioactive cloud.
It will be, Akenbo thought. A mushroom cloud.
Chapter 69. The wheels touched down in Berlin, the old octagonal airport terminal in the distance. I glanced behind me and saw Jennifer leaning toward the window, once again enjoying the history around her. Before we'd taken off, she'd explained to me that Tegel International Airport was the famed landing spot for the Berlin airlift when the commies tried to strangle West Berlin during the Cold War. I turned on my Taskforce phone, more pressing things on my mind than the history of the place. We were going to need equipment and weapons, and Aaron's team had left theirs in Istanbul in order to fly commercial. They'd gotten approval to help us based on my voice cuts from the meeting at the 360 restaurant, but getting their infrastructure moving was only marginally faster than ours. When I heard it would be 2 days before they could set up a pipeline to get their weapons and equipment out of Istanbul and into Berlin, I'd told them to forget it, and that I'd provide the equipment. We'd pretty much given up pretending with each other about our occupations. Well, at least pretending that Grolier Recovery Services was just a business for exploring old shit. They didn't know who I worked for, but understood it was some sort of U.S. government organization. They couldn't figure out if it was military or intelligence, which was fine by me, and they were really perplexed about Jennifer. Aaron and the Mossad had a pretty deep understanding of the United States secret squirrel organizations, and they knew that the CIA had no femme fatales like Jennifer, no killers like the Mossad had in Shoshana. Case officers and analysts, yes, but nobody who could have survived the ambush Jennifer had in Istanbul. It really made them curious, especially Shoshana. As much as we were allies, Israel was distinctly different from the United States for a multitude of reasons, not the least of which was the fact that they lived on the edge of annihilation. People in the United States had long forgotten what it was like to live in fear of losing their way of life, but Israel endured with that specter every day. It was like comparing a 21st century soccer mom to a woman fighting wolves on the prairie in the 1800s. Shoshana lived in a world that may not exist tomorrow, much like the citizens of West Berlin in the Cold War. She was a lethal killer who, while not immoral, was definitely amoral. There were plenty of people in the task force who leaned toward her worldview, including me, but every single one had a Y chromosome. We'd never had a female on the killing end of the spear, and because of it, Shoshana was curious. She saw a skill in Jennifer that might even exceed her own, but also a lack of will to use it. In Shoshana's mind, the mission came first, followed by her life. Without question, both were worthy of killing to protect, the ends completely justifying whatever means was used. In Jennifer's mind, everything was up for question. The mission came first, but only if it was worthy, and, unlike Shoshana, she would sacrifice her life if so doing would ensure the greater good. She hadn't grown up with the wolf, and because of it her worldview was different. Shoshana saw this qualification as weak, but I knew better. Jennifer was stronger than the both of us. I'd ended up next to Shoshana for the flight out, with her in the middle and Daniel in the aisle. Jennifer and Aaron were in the row behind us. I'd offered to switch, but Aaron had said he was fine. He didn't fool me one bit. He wanted the opportunity to explore what was next to him, which gave me a little concern. Jennifer had been trained and knew better than to give anything away, but I still didn't like her in the crosshairs. It didn't take long for me to understand we were both in the crosshairs. Like every Israeli government individual I'd ever known, Shoshana began to interrogate me as soon as our wheels left the ground. Unlike the others, where flattery usually hid a quest for information, she started off by poking me in the eye. "I'm surprised you convinced Aaron to come along. We don't usually follow someone with such a poor record of success." I said, "What the hell would you know about success? You're the one who slipped in a patch of soap. I'm the one who ripped you off your bike." I saw a small grin leak out. She was clearly not upset. In fact, It was almost like she was hitting on me. She said, "You aren't like her. Why is she with you?" The change of subject threw me off. I decided for sarcasm. "I didn't think you cared. I didn't think I had a chance with you." "You don't." I leaned in close, brushing her thigh as I did so. "Really? You sure about that? You seem to be pretty interested for someone who doesn't swing my way." The invasion of her personal space didn't affect her at all. With my face inches away from hers, she frowned and said, "I guess I was wrong about you. And so was Jennifer." I pulled back and said, "What's that supposed to mean? You don't even know me, or Jennifer." "I know you. You're right, though. I don't know Jennifer. She's strange." I'm talking to a female Spock, I thought. I said, "You don't know me at all, damn it." She said, "You just rubbed my thigh in an attempt to get me to back down. You use your sex as a weapon, and it's very clumsy. You are no different from every man I've ever met. I do know you. What I can't figure out is why Jennifer is with you. She seems to see something everyone else on the planet misses." I felt anger, then embarrassment. Who the hell was she to diagnose my psyche based on a single conversation? She had no idea what had happened between Jennifer and me. I gave up on the tricks and looked her in the eye. Jennifer saved my life, and I don't mean in a physical way. When we met, I was in bad shape. I was within a couple months of killing myself. Maybe not by my hand, but it would have been suicide all the same. She pulled me out of the pit. You asked why she's with me, but you don't understand the relationship. I'm with her. She studied me for a moment, searching behind my eyes for the lie that didn't exist. It felt like she was reading my soul, and maybe she was. She slowly nodded and said, "Perhaps Jennifer was right to do so." I broke the gaze and said, "I'll never know why she did it. I don't know what drives her. She has her own moral code, and it's pretty set in stone." "And you think it's better than your own?" "It is better than my own. Better than yours, too, I'm sure." "Can she kill on command? Will she do what's necessary?" "She'll kill, but she's not like a robot. She has to know why she's doing it." "You Americans always want to know why. It's a weakness we cannot afford." I looked between the seats and saw Jennifer talking to Aaron, a smile on her face. I said, "It's not a weakness, it's a strength, and it serves us well." She said nothing, reading my glance at Jennifer. I got a little sick of the Vulcan mind meld and said, "You don't mind. I'm going to get a little shut-eye." She put her hand on my arm, stopping me from closing my eyes. She said, "Your recording said they were targeting Israelis, and that's good enough for me. You think any of these other Russians had anything to do with Munich?" "You really got a hard-on about that, huh?" I saw the feral glint return to her eyes, the same one she'd shown when she'd found out about Vlad. She said, "More than you know. The world needs to understand how far our reach is and how long our memory runs. It is the only way to prevent future attacks." "You don't think it just starts a cycle? Your grandfather was killed in Munich, and now you take the lives of the killers? You know Ali Salama had a baby before he was targeted, a son? You ever wonder if the daughter of that son is now hunting you?" She snorted. "So what you do is better? Because you kill them from the air with a predator strike? It's more humane than what I do?" "Don't insult me. Did you see a drone in Istanbul when I found you? And yes, I do wonder sometimes. In the end, I know there are things that can only be resolved through violence. Certain men only speak 556. And I'm more than willing to talk to them in their language. There are plenty in America who don't understand this, but I do. I also understand that violence alone isn't the solution. All it does is keep the bad man away for a little bit. It creates some distance." She said, "You don't need to worry about any of that with the Russians. They're as bad as they come. You need to know that going in. We tangled with them once before, and I learned early to shoot first, period. You don't, and you'll be dead." I said, "I get that, trust me. I don't give a shit about any second and third order effects with them. They picked the wrong team to hit, and now they're going to pay." The little devil grin flitted across her face, and she said, "Sort of like Munich." I scowled at the comment. Her ability to twist my words and back me into a corner grated on my limited good nature. Before I could respond, she said, "You better get Jennifer in the same mindset. She starts questioning why she's doing something with these guys, and she'll be dead before the thought settles. I said, "Don't worry about her. When her back's to the wall, she finds a way to win. She always has." She traced her finger across my thigh very close to my groin, causing me to stiffen and slap her hand away. She smiled at my reaction, completely opposite of her own response to the same approach just minutes ago. She won that round, and she knew it. She said, "I'm glad. I'd hate to lose my chance at showing her the light." I gritted my teeth, furious at her getting the better of me. Daniel tapped her on the shoulder from the aisle seat. She pulled back, maintaining eye contact. He whispered in her ear, and our conversation ended, the two now debating something I wasn't privy to. I leaned against the window, spending the rest of the plane ride pretending to sleep, the discussion playing in an endless loop. Once on the ground, I focused on the mission, and ignored her ability to mess with my mind. Just as our plane arrived at the gate, my phone locked onto a cell signal and began a data transfer. I had an email from my company, and was relieved to see it was a link-up plan with the asset. The good news was the person who maintained the cache was available to me tonight. The bad news was he wanted to execute the link-up in Magdeburg, Germany, 2 hours away.
Chapter 70. When Akimbo exited the restaurant, he saw that Christoph had been replaced with a new man. He attempted to engage the driver in conversation, but all he managed to learn was his name, Oleg. Something that sounded as foreign to Akimbo as the heavily accented English the man spoke. Akimbo felt Oleg looked exactly like what a Cossack thug should be. A single thick bony brow and a coarse beard. The man's breath stank of boiled eggs and stale cigarettes, making Akimbo want to roll down the window. They rode in silence to the DHL storefront, Akimbo worrying the problem in his mind. How to get both keys. There was no question in his mind that the second key held the means of mass destruction. There was no other explanation. What he questioned was why the Russians were willing to use him to set off a dirty bomb, but not a real nuclear explosion. The only reason he could see for the self-imposed limitation was the fear that the world would understand Russian complicity in the attack. Like all the cowards in the West, they feared the wrath from using the device instead of embracing it. The truth was he hated the Russians as much as any of the infidel regimes. They all stank of boiled eggs and stale cigarettes, and they all needed to be cleansed. There was no such thing as coexisting in peace. He'd watched his village live in poverty since he'd been adopted, the people scraping by, trying to compete in a world that was inherently unfair. The South owned the oil, and because of it, they owned the happiness. Exactly opposite of what the prophet preached. There was no help from anyone who believed the West. No help from the Christians. The only help was through their own exertions, and the only path was through Allah. The dim memory of his father shamed him, as he was once one of the oppressors. It made Akimbo quiver in quiet rage, praying harder and harder for forgiveness, praying that he would get the chance to strike back at the inequality. And now he could. He said, "Oleg, I was told I would get the key for the weapon. Do you have it?" "I do, but you won't get it until you mail the package. That's your ticket." "Where is the package?" "In the trunk." "And the key?" Oleg looked at him with snake eyes, drawing on a cigarette. He said, "What fucking difference does it make?" "The difference is I'm about to risk my life on a bill of lading you created, taking a bomb into DHL. I'd like to know I'm not being used." Oleg stopped at a red light. He glanced at Akimbo, then reached behind the seat, pulling up a small black corduroy nylon bag. Military-looking, with loops and Velcro all over. Oleg unzipped a top pouch, showing the vinyl sleeve with the 2 keys. Deeper in, Akimbo saw a pistol and what looked like brass knuckles. Oleg said, "There it is. Now shut the fuck up." They drove in silence for another 10 minutes, then Oleg pulled into a parking lot. He said, "The DHL store is around this corner. The device is in the trunk. I'm sure they have cameras, and I don't want to be seen driving here. When your attack is done, everything will be analyzed. You will drive from here." Akimbo nodded slightly, then said, "You'll wait here? You won't leave me?" Oleg laughed and said, "No, I'll be here. Don't wreck the damn car." Akimbo said nothing. Oleg reached behind him, pulled out his go bag, and exited the vehicle. He said, "You're gone more than 20 minutes, and I'll hunt your ass down. You won't like the results, I promise." Akimbo put the car in drive without responding. He saw the DHL storefront as soon as he turned the corner. He pulled in, parked, and opened the trunk, seeing the weapon inside. A square piece of plastic luggage that looked like a modern pelican case, complete with butterfly closures. It was something that transported a myriad of innocuous equipment around the world on a daily basis, now secured with padlocks to prevent entry. He went inside, initially nervous, but he gained courage by watching the actions of others. He presented his bill of lading, filled out the paperwork presented, then signed. The machine spit out a complex receipt, and he took it. He went to the car, hoisted the box out, and placed it on a dolly, wheeling the weapon inside. When the man behind the counter placed his hand on the dolly, Akimbo said, "Does this have to go to an address, or can I pick it up?" The man said, "Yeah, you can pick it up. Save you some money, actually." Akimbo smiled and said, "That would be better. The address I gave you isn't for sure yet. I'm worried about losing these tools, but I won't be able to pick the box up immediately." "Can you hold it?" "Yes, but not forever. And it'll have to be at a distribution facility." "I understand." Akimbo pulled out his wallet, saying, "I'd like one in Sao Paulo." "Can you do that?" The agent squinted and said, "That's nowhere near this address." "I know, but my company is located in Sao Paulo." "Okay, if that's what you want, I need to redo the entire transport application, though." 8 minutes later, he was back in the car, slowly driving back to Oleg, and wondering what his next move would be. In order to get the second key, he needed to separate the man from his bag. What would do that? How could he get Oleg to turn his back and leave something that was as attached to him as a pacemaker? He pulled around the corner and saw Oleg standing next to the shell of a payphone, the phone itself long gone. He parked next to it and waited until Oleg was inside, then said, "Here is the receipt. Please pass the keys." "Keys? You only get one key." "What about the padlocks on the outside?" Oleg unzipped his go bag and pulled out the vinyl sleeve, saying, "Use bolt cutters. I don't have the keys for them." Akimbo took the single key and said, "Why can't I have the backup as well?" "'Cause your reeler said so. Let's go. Head to Cahill Airport. You got about 2 hours before your plane takes off." Akimbo pulled into the street, feeling his opportunity slipping away. He drove south, weaving through the congestion toward the airport. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the bag sitting in Oleg's lap. No way to get to it. 10 minutes of fruitless thinking later, and he reached an intersection with a sign proclaiming Tunnel Flughafen Tegel, the Tegel Airport Tunnel. Once he entered that, there would be no further chances. The next stop would be the terminal building. He glanced again and saw nothing had changed. Oleg held the bag on his lap and was gazing out the window. Through the glass, Akimbo saw a police officer mounted on a late-model BMW motorcycle. He returned his eyes to the front, seeing the light still red. The police officer jarred loose a single thought. Oleg will hide the bag from him. He made his choice, goosing the gas pedal. Oleg shouted, "Whoa!" Akimbo slammed on the brakes just as they skidded into the car in front of them, an old Peugeot sedan, crumpling the bumper. They had traveled no more than 5 feet. Oleg leaned forward, surveying the damage to the car in front. He slapped the dash and said, "You fucking idiot! What the hell are you doing?" Akimbo said, "Police officer to the right. He's coming this way." Oleg stuffed the bag under the seat and said, "Stay here. Don't say a fucking word." He pulled the rental agreement from the glove box and exited, waving at the police officer. Akimbo waited until they were talking, then reached beneath the seat. He unzipped the top pouch, slid his hand in, and took the second key. He left the vinyl sleeve as camouflage for what he'd done. He heard someone tap on his window and jerked upright, seeing the driver of the Peugeot staring at him curiously. He palmed the key, wondering what the man had seen. He rolled down the window and said, "I'm so sorry. Very sorry." The man said something foreign, and Akimbo pointed at Oleg and said, "I don't speak German." Oleg took over, speaking German to both the driver and the police. 20 minutes later, he came around to the driver's side, watching the police officer motor away. He slapped Akimbo's head, telling him to get in the passenger seat. He sat behind the wheel and pulled out his bag, zipping open the pouch. He saw the sleeve and closed it back up. He put the car in drive and entered the tunnel, muttering under his breath. 2 miles later, he pulled into the departure lane outside of Terminal A. He said, "Your flight is KLM. You do know how to get on an airplane, don't you? No chance of you causing it to crash into something, is there?" Akimbo gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can get on an airplane." Oleg said, "Then get the fuck out." Akimbo did, barely having enough time to grab his small carry-on before Oleg sped away, leaving him standing on the curb by himself, clutching 2 keys in his palm. Chapter 71. Yuri handed across the locker key and the envelope of instructions he'd gleaned in the beer garden the night before, saying, "Tell me the bona fides again." Oleg said, "Simple. 1, right time, right place. 2, the designated link-up enters the cul-de-sac alone, turning off his lights. From inside the headquarters office, I flash twice with a pen light. 3, he responds with 2 flashes from his headlights, then approaches the door. 4, he knocks 4 times. I reply with 2, then open the door." "Good. Get him inside and subdue him. Do not under any circumstances kill him. Remember that. Capture only. We'll kill them once we round up the entire team. It could be the female coming in. If it is, rest assured the male will be close. We're lucky, we'll shut this down in 1 night." Oleg nodded and said, "You're not worried about them getting the locker key and the real instructions?" Yuri racked around into his PP-19, aiming through the holo sight at an imaginary target. "No, I'm more worried they'll smell a trap. I don't know if those things are a one-off or another safety signal. They can hold them for the 40 seconds it'll take before I collapse their world." Oleg said, "Good enough for me." After Oleg left, Christoph said, "You want me here or on the airfield inside?" "Airfield side. I want to block all exits. Peter stays in the vehicle in case we need a chase team, but you and I will choke off the entrance to the cul-de-sac." Christoph nodded and said, "I'm headed out. I want to use the light while I got it." As he left, Yuri said, "Check for bombs. We don't need any witnesses." Christoph said, "Will do," and slammed the door. Alone in the dilapidated building, Yuri's thoughts shifted from the Americans to Akimbo. He considered sending a message to his cryptic presidential contact about the status of the mission. He decided not to. Better to do his own cleaning. There was no reason for the FSB to know that Akimbo now had the means to initiate a nuclear explosion. Not yet, anyway. Oleg had come back with his story of the accident, cursing Akimbo and generally bad-mouthing his bad luck to be assigned to handle the African savage. Good-natured bitching until Yuri had asked for the receipt and the key. What he got was the receipt and the vinyl sleeve. The Cyrillic instruction for the key's use was still inside the pocket, but the key was history. In a panic, Oleg had ripped the car apart to no avail. The key was gone. It could have ended up on the side of the road, but Yuri knew it had not. Akimbo, the savage they thought was so stupid, had taken it. Reeking of fear, the sour odor wafting out as Oleg flapped his arms in the air, he'd begged Yuri to let him fly to Brazil, let him get it back. Yuri had declined, although he did think about killing Oleg for his stupidity. Instead, Yuri had contacted the control of the safe house in Brazil. Thinking about what Akimbo had done, he figured the man would try to protect his theft of the key. He had to in order to penetrate the safe house and gain access to the weapon. Yuri had the DHL receipt, so he knew that's where the weapon was going. But Akimbo would be on edge trying to determine if he'd been found out. The last thing Yuri wanted was a spike, whereupon Akimbo knew they were aware of his treachery and afraid to enter the safe house. No, he wanted Akimbo chained to a toilet until he could arrive and provide some corrective action. Then force him on his little mission with a single key. He'd fired off an email to the safe house, instructing them to send Akimbo an innocuous introductory message from their address, ordering them to lull Akimbo into complacency. He ended the message by giving them Akimbo's itinerary, stating in no uncertain terms that if they failed to capture Akimbo when he arrived, the repercussions would be dire. In the end, he was surprised at Akimbo's skill and cunning. He'd thought the African was an ignorant peasant, and for that Yuri was now paying the price, but not for long. Akimbo had managed to get the key, but he'd still shipped the hammer via DHL. Yuri had the tracking number in Akimbo's flight itinerary, which meant he could stop the weapon from ever arriving in Akimbo's hands. Yeah, he'd been smart about the key, but he was woefully inadequate in modern-day logistics. Yuri wanted to gut the African as much as he did the American team. But first things first. He glanced out of the cracked window, seeing the sun dip below the horizon, and knowing that his position was about to get dark, the electricity having been long since cut off at the old air base. He keyed his radio, getting a confirmation from Oleg in the link-up position, Christoph on the other side of the cul-de-sac, and Peter in the reaction vehicle. He said, "Keep your eyes out. This is about as easy as we've ever had, but it could still go wrong. Peter, after early warning, you're still in play. I call, you'd better be able to react. Christoph, I have the west, you got the east. Nothing escapes." They acknowledged, and he had one final command. "Oleg, it's your mission now. You understand what that means?" "Yes, sir. I do." "Remember Dmitri. Remember what they did. I want that bitch. I want that team. I told her I would skin her alive when I caught her, and I intend to keep that promise."
Chapter 72. I rolled out of the truck, hitting the ground harder than I wanted, feeling the impact in my bones. I slid to a stop, knowing that damn woman was driving way too fast. I saw Aaron tumble out a good 50 meters away, proving my thought. I saw the glow of the taillights disappear and hoisted my backpack in the darkness. I scuttled to his location and said, "You okay?" "Yeah, some bruises." "What the fuck is Shoshana's problem? It's like she wants to punish you every time she does anything." He grinned in the soft glow of the moonlight and said, "She's punishing you." I had no time for that. Jennifer was going to be on short final for the link-up, and we needed to get in position to lock down the location. I had no idea why the task force contact had chosen to conduct a link-up on an old Soviet air base, but I was sure it was for a good reason. I'd learned early not to question the recce force. 9 times out of 10, as the assault force, you thought the link-up procedures or the information provided was weak, with you being a smarter operator trying to fix the problem. Then after the assault had gone down, you found out the recce ground truth was real. No. You can't walk right up to the breach point wearing a banana costume. No, we don't have X-ray vision of the hinges in the interior of the building. Yes, that minefield would prevent you from movement from the wood line, but feel free to ignore our report. This, though, was stretching things. The Magdeburg Air Base was out in the middle of nowhere, full of decaying buildings that had been abandoned shortly after the wall fell. Why on earth we were meeting here was beyond me, but I wouldn't put it past the Taskforce to cache a supply bundle at this location. Hell, I'd have done it just for the humor, but I figured whoever had created the caches was more mature. The link-up location was at the end of a cul-de-sac on the edge of the flight line. It was a narrow strip of asphalt lined with row after row of concrete government buildings, now being reclaimed by nature. Right at the end, the road took a turn to the left, running about 50 meters straight up against the runway, with a small cul-de-sac that held what must have been the best of the best for office space. I suppose it was an effort to create somewhat of a view for whichever Ivan had the pull back when the base was active, but for me, it caused an issue of security. I knew the task force guy we were meeting was no threat, but I wanted to prevent anyone from interfering with the link-up. Truthfully, it was overkill, but since we had the manpower, I figured we might as well control the site. In doing so, I also hoped to get a feel for my new teammates. So far, after bouncing on the concrete, I wasn't too impressed. In 20 minutes, Jennifer was going to drive up the middle of the pipe, execute the bona fides, then link up with the asset. Shoshana, the little femme Nikita, and Daniel, the guy who planned his life by a Ouija board, would take the eastern exit. Aaron and I would block the western side, which happened to be across the old runway, leaving us a 200-meter crawl to get in position. I wasn't too happy about Jennifer going in alone, but the bona fides from the asset had demanded a singleton link-up, and I'd do more good on the outside, controlling the operation and the team. Plus, it gave Jennifer some extra experience and gave me a chance to evaluate the Israelis. Aaron took a knee and pulled out a set of binoculars. They weren't night vision, but they were better than nothing to determine any activity across the airfield. I scanned the houses, not seeing anything unusual. Just a bunch of broken-down old communist block buildings, looking like something from a post-apocalyptic movie. I said, "Looks clear, you ready to go?" Aaron nodded in the dark and said, "You on point?" Wanting to check him out, I said, "No, you take it. You see the building right where the road turns toward the runway?" "Yeah. That's our target. Shoshana and Daniel should park and go dismounted to the house on the other side." He nodded, pulled a black watch cap on his head, and proceeded to snake his way down a drainage ditch, the path taking him farther away from our objective initially, but giving him cover. He disappeared into the scrub of the ditch, and I scrambled to catch up. I fell in behind, watching him move, and knew instantly that he wasn't just an intel collector. He'd done this for real more than once in an operational role, which meant he was some version of Sayeret, Israeli Special Forces. Beyond the fact that he'd picked the exact same route I would have, you could always tell when someone was comfortable moving in the dark. No fumbling around, no hesitation or stutter-stepping, walking with the hands to the front, afraid of running into something he couldn't see. He glided along at a rapid pace, dodging limbs and stepping over rocks as if he had some Yoda skill, something that could only be gleaned through experience. We reached the edge of the ditch, and he paused. "We have to cross 50 feet of open ground to get to the back of the building." "And?" "And we can belly crawl or we can run." "What do you think?" "Belly crawl will take forever. It's the movement that will get us compromised. So the less time out in the open, the better. I say run, both at the same time." I smiled in the dark. My thoughts exactly. I said, "Sounds good. Stay away from the line of sight of that back door." He nodded, and we cleared the open area as fast as possible, sliding up against the rough cinder block. We remained still, listening for any movement. Nothing happened. I worked down the back side of the building and peeked around the corner. I couldn't see the street due to overgrown landscaping. I looked at my watch and saw we were close to the time window. Jennifer would be rolling in shortly. I whispered, Time for the belly crawl. Get down the wall until you can see the road. Stay below the windows." He nodded and said, "What are you going to do?" "Stay back here and control things. I don't want to get a bunch of ticks." I couldn't see the scowl too well in the dark, but I'm sure it was there. He started moving, working his elbows into the ground and slithering forward through the brush like a snake. I sat on my haunches, running through the mission and what I would need out of the cache. Suppressed weapons were a given, but the bigger issue is what we'd stocked technology-wise for a manhunt. For some reason, Yuri's cell phone had dropped off the grid, so we'd need another way to find and fix him. Tagging, tracking, and locating gear, and whatever else I could think of. Moore's Law caused the tech kit to go extinct very rapidly, and I had no idea what was stored there. If everything was no longer relevant, at least I still had the kit from Istanbul, the Goblin IMSI grabber, Pony Express, and other knickknacks. The mental inventory gave me an idea. I could use the IMSI grabber right now. I set my pack on the ground, and my phone vibrated with a text. It was from Aaron, and said 2 words. Headlights coming. I texted back, Roger, then switched my phone to Taskforce internal, saying, Coco, status. Coming in right now, making the turn to the cul-de-sac. None of the Israelis had the capability of tying into the Taskforce smartphones for group encryption, so our commo would be text only, but at least I could talk to Jennifer. I set the IMSI grabber on the ground and turned it on, the screen glare flaring out with a blue glow. I violently tapped keys until the display was more muted, hearing Jennifer say, Got the flashlight signal, exiting the vehicle. I said, Roger all. Tell me when link-up is complete. She assured me she would, and I fired up the Goblin grabber. The old airbase was so far out in the middle of nowhere that anyone close who had a cell phone would register with it. It wouldn't give me a location, but it would tell me how many people were around, which should be exactly 4 outside of our task force phones. The computer began listing the cell numbers, and there were a lot more than 4. I heard a noise and snapped my head around, raising my fist. It was Aaron. He held up a finger and whispered, There's a guy in the building. He just lost light discipline with a flashlight. He has a weapon. Weapon, I thought. I returned to the captured phone numbers, something about them tickling the back of my brain. Then it broke free. They were Russian numbers. I shut down the grabber and keyed my phone. Coco, this is Pike. Nothing happened. Because you just locked her phone. It's got to find a tower. I waited a beat, then tried again. I got nothing. I pointed to the door at the back of the house, the one we'd avoided when we ran across the open area. I pointed to the building, then ran a finger across my throat. Aaron nodded and began sliding that way. I finally heard Jennifer. Pike, this is Coco. Knock's complete, all bona fides met. We're secure. He's unlocking the door. You want to wait until I've met him? Or come on down now? I hissed. It's a fucking trap. I say again, it's a trap. Get out.
Chapter 73. Jennifer heard Pike's command in her Bluetooth earpiece, the words shooting adrenaline through her body, burning into her muscles like high voltage. The door cracked open, and she saw a brutish man with a thick brow. He pulled it wider, a ghoulish smile on his face. She stepped back, raised her leg, and kicked hard, driving the door into his body and flinging him into the foyer. She leapt through the opening before he could recover. The brute hit the floor and rolled, reaching behind his back and drawing out a pistol. She threw a low snap kick, knocking it out of his hand and sending it skittering across the floor, stopping short of a hole in the dilapidated structure. He hissed and punched her thigh, bringing her to her knees. She threw her arms up and ducked as he lashed out with a jab, rabbit-punching the back of her head. She rolled with the blow, springing back to her feet and facing him. He made no move toward the pistol. He raised his hands and said, Don't fight me. We won't hurt you. I have orders not to hurt you. She heard the accent. Russian. She remained silent, glancing at his weapon on the floor 7 feet away. He stepped toward her. Don't even think it. You'll only get yourself killed. She could barely understand his English. He stepped forward again, and she slid sideways.
He saw her intentions and closed the gap, both hands out in supplication. He was leaning toward her right, toward the pistol. He took one more step forward inside her range. She snapped 2 quick jabs, a left followed by a right, catching him in the nose and popping his head back. She followed with a knee to his stomach, the strike missing and sliding off. Ending slightly to his rear, she stuck a leg behind his knees and levered his body backward, causing him to slam into the floor a second time. As he went over, his flailing arms grabbed her hair, yanking her to the ground. She screamed and jerked free, scrambling for the pistol in the corner on her hands and knees. He leapt on her back, circling his arms around her neck, clamping down on her throat, and driving her face first into the floor. She saw sparks flash in her eyes, the pain consuming her. She swept the floor blindly, desperately trying to grasp the pistol. Her hand brushed the grip, and she swung it back again, slapping the pistol forward. It disappeared into the hole in the floor. He pounded her head into the ground, paralyzing her for a moment. She quit searching for the gun and struggled to her knees. She swam a hand between his arm and her throat, using all of her strength to pry it back, but only gaining a half-inch of space. She fought to her feet, then drove her legs backward, forcing him to backpedal to stay upright. She picked up speed and slammed him into the wall near the entrance door. It did little good. He pressed her head forward, clenching down his arms, his face next to hers. She smelled stale tobacco on his ragged breath, and knew it might be the last thing she ever sensed. She drove her legs backward again, and he used the momentum to whip her around, throwing her into the wall face first. The impact stunned her enough to make her go limp for a split second. He bent over, holding her weight off of the floor. She saw the light of the stars through a window, and feebly flung her right heel back, trying to damage him. Window, she thought. She put her hand on the sill and pulled herself toward it. In between breaths, he said, "Quit fucking fighting. Stop it." With her last bit of strength, she whirled her body, making him rotate with her and getting his back to the wall. She staggered to the right, dragging him along. He jerked her neck, and she could go no farther, praying she was within range. She went limp again, forcing him to bend over and hold her weight. She gathered her feet underneath her and exploded off of the floor, driving him backward. She barely heard the shattering of the glass and kept pushing, jamming his body through the window, his lower back embedded in the jagged glass in the sill, causing him to scream, and breaking his hold on her neck. She whirled around before he could recover, grabbed him by the hair, and jerked his head to the right, embedding his neck in broken glass. She ripped the head down, raking his neck on the transparent razors, then fell back, gasping for air. He pulled himself out of the window, his eyes wide open and both hands on his neck, blood jetting out obscenely. Even as she scuttled backward like a crab, she stared in morbid fascination, amazed at the volume of fluid. He fell face first, one arm outstretched, the fingers clawing the dirty concrete. Chapter 74. Yuri heard the early warning call from Peter, and a smile crept across his face, a sinister, savage thing devoid of humanity. It was the woman approaching, the one who had killed Dmitri and Mishka, the one he had promised to flay, a promise he very much wanted to keep. 2 weeks ago, he would never have considered an operation such as this, one that was so far away from his primary tasking. To do so would be tantamount to treason. He would have simply swallowed the bitter pill he'd been given and continued on, like he had on numerous operations in the past. That had been before the death of Vlad. With it, he'd discovered a newfound freedom. It was more than a lack of oversight. It was something growing inside of him, a desire to make his own destiny instead of blindly following orders. He'd still accomplish Vlad's original mission, even if he had to set the dirty bomb himself, putting Akimbo's dead body next to it. But he would have his vengeance here first. Headlights pierced the window of the building he was in, forcing him to duck beneath the sill. They vanished, and he watched the car coast forward with nothing but its driving lights. It reached the edge of the cul-de-sac and flashed its lights, once, then twice. On the second flash, he thought he saw movement in the shrubbery of the building next to his. The car door opened, and he watched the female exit and began walking to the center building at the end of the circle. He returned to the shrubbery, raising his night vision to his eyes. He could barely make out a shadow. Maybe a man, maybe not. He flipped out the folding stock of his PP-19, brought the weapon to a high ready, and slid out the door. He went around the back of the building away from the street, sliding along the concrete cinder blocks. When he got to the edge, he peeked around the corner using his NODs. From this distance, he could clearly make out a man crouching in the dark, staring at the link-up site. He saw no weapon, the man apparently just watching. He had to be a member of the American team. Yuri slid the PP-19 around to his back and pulled out a 6-inch fixed-blade stiletto. He began to creep ever so slowly toward his prey. He got within 5 feet when the man answered a cell phone. Yuri strained to hear what he said, but couldn't make it out. An instant later, he understood why. The man wasn't speaking English. In fact, he wasn't speaking a language Yuri recognized. He listened for a second more, happy for the call, as, like a texting driver, it focused the man's attention on the phone and distracted him from his surroundings. A dangerous mistake on a highway, but positively lethal in combat. All Yuri needed to do was wait until the call was over, get him in the sweet spot while he was still focused on the conversation, but after he'd disconnected, preventing whoever he was talking with from realizing something had gone terribly wrong. He put the knife in a reverse grip and crouched, staring at the grainy-green image through his NODs. He saw the arm drop, paused a moment to be sure, then was taken by surprise when the man snapped upright and exploded out of the bushes, running straight toward the link-up building. Yuri remained still for exactly 1 second. That's all the time it took for his brain to assimilate the action, the purposes behind it, and the second-order effects of letting the man continue. He sheathed the knife, ripped off the NODs, and began sprinting, bringing up the PP-19 Bizon. He entered the street and saw the man was almost to the building. He took a knee, flipped the lever to full auto, and squeezed off a 3-round burst. The PP-19 was a submachine gun, accurate at short ranges, but not designed to kill at a distance. He watched the dust spray at the man's feet. He raised his hold and let loose again. This time the man tumbled to the ground, rolling to the sidewalk just outside the building. He was mentally congratulating himself when the window to the right of the door exploded outward. "What the fuck?" he thought. He raised his NODs and saw Oleg holding the girl, him on his back and screaming. Yuri dropped the goggles around his neck and began sprinting again, his eyes glued to the window. He reached the sidewalk and took a knee, raising his weapon and hitting the window with its mounted light. He saw the girl rip Oleg's neck on the left side of the shattered window, the blood spurting out black in the harsh illumination. He heard a guttural scream from the right and whirled in time to deflect the charge of another man. The attacker dove at his head, attempting to tackle him. He rolled back, planting his foot on the man's stomach and using his momentum to flip him neatly over his head and into the ground. The man rolled, springing to a crouch unhurt, charging again. He saw it wasn't a man. It was another woman. He pulled his weapon up, and she lashed out with her leg, knocking the barrel off.
She closed inside his range and began ripping his face with elbows and spear hands, tearing the skin above his nose and pounding his brow, all sharp edges and pain. She jabbed his left eye, blinding him, and he kicked out, pushing her back. She growled and charged again, like some demented being unconcerned about her welfare. He popped her hard in the temple, then grabbed her hair with one hand and wrapped his arm around her waist with the other. He slammed her into the ground, then raised her head by the hair, exposing her neck. She looked him in the eye and said, "You are fucking dead." He said, "Not tonight," and raised his fist.
Chapter 75. I heard nothing else from Jennifer, and left the whole IMSI grabber mess of computers and cell phone paraphernalia where it lay, running down the back of the building to catch up with Aaron. I slid in behind him and said, "This place is fucking crawling with Russians. We were set up." Working the lock to the door, he said, "One's inside here. He's got a submachine gun. I have to get to Jennifer right fucking now." I started to move away and he grabbed my arm. "Don't. There's a killer in here with a weapon. You leave, you expose us all." He was right, but it didn't help my mood. "Then get this thing open, or move aside and let me do it." He went back to work on the lock, whispering, "She will be okay. Shoshana thinks Jennifer is like your Star Wars movies. Something special." "What, a fucking Jedi?" He said, "Yes." I whispered, "That's fucking crazy. She's no match for a bunch of Russians." The lock broke free, and he turned the knob slowly, inching it forward from its decayed grave, wanting to prevent the rusted hinges from making noise. He said, "Shoshana's never wrong. She thinks the same of you, but I don't know why." He pushed it open enough for us to enter, and I slid in through the door, now quiet, getting far enough to allow him to follow. We both crouched, letting our eyes adjust to the starlight. The entry room had 2 exits, one straight ahead and one to the right. He touched my arm and pointed to the door to our front. I nodded, moving to the opening on the right. Before either of us could take 2 steps, a black blob exploded out of my door, straight toward me. The man held a long gun of some sort and was wearing night observation goggles. He saw me and skidded to a halt, bringing his weapon up. I launched straight at him, slapping the barrel high and driving my fist into his throat. He fell to his knees, gasping for air through his shattered larynx, the giant Russian goggles bobbing up and down. I dropped a step back and lined up a roundhouse kick, whipping my entire weight behind it and catching him just behind the ear. He slammed into the ground like he'd been poleaxed, which I suppose he had. Aaron and I both sat still for a moment, hands out in a fighting stance, assessing whether anyone else was coming. We heard nothing. I turned to him, seeing his eyes in the dim moonlight, looking at me with respect. I started searching the body, and he pulled out his phone, saying, "I see Shoshana was right. Remarkable reflexes." He grabbed the Russian subgun with his free hand, and I slapped it away, jerking the PP-19 from his grasp. I said, "In my world, the Jedi gets what he earned." His phone connected, and he said something in Hebrew. I pulled off the NODs, found a pistol, and threw it to him, saying, "We need to move. Going out the front, I'll lead." He said, "Daniel is on the way, don't shoot him." I took off at a fast trot, reaching the front door and jerking it open. I surveyed the street with the Russian NODs before exiting. They worked okay, but reminded me of stuff we used in the 1990s. In the green glow, I saw a man running toward the link-up building. Daniel. I jerked the NODs off my head and started sprinting through the grass. I hit the pavement, my legs churning as fast as I could make them go, and saw another man to my right, 75 meters ahead. He took a knee and raised a weapon. Even at this distance, I recognized him. It was Yuri, the pale-skinned vampire-looking son of a bitch who had killed my men. He let loose a burst and missed. I took a knee and raised my own weapon. He fired again, and Daniel tumbled to the earth. I squeezed the trigger, throwing rounds down range in a bid to take him down. I missed. The man stood up, unaware of my attack. He began running straight toward the building. The window next to the front door exploded in a shower of glass, and I saw 2 bodies locked in mortal combat. Jesus, Jennifer! I leapt up and began running as fast as I could, desperately trying to close the distance. Knowing if Jennifer wasn't dead, she would be shortly. The man had reached the edge of the lawn and had stopped sprinting. He raised his weapon, aiming it at Jennifer. I threw my own weapon up to my shoulder, still running flat out. I screamed and squeezed off a burst. A dark flash came from nowhere, tackling him. He grappled with the wraith, slamming it into the ground. I saw him wrap his hands into the person's hair and realized it was Shoshana. The man raised his fist in a killing blow, and I shouted again. Yuri finally realized I existed. Still holding Shoshana's hair with one hand, he reached down with the other and grasped the PP-19. He raised it, shooting one-handed. I dropped and rolled, getting out of the line of fire, diving behind an old defunct junction box. The bullets pinged the cheap metal, sounding like rain on a tin roof. I crawled to the right and raised my weapon.
Yuri fired 2 more bursts at the junction box, snarling like a chained dog. The girl in his grasp rolled to the left, torquing her body around the hand in her hair and trying to kick him. He hammered her forehead with the butt of his weapon, drawing blood. She curled into a ball, hands over her skull. Down the street he saw headlights spill into the cul-de-sac and knew it was Peter. Reinforcements on the way. He said, "You idiots picked the wrong fight." He placed the barrel against her head, then heard a noise behind him. The door to the building had opened. He whirled and saw the woman from the link-up coming, the killer of his men, holding a section of pipe and swinging. He raised the PP-19, and the metal slammed into his shoulder, crunching bone and drawing a scream. He rolled to the left, letting go of his captive to get away from the club. He brought the weapon up again with his weak hand, holding it out in front of him toward the satanic bitch with the pipe. But she'd already moved. He turned, desperately trying to find her. The pipe came down on his good arm, shattering it and causing him to drop the submachine gun. He looked up at her, now helpless. He said, "Go ahead. Do it." She said nothing. She dropped the pipe. His face split into a rictus grin. "You fucking weaklings. I cannot believe we lost to people like you." He felt fingers snake through his hair, then snap his head back. The other woman said, "Say hello to Daniel on your way to hell."
Chapter 76. I leveled my weapon at Yuri, but didn't pull the trigger. He had lost my location, but I couldn't shoot with what I had. The PP-19 wasn't an accurate weapon to begin with, and this one certainly wasn't dialed in for me. If I fired, I'd stand as much a chance of hitting Shoshana as him. Headlights from the rear rolled over my position. I turned over to see a vehicle approaching at high speed. The car launched right at me, bouncing in the air over the curb. I leapt over the top of the junction box, losing my weapon as the vehicle smashed into it, ripping it off the foundation, but stopping the forward movement. A man spilled out of the driver's seat, raising another PP-19. I rolled over, sweeping the ground for the weapon, and knowing he had beaten me to the draw, praying his aim was off. A shot rang out, and a dark mist exploded from his head, silhouetted by the glow of the headlights. He fell forward, revealing Aaron standing behind him holding a pistol. I nodded at him, then began moving forward, hearing Yuri scream in Russian, cracking off rounds that snapped through the air and caused Aaron to dive into the dirt. I darted around an overgrown patch of shrubs and heard Yuri shout in pain. When I regained line of sight, I saw he was down, Jennifer above him holding a length of pipe. I slowed, the night coalescing into one image burning into my brain. Her standing. Alive. Yuri started squirming on the ground, and I began running again, closing the distance. Shoshana muscled him upright, sitting behind him and holding his head. I slowed to a trot and grinned, thinking he'd just entered his worst nightmare. And I was right. A long blade appeared in her right hand. Her left pulled his head back. I saw the future and screamed in futility, trying to stop her. Jennifer dove toward the arm, but was too late. Shoshana slid the knife across his neck, and it split open like an obscene mouth, the blood flooding down his shirt. By the time I reached them, he was dead. Jennifer sat heavily in the grass, the murder overwhelming her. I kicked the knife out of Shoshana's hand. "What the fuck are you doing?" She leapt up and bared her teeth, on the verge of striking me. Aaron jerked my arm from behind, and I whirled around, throwing a punch that didn't connect. He slapped my fist away, dancing out of range. I stood fuming. I flicked my head back and forth between them and said, "We don't know where the African is. We don't know where the bomb is headed. You just killed our only lead." Shoshana said, "That fucker killed Daniel. He was going down no other way." I rubbed my face with my hand and said, "You people really need to get over the vengeance thing. Munich was a long time ago." She stood and wiped the blood off of her hands on her thigh. She looked at Daniel's body, and I saw a tear tracking down her cheek. "Don't lecture me. There is no bigger issue than my family, none. You told me you would do the same. He killed your men, too." She broke her gaze from her dead friend, glancing at Jennifer, then at me. She said nothing, but I understood completely. I had said that. It was a shitty deal all the way around. I said, "I'm sorry, I really am, but there's a terrorist on the loose who's going to attack a lot more people than just your friends." She looked at Aaron and said, "Daniel was right. I should have killed him." Confused by the statement, I looked at Aaron. He slowly shook his head and said, "That's not true, Shoshana." "Yes, it is. Daniel said someone was going to die, and because I spared Pike, Daniel paid the price. This is my fault." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? You think because you didn't kill me and the cistern you caused Daniel's death?" She said, "You wouldn't understand." Jennifer cut in, surprising all of us. "Yes, he would. He understands more about the pain you feel than anyone here. There's a reason he's still standing, and you know what it is. You believe it just like I do." Now really confused, questioning if I was the only one wondering what the hell we were talking about, I said, "Believe what?" Shoshana gave Jennifer a slight nod and said, "Believe in the name Nephilim. Believe that you have a purpose beyond just aggravating the hell out of me."
Chapter 77. As the men filed into the cramped briefing room of the old executive office building, Colonel Kurt Hale surveyed them closely, looking for signs of deception. Someone had sold the link-up information to the Russians, allowing them to set up an ambush, and Pike was convinced there was a mole buried inside the task force. Given that Kurt had handpicked every member, he thought the idea far-fetched, but he had begun the laborious process of screening anyone who had access to the support and logistics of the cache infrastructure. A mole sitting on the Oversight Council itself was beyond discussion, yet he still couldn't help but study the men as they circled around the table. The last to enter, Alexander Palmer, told him that the president would be late and to begin without him. Kurt showed no outward emotion, but internally he grimaced. He wanted the president's support, knowing this meeting was going to become contentious. "Now I know why he wanted a private briefing," he thought. At President Warren's request, he'd given an update earlier this morning, so he knew how the president would vote when the time came. Kurt began. "Gentlemen, this is the update briefing for Project Prometheus operations targeting Boko Haram." That was the only statement he made where someone wasn't shouting a question or demanding a further explanation. Before he had finished relating the actions of Pike's team from the night before, Bruce Tupper became agitated, interrupting him. "You said you did these operations all the time, that you weren't amateurs. I remember saying link-ups like this caused compromise, and sure as shit you got compromised. How?" "Sir, we're investigating that. Right now, we believe the weak link was the man we had servicing the caches. Somewhere his operation was penetrated, and his information was used to set up an ambush for Pike's team." "You mean a mole? Jesus, this is like the 1980s all over again." "No, sir, not a mole. Our men and women are personally vetted by me. Then they undergo the same lifestyle and CI polygraph as anyone working in the intelligence community, each and every one. The cache controller worked for the CIA for over a decade before he began to work for us." The DNI slapped the table and said, "Have you ever heard of Robert Hansen? He was a damn spy in the counterintelligence division for 30 years, hand-picked." Kurt held up his hands and said, "Sir, we're taking precautions. Everyone associated is going through a polygraph procedure.
All information technology systems are being forensically checked. Tupper said, "Everyone in your organization gets one. You understand? Don't cut anyone slack in your building. That's how Aldrich Ames lasted as long as he did. People simply couldn't believe he could be the mole." Kurt said, "Yes, sir." Tupper continued, "What's the cash asset story? What's he saying?" "We haven't located him yet. We're working it, but the man posing as him at the ambush had the real-world cache instructions and the keys to the drop site, which isn't a good sign." Tupper scowled and said, "Cauterize anything he's touched. Do it now." Kurt nodded, saying, "Already done." Tupper fidgeted, looking for another line of attack, when Palmer cut in. "Did Pike get anything from the ambush? Any intel?" Glad for the change of topic, Kurt said, "Yes, first there was a DHL receipt for a package getting mailed to Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. We assume it's the device, but the tracking number is no longer valid. We've already been through DHL trying to piece together why it's being rejected, and apparently it was never active. No package ever entered their system with that tracking number. Second, we have a vinyl sleeve with Cyrillic writing. Translated, it's some type of instruction for keys to be used in an explosive device. Pretty much proof positive that the Russians are involved in this up to their eyeballs." Kurt failed to mention the biggest pieces of intelligence. Pike had also found a computer with folders on the desktop, all in Russian. He'd hooked it to the internet, allowing the hacking cell to search the hard drive from Washington. They'd found some interesting communication methods involving the deep web, but no hard information. Kurt believed it was for talking to Chiclet, but Pike was convinced it was for communicating with a mole. He'd managed to talk Kurt into keeping the communications method secret in case it was used again. The light above the door began flashing red, telling Kurt that someone wanted to enter the secure conference room. He waited, and Palmer let in the president. Warren took Palmer's seat at the head of the table and said, "Where are we?" "Just getting to the intel indicators from the ambush." "Did you brief the Cyrillic stuff?" "Yes, sir." President Warren turned to the Secretary of State, Jonathan Billings, and said, "I want quiet pressure brought to bear on Russia. We don't know if it's sanctioned or not, but someone in their government is helping Boko Haram, and I want them to know we know." Billings nodded and said, "A sleeve with Cyrillic writing isn't much to take to them. Do we have any other proof?" President Warren scoffed and said, "Seriously? Yeah, we have more proof. The head of their intel agency was heard talking about a dirty bomb to a guy who ambushed Pike, and who also conveniently had the sleeve." Billings curled deep into his chair at the outburst, and President Warren softened his tone. "Look, I don't want this to be a Cuban Missile Crisis moment, with pictures thrown down at the UN. We don't know what their involvement is at the end of the day. Do it quietly." Billings nodded, and President Warren leaned back, saying, "Go ahead, Kurt." "Sir, I'm about done. We assess that Chiclet and the device are headed to Brazil, and I'd like permission to continue with Pike's team. I believe we're under the gun on this." Lindsay Banff, one of two civilians on the council, said, "Assuming it is Brazil, why there? Why not here in the States?" Billings said, "First off, the Vice President is down there right now, along with the contingent of the Senate. They're due to return in 4 days." "Would anyone know that?" "Well, yeah, it's all over the press." Kurt said, "The original voice cut also said they thought it would be too hard to get inside the United States. As for Brazil, the World Cup is starting. The tournament is played in 12 different stadiums in 12 different cities throughout Brazil. But we don't think that's the target. It's a catalyst for the target." He clicked a slide showing the teams of the World Cup. "This year is the first time since 1970 that Israel is qualified. Because of it, the Prime Minister of Israel is visiting the team, showing his support. Remember that the voice cut indicated Israeli interests?" President Warren nodded and said, "I see where you're going." Kurt clicked to the next slide. The Prime Minister of Israel is meeting the Brazilian President along with our Vice President 2 days from now. With the address and the DHL ticket being the capital, Brasilia, we believe that's the target." Bruce Tupper let out a bitter chuckle. "Snowden just keeps on giving." The Secretary of Defense said, "What's he have to do with this?" Billings said, "The President of Brazil went spastic 6 or 8 months ago when our surveillance operations inside the country were leaked. We're trying to rebuild relations, but the Vice President isn't the man to discuss this issue. It's way, way over his head. He had to pay a courtesy visit, but we didn't want it to be alone, one-on-one. In order to keep the discussion on the weather or something else innocuous, we invited the Israeli Prime Minister to attend." Palmer said, "Can we call it off?" Kurt said, "Sure, but calling off the meeting isn't going to call off the attack. Chiclet will just look for a new target." President Warren said, Okay. Get Chiclet's information out there. Let the Brazilians know there's a threat on the loose and it may be directed at a World Cup venue, but more likely at the seat of government. Get them on the ball." Bruce Tupper said, "And how do we know this?" President Warren smiled. "Tell them it was an NSA intercept." Everyone politely chuckled, and Alexander Palmer said, "Sir, I'd recommend sending in Nest as well." "Yeah, right, of course. Palmer, you got the ball with the Department of Energy." Palmer nodded and said, "Carey, I need you to talk to the CIA liaison in Brazil. Let him know our nuclear emergency support team is coming to the capital, and they're going to have sensitive equipment that needs to get through customs discreetly." Carey said, "Easy day. Kurt, what's your recommendation for the task force?" "Have them investigate this address, see what they can find." Tupper said, "They're in Germany. Isn't this time-sensitive? Can't we use something on the address besides this illegal task force operation?" Kurt said, "Retro's stabilized in Landstuhl, so I broke Brett free. He met the team in Berlin with the Gulfstream 4. They're halfway across the Atlantic now." Tupper blew up. "Are you fucking kidding? What happened to oversight? Who gave you permission?" Kurt said, "Sir, I had to get them out of Germany anyway. My recommendation is to get them into Brazil, but if you guys say no, then they'll simply fly home." Tupper looked at President Warren and said, "I emphatically vote no." He raised a hand and theatrically began ticking off fingers. 1, they have no cover for action in Brazil. No way to explain what a supposed archaeological firm is doing with a bunch of Israelis who have nothing to do with them. 2, they've shown a willingness to disobey our instructions, and giving them permission to continue is tantamount to condoning their past actions. And 3, they've had a hostile penetration of their organization, and we don't even know how. For all we know, everything they do will be exposed by the Russians. They're a walking time bomb of compromise." President Warren said, "Kurt, what about that?" Kurt said, "Pike's team has all the information on Chiclet. There are a bunch of intangibles that he can connect intuitively. Sending someone new to start now isn't the same. You can't manhunt by committee. Something will get missed. As far as compromise goes, the Israelis will help rather than hurt. If it blows up, we can always throw them to the wolves. Finally, I'm running this one personally. Everyone else is firewalled. No support teams, no logistics, no other involvement besides the men in this room." The Secretary of Defense said, "You guys are stomping on the ants and missing the elephant." Tupper said, "You call exposing an intelligence organization operating outside the laws of the United States an ant?" "Yeah, when you compare it to the death and panic of a dirty bomb going off. That's the fucking elephant." Chapter 78. Akimbo saw the DHL sign and attempted to pull over, only to jerk back into his lane after a bleating of horns behind him. Sweating profusely from fear, he circled the block, the task of driving in this place sending a rancid flow of nausea in his stomach.
Unlike Berlin, Sao Paulo was a free-for-all of vehicle operation, with everyone vying for position as if the most reckless behind the wheel created the driving rules. It scared the hell out of him. All he wanted to do was get the package and find a place to stay. Get some rest before tomorrow. Everything had gone perfectly fine leaving Germany. He'd destroyed the Russians' operational phone, buying his own inside the Berlin airport with the credit card he'd been given. He'd accessed his email account, the one supposedly protected from the United States, and seen an email from the safe house, waiting on his response, as if they were completely unaware of the theft of the keys, which was more than he had hoped. He'd responded to the email, saying he was on the way, and looking forward to meeting. Then emailed his contacts in Boko Haram, asking them to create the propaganda tape. They'd replied, telling him it would be done, then had asked him to create a Twitter account for spreading the video. He'd done so using the handle Boko Haram Brazil. Finally, he'd paid a change fee and changed his ticket. Instead of landing in Brasilia, he'd opted for Sao Paulo. The Russians had an agenda for him, but he had chosen his own target. Everything looked to be tracking, including slipping from the noose of the Russians. They expected him to arrive today and attack in 2 days. Instead, he would attack his target tomorrow, provided he could get the device. Circling the chaotic streets of Sao Paulo, he wondered if he was going to fail simply because he didn't have the nerve to drive among the lunatics in this city. Approaching the DHL location for the second time, he put on his blinker and changed lanes, ignoring the bleeding horns and the driver behind him slamming on his brakes. Sandwiched on the ground floor of a 10-story structure, surrounded on all sides by glass and steel office buildings, there was nowhere to park near the DHL store. Not willing to pass by a third time, he took a cue from a van ahead of him and hopped the curb, parking on the sidewalk. He exited, eyes downcast, to avoid the angry stares of the pedestrians on the street, wondering how on earth he was going to drive the 5 hours to his destination. It had looked so easy on Google Maps. He went to the counter and presented his receipt. The clerk asked for identification, and he slid across his passport. The man studied it intently. Sweating profusely, Akimbo patted his forehead with a cloth. The clerk disappeared into the back. After 5 minutes, Akimbo began to suspect that Yarilo had set him up, and that the clerk wasn't searching for a box, but waiting for a team of policemen. Every minute that passed increased his unease. He called to the back, but received no answer. At the 8-minute mark, his survival instinct trumped his desire for the weapon. He pocketed his passport and trotted to the glass doors, seeing his car outside. He pushed them open and heard someone shout behind him. He turned, preparing to flee, and saw the clerk waving his receipt in the air with one hand. The other was pulling a dolly. He said, "Where are you going? Don't you want your tools?"
Chapter 79. I took another look at the reconnaissance video, the glow from the computer getting brighter in the back of the van as the sun dropped in the sky. I was searching for an additional breach point, but didn't find one. It looked like the only way in was either the front door or the 2 windows in the back. Both had bars on them, complicating the issue. The house itself was connected to the buildings left and right, with no space in between, the area in a decidedly seedy part of the capital. Called Ceilândia, it was a borough created in the 70s to relieve the favelas, or shantytowns, being built downtown. Of course, you couldn't expect a government neighborhood created specifically to house people living in homemade shacks to be a place to brag about. Our target was on a road that wasn't even paved. I read about the favelas in Rio, most run by drug gangs and crime lords. I hoped Ceilândia wasn't a duplicate of that city, because I didn't want to have to fight my way out if we raised a ruckus. I was beginning to have second thoughts about our little detour to Brazil. While waiting to link up with Brett and the Rockstar Bird, I had briefed Kurt Hale on what we had, letting Aaron and Shoshana deal with Daniel's body. I don't know what they did, something with their own Mossad connections, but I felt badly about the loss. Shoshana had taken it hard, and technically she was right. It was because of me. He was killed in an ambush targeting Americans, not Israelis. I was convinced some sorry bastard inside Taskforce headquarters had intentionally leaked our information. But Kurt didn't feel the same way. He was sure the asset in Europe had simply been sloppy and had been penetrated by the Russians, maybe years ago. I thought he was using blinders because he'd personally approved all the operational members of the task force. Admitting there was a mole instead of shitty tradecraft was admitting he'd screwed up. Tough pill, but he might have to swallow it. I told him everything we'd found, from the DHL address to the computer, and made him promise he wouldn't divulge to anyone the deep web messaging protocols I'd discovered. I was sure it went to the traitor, and I'd used it to send an innocuous message, hoping someone would reply. From there, I was going to set up a trap. If we had a mole, that is. The communication method could have been used by Yuri to buy anything from black market firearms to kiddie porn. After the Israelis had returned, we'd taken off from Berlin with a flight plan to Charleston, South Carolina, where my company was located. Aaron had questioned that decision, and I told him I didn't have authority to execute anything yet. That caused Shoshana to demand they fly commercial, in effect cutting ties with us and continuing on their own. Daniel's death had bitten deeply, and she wanted Chiclet as much for his scalp as for stopping the attack. She didn't trust us to continue. After some discussion, I'd managed to convince her that the flight plan was just a formality, but I wasn't so sure about her judgment. She was on the edge, looking for vengeance. After my initial outburst at Magdeburg, I'd let what she'd done to Yuri drop. It was clearly wrong, but I wasn't sure I had room to cast judgment. If I'd seen Decoy killed in front of me, then had his murderer in my arms, helpless or not, I was fairly sure on what I would have done. Jennifer didn't see it the same way. She knew it was heinous. As soon as we were alone, she had stated her unease about what had occurred. In return, I had asked her about the man who died from the fall off of the scaffolding. The implication clear. She had killed him out of necessity, but it was necessity wrapped in vengeance. Her eyes had watered, and she'd said, "Don't say that. Don't tell me I'm a murderer. I can't bear that coming from you." I said, "Whoa, that's not what I meant. Don't ever think that. It's just very complicated. Yuri was a bad man. He was the murderer, and he got what was coming to him. That's not our call. Not like that. It makes us like him. By tolerating it, I'm becoming like him." I shook my head, saying, "No, you're not. The fact that you question makes you more than Yuri. Make no mistake. He would have killed you without remorse and slept like a baby later." She'd nodded as if she'd believed me, but whispered under her breath, "I wonder if Shoshana used to be like me. If it's only a function of time." I'd kept my eye on Shoshana on the flight, looking for symptoms of a ticking bomb, but she seemed to have returned to the smartass she was when we'd first met, needling me at every opportunity. Jennifer had sat with her, which was alarming, because I knew she was still questioning her actions. I didn't need Shoshana trying to twist up Jennifer's moral compass. I let it go, and I eventually saw them laughing together. From across the cabin, I'd caught Jennifer's eye, and she'd smiled. Whew, one less issue. The flight was a little over 12 hours, and at the 9-hour mark, the co-pilot had awakened me from some much-needed rest to say that we'd gotten the mission to explore the DHL address. I spread the wealth by waking up the Israelis. The news made everyone happy. I wanted to say, "See, I told you we were going to execute," but in truth I had my doubts that the Oversight Council was going to allow us to continue. As much as I loved Charleston, I had dreaded going there with 2 pissed-off Israeli commandos. We'd landed at the capital, and I had Jennifer rig up a rental sedan with covert cameras, then launched her and Shoshana on a recce mission, while the rest of the men loaded up a panel van with equipment we might need. After they'd returned with the video, I'd started deliberating assault options. The video running one more time, I said, "Man, I would love to breach from the back alley, but I'm not assaulting by climbing through a window. The only way in is through the front door, and a breach out there is asking for trouble from neighbors." Brett, sitting next to me in the van, said, "We could go mechanical and get in fairly quickly." "It won't be quick enough to surprise them, and I don't want to give them time to get ready for a fight. Explosive breach? I slowly nodded. Yeah, it's looking that way. We're going to wake the neighborhood, though. From the front passenger seat, Aaron said, "What about the roof?" I rewound the video, judging the height of the building. It looked like a story and a half, with some sort of storage on top that wasn't a full floor. We could get up on the roof with little trouble, especially with Jennifer. To Brett, I said, "You bring a Wasp from the plane?" He was already breaking out the case. The Wasp was a very small, unmanned aerial vehicle with day-night optics. It had only a little over 2 feet of wingspan and an electric motor, making it damn near invisible. With the sky rapidly going dark, Brett would have no trouble doing a flyover without compromise. I kicked him out and waited, going over a potential assault plan in my head. We had a team of 5, with 3 assaulters I could count on and 2 I wasn't sure about. I said, "Aaron, don't take this the wrong way, but have you done a building assault like this before?" He smiled and said, "In my real job, this is what I do. The intelligence work is a sideshow." "And Shoshana?" "Not the same skills as Daniel and me. She was a helicopter pilot." He patted her knee to let her know it wasn't meant as an insult. "She has other skills, though." I nodded. "I have no doubt." Shoshana said, "What about Jennifer?" "The same. She's got some unique skills, but building assault isn't one of them." "What unique skills? That sounds like something I'd like to see." My face began a shade crimson, causing her to smile. I blurted, "She's a great climber. If the roof works out, she'll get a ladder up there for us." I glanced at Jennifer, and I'll be damned if she wasn't grinning like Shoshana. She was enjoying my discomfort. What the hell did they talk about on the bird? I said, "What is your problem, Shoshana? You dropped me out of a car going 10 miles per hour too fast. 1 minute you want to kill me, the next you don't, and you're constantly trying to get a rise out of me." Aaron laughed and said, "It means she likes you, trust me. If she didn't, you'd really feel the pain." Looking at Aaron, but talking to me, Shoshana said, "Aren't you going to pat Jennifer on the knee? Show her she's still a valued team member while you talk about her shortcomings?" I said nothing, wanting no part of that fight. Aaron scowled, and she turned to me. "If you're not, can I do it?" I felt my face flush again and said, "I need to stretch my legs." I slid open the door and Brett pulled up. He climbed in the van with the Wasp case, the UAV now neatly stowed. I said, And Aaron's idea was spot on. It looks like Coco's getting in some climbing. Chapter 80. 6 hours later, I was watching Jennifer free climb up her little ninja grapple, a caving ladder made of wire rolled and strapped to her back. The alley was littered with black trash bags, and it stank of spoiled vegetables and rotting meat left to sit too long in the sun. 2 houses over, I heard a dog losing his mind barking. I hoped he did that every night, and it didn't cause the owner to come out and investigate. We'd opted for a dismounted infiltration, walking about a half mile through the twisting alleys, holding up at the corners while Brett checked the next block with thermal imaging. It was slow and tedious, but the last thing I wanted was early warning on the target. We needed surprise, which was why we weren't driving right up to the front door. I'd outfitted Aaron and Shoshana with our standard gear from the package in the Rockstar bird, giving them each a suppressed H&K UMP-45, a Glock 30, and a set of night observation goggles. Since we didn't have enough Taskforce smartphones to pass out, we all reverted to old-fashioned FM radios with earbuds. I'd put Brett on point, me running slack, and staggered Jennifer in between Shoshana and Aaron. I'd given him tail gunner. We'd made it to the rear of the target without issue. Then the damn dog had started barking. Jennifer had tossed up her grapple, taken a couple of tugs, and begun scampering up like the dread pirate Roberts on the cliffs of insanity, moving as if someone were hoisting her from above and walking straight up the quarter-inch rope with hand strength alone. I have to admit, I'd seen Jennifer climb her way up all manner of things, but this was in a whole other class. I was impressed, and a little proud. I looked at Shoshana with a smug grin. Gun aimed out into her sector of the corner, she leaned in and bumped my knee. I ducked my head toward her and heard, "Wow, I should have patted her knee. She does have some skills I'd like to see alone." I wanted to punch her in the mouth, the comment and humor completely lost in the middle of a mission. She was no operator, no Jennifer. She was flighty, emotional, and unable to maintain a serious role. It was late to realize that, but it was true. I rotated around without a word, making sure we had 360-degree security and were all ready to go. I heard the dog go crazy again and turned that way, focusing on the gate to the house. I felt another tap on my thigh. I expected to see Brett or Aaron leaning in, but it was Shoshana again. She pulled my sleeve, drawing our heads together. She said, "I'm sorry, that wasn't funny. I'm not real flighty. We're about to get in a gunfight, and you don't know me well enough. I won't let you down." The fact that she used the same words that had flitted through my head freaked the hell out of me. Aaron had said she was an empath, but it was clearly more. She was fucking Carrie. I nodded, unsure what to say. I was saved by the caving ladder rolling down with a soft clatter on the ground. I looked up and heard in my earpiece, "Pike, this is Coco, roof secure." Shoshana whispered, "Coco? That's what you call her on the radio? Sexy." My mouth fell open at her words. She is insane, I thought. I grabbed the ladder and hissed, "Coco's a fucking talking gorilla." I saw the whites of her teeth in the grin. "Touché, Nephilim." I said, "You ever crawled up one of these things?" "No, but how hard could it be? Anyway, I thought I was on the ground, squirter control or something." I said, "You are. Squirter control, that is." Then keyed my mic. "Jennifer, Shoshana's going to need you to stabilize the ladder. Come on down." She said not a word. I saw the ladder whip a little and knew she was on the way. I pulled the cable taut, letting her scramble down without the end flailing all over the place. Something she would have to do for Shoshana. Getting up such a ladder wasn't easy on the best of days, but it was made infinitely harder if someone wasn't pulling down on the end, turning it into a facsimile of a real ladder instead of a whipping beast that had to be conquered into submission. Jennifer could handle it, but the task was definitely not something I wanted Shoshana to attempt for the first time, in the dark, on an assault. Jennifer dropped between us, giving me a look, questioning why I'd made her leave her security position on the roof. I said, "You and Shoshana have squirter control. You've seen the terrain. We're coming in hard. Hopefully, we trap them all before they can react. But you know how that can go. Anyone escapes, they'll be coming out the front." Jennifer understood the situation immediately and said, "Can Shoshana do that?" With a little bit of venom, I said, "Probably not, so be prepared to do a singleton takedown." I got an up from my three-man team and started climbing, Jennifer pulling hard on the bottom of the ladder. I heard Shoshana below me say, "What is he talking about?" Jennifer answered, sounding embarrassed, "The buildings are connected all the way to the end of the block. There's nowhere to hide. We can't circle around and sit in the street waiting for someone to run out. We'll be spotted. We're going to do it from the roof. If someone comes out, we'll have to drop to the street below. I understand if you can't do it. I'll handle it." I reached the top, pulling myself over the parapet, and heard, "Fuck that guy." I smiled. 2 minutes later, my three-man assault element was on the roof, the squirter control still climbing. I said, "Okay, Brett, where's Breach?" He led us behind an old AC unit, now defunct. Through my NODs, I saw a plywood hatch. I leaned down and stuck a knife in the seam, then levered it up. It fought me for a moment, then sprang free with a pop like a party favor. We all stopped movement, waiting. I heard a scrape behind me, and said over the net, Coco, freeze." The faded scuffling from the ladder went silent. We waited for an additional minute. Then I hoisted the thick piece of plywood out of the way, saying, "Coco, good to go, continue." Laying the plywood on the roof, we all stared down into the pit, the IR lights from our NODs providing an eerie Blair Witch movie view. I saw a shelf below full of discarded insulation and pieces of machinery. No movement. I signaled Brett, and he lowered himself down, taking a knee. I pointed at myself, making sure Aaron saw me, then followed. 30 seconds later, we were all inside, the attic space barely 5 feet tall, forcing us to kneel. Brett pointed to the closest side, and I saw a glow of light penetrating from below, illuminating a wooden ladder affixed to the wall 15 meters away. I nodded, and he began moving toward it slowly, 1 step at a time. I felt the floor crinkle with his steps, making a popping noise. He stopped, glancing back at me. I raised a hand, giving an unspoken question. "What's up?" He slowly shook his head. I broke noise discipline over our earpieces. "You see something?" He whispered, "I can't move." "Why?" "The ceiling is dry-rotted. I'm on a sheet of thin ice. I said, "What?" Then heard multiple pops, like bubble wrap being twisted, and watched him disappear through the ceiling. Chapter 81. A cloud of dust popped into the attic space like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. I darted forward, hearing the plywood snapping. I leaned over and saw Brett getting to his knees on the floor below, 3 men sitting up and yelling, coming out of a deep slumber. The only way down was the ladder, which was across the hole he'd created. Clearly the roof wouldn't support that. Uh-oh. I looked back at Aaron and said, "Time to get in the fight." He said, "How?" I clenched my teeth and jumped up in the air. When I hit the tinder box of wood, it splintered like it was made of glass. I smashed straight through to the floor below. I hit the ground and rolled to the right, bringing my weapon up. The 3 men were fully awake and starting to react. One grabbed a pistol on his night table and Brett drilled him. Another began sprinting out of the room. He'd almost reached the door when Aaron came crashing down, knocking him in the head with his full weight. The final man managed to get out through a side door leading to a hallway. I took off after him, but was hampered by the chaos in the room. I reached the corridor and saw it was empty. 2 other doorways opened just before it took a bend to the right. I keyed my radio. "Coco, got a squirter." My target knew where he was going and could flat out run, while I was forced to clear each room in case he'd opted to hide. I did so, finding nothing but a closet and a bathroom. I heard the front door open just as I rounded the corner of the hallway. I raced to the entryway, now open from the man's flight, and saw him come crashing back inside. Shoshana straddled his waist while Jennifer closed the door. I called Brett. "Status." "Target secure." We lumped all of them together in the back room. One was an indigenous-looking tough. The other was a pasty-faced Caucasian. I was sure he was Russian, but when he shouted at us, he did so in English and had no accent. Brett and Aaron cinched flex ties on them, hands behind the back, feet shackled with a 2-foot shuffle room. I said, "Search this place. Documents and electronics are the priority." Brett and Jennifer left, but Aaron and Shoshana stayed. I said, "You guys are wasting time. We need to get out of here." Shoshana said, "I'm better at interrogating. I know how to do this." I looked at Aaron and he said, "She's right. Let her take a crack at it. She's scary good. She's school-trained and has done many of these before." I thought about it, then nodded my head. Given where she'd come from, she probably had more skill than I did at this. I'd conducted a number of interrogations over my career, but I always defaulted to the trained interviewer when I had one. I said, "You know what to ask?" She said, "Yes, trust me. If he knows the location of Chiclet, so will we." The Caucasian said, "Fuck all of you people." Shoshana kicked the detritus on the floor, searching. She stood up, holding a thin finishing nail. She said, "Fuck me indeed. I wonder what I could do with this. It looks like a catheter, doesn't it?" I flinched at her words, as I'm sure every man on earth would. She brought her eyes to bear on the Caucasian, and they were floating and evil, sinister. The detainee took one look and made a break for the door, a pathetic shuffle in the flex cuffs, like he'd been drinking and didn't trust his steps. Shoshana stuck her right leg out, and he splayed forward, unable to protect his fall because his arms were behind his back. He landed face first, his head hitting the wall as his body slammed into the ground. She leaned over him and said, "I'm not going to ask any questions just yet. This is called the warm-up." I looked at Aaron, wanting some confirmation I was doing the right thing by leaving him alone with Carrie the empath. He nodded and winked. I went to help with the search. I was digging through a cabinet when I heard a scream, a thin wail that cut through to the soul, like someone was being skinned. I took off running back to the small room, bumping into Jennifer moving the same way. She shouted, "What was that?" I said, "I don't know. Shoshana, I think." We reached the room, and I saw the man on the floor, hands free, but legs still cuffed, Aaron over the top of him. Shoshana was standing in the corner and panting. I saw the wild eyes and knew I'd made a bad choice. I'd understood she was on the edge, but hadn't thought Aaron would allow her to outright harm the detainee. Jennifer ran to the man on the floor, and I stalked to Shoshana, saying, "What the fuck is going on?" She said, "He stabbed himself." Now furious, understanding the state of play, I said, "Stabbed himself? With his fucking hands behind his back, really?" Brett entered the room. He took one look at the tension floating in the air and said, "Got a laptop. Outside when you want to see it." He left. Shoshana said, "I freed him for the interrogation." Aaron rolled him over, and I saw a knife sticking out of his chest, the front of his shirt liquid red. Jennifer checked his pulse, looked at me, and shook her head. I got within an inch of Aaron's face and said, "What the fuck is wrong with you people?" Aaron said, "Wait, Pike, it's not like that. Shoshana really was conducting an interrogation. She untied his hands to give him water. It was all part of the plan. Shoshana threatens, then becomes nice. We don't coerce unless we have to." I stabbed my finger at the corpse. "Then how the fuck did that happen?" Shoshana began talking in short, choppy sentences. She seemed genuinely shaken. "He began answering questions freely. He seemed to be relieved that we had him, and that I wasn't resorting to violence. He's a reporter for the Associated Press. The Russians pay him for access to their servers." She took a deep breath and rubbed her face with both hands. "Everything was going fine until I asked about Yuri. The name sent him over the edge. He started crying, talking about how they were going to torture him to death, and begging me to kill him. Before I knew it, he dove across the table, grabbed a knife, and stabbed himself." I went from her to Aaron. He nodded. "That's what happened." I said, "Where'd he get a knife? He was clean when we cuffed him." "Yes, he was. It's his room, though." Aaron pointed to a nightstand on the floor, a drawer ripped out. "He knew one was in there." Jennifer had studied Shoshana for the entire exchange. She said, "She's telling the truth." I started to give a sharp retort, then caught Jennifer's eye. She slowly nodded her head. Jennifer had sensed something I couldn't. Aaron said, "Pike, we can argue about what happened later. The information we did get is critical. The assets here were directed to capture Chiclet, because he was disobeying orders. He doesn't have a dirty bomb. He has a real one." "What do you mean, real one?" "He has a live atomic bomb, a suitcase nuke, and he's going to set it off day after tomorrow at the meeting with your vice president and my prime minister."
Chapter 82. Kurt Hale watched the people leaving the Oval Office, all of them confused as to why they were being forced out. None were read on to the task force, but they knew if the president's schedule was interrupted to this degree, it had to be something awful. Even President Bush continued reading at the children's school after the first plane had hit the World Trade Center. He waited a beat, allowing them to clear the West Wing, then entered, surprised to see Bruce Tupper standing next to the president's desk. Kurt closed the door and said, "Sir, I didn't expect you here, but it's a good thing. We have an issue that you can solve immediately." President Warren, already in a foul mood after having his meeting broken up by Kurt's emergency phone call, said, "He's supposed to be at an NSC debate on Nigeria in 10 minutes. What was so god-awful important?" Kurt cut straight to the chase. Pike sorted through the DHL address. It is tied to Chiclet. But he doesn't have a dirty bomb. He's got a Russian suitcase nuke. The president's mouth dropped open, and Tupper said, Wait. What? That's an old wives' tale. There's no proof that those things exist. Congress had a huge investigation on them in the 90s and couldn't come up with any credible evidence besides some testimony from Russian environmental scientists." Kurt said, "You want to trust some congressional committee or what Pike's found? We had nuclear munitions like that. Why shouldn't they?" President Warren said, "Why would they give Chiclet a nuclear weapon? What the hell is Russia thinking? That would start a war." According to the interrogation, they didn't expect it to be nuclear. It was supposed to be a dirty bomb and cleaned of Russian fingerprints. But that's really irrelevant, sir. The immediate target is the bomb. The Russians come later. Tupper said, "What do you know about the weapon? What's its power?" "We know jack shit about the Russian systems, but we can look at our own. In the 70s and 80s, we had special atomic demolition munitions for special forces to use on deep penetration raids behind the Iron Curtain. Those weapons were implosion devices that weighed about 70 pounds and could be dialed from 0.1 to 1 kiloton. Given that every bit of Soviet technology was stolen through espionage from our nuclear program,
Theirs are probably similar. Warren said, "What's that mean to me?" "Some good news. The Hiroshima bomb was 15 kilotons. This is probably a max of 1 kiloton. A kiloton is 1,000 tons of TNT. So, in perspective, this will be much less than the 15,000 dropped on Japan." Well, that's great for a Jeopardy question, but it still doesn't give me a feel for the damage. Remember Timothy McVeigh in the Murrah Federal Building? What his bomb did? Yes, that'll be like 800 of those bombs going off at the same time. Unlike Hiroshima, instead of the entire city being wiped off the planet, it'll be the city center, or something like that. The nuclear fallout will still be severe. That's good news? Well, better than the alternative. The other thing we learned was that we assessed the target correctly. He's planning on hitting the vice president's meeting. For all we know, the bomb is already placed, but it gives us 2 solid days to find it. Tupper said, "What leads do you have? How are you going to find and fix Chiclet?" "That's the problem you can solve. Right now, we're sitting on the house, basically waiting on Chiclet to show up. That's not what I would call a solid plan for success. The guys in Brazil also thought the weapon was going to be delivered by DHL, but we know that's not happening. The DHL receipt went nowhere, so it's likely the same will happen with Chiclet. He knows the Russians didn't want a true nuclear blast, and he's not going to show up at the house and let them stop it." "How can I help?" "We have 4 Associated Press email accounts, all tied to American journalists. We need to see the content." President Warren said, "What? You think the Associated Press is involved here? That's crazy." No, not at all. We think these are mirror accounts the Russians developed through the asset in Brazil. The Russians control Snowden, and they know we won't touch something as sensitive as Associated Press reporters. They're using the mirrors to communicate. At least that's my theory. On the surface, they're legitimate, so it's a tough call." Tupper said, "Not that tough. All I have to do is get a warrant through FISA." President Warren leaned back and rubbed his eyes. He exhaled and said, "No, you can't. Without extensive background proving the viability of the warrant, the court will deny it, and we can't give that background. The days of the rubber stamp are over." Tupper said, "What about using Taskforce assets? Why do I have to do anything in the first place?" 2 days ago, Kurt was briefing me on their computer network operations. Kurt said, "We could do it, but it'll take time we don't have. We're totally focused on foreign systems. Getting into the AP without compromise will be hard. Yeah, we could smash and grab, but we'll be exposed. The NSA has already established the back doors." Tupper frowned and said, "You're asking me to order someone to commit a felony? Basically do the very thing everyone is afraid we'll do, crush the 4th Amendment?" Kurt said, "I don't see a choice. It's the only lead we have. Chiclet's phone is no longer operational." Tupper said, "And that's how it starts, every single time." President Warren said, "Enough of the damn semantics. Get it done." Tupper said, "Sir, I hate to look like a weasel, but I'll be the one standing up in front of the Intelligence Committee. I'll have committed a felony." Kurt said, "God damn it, there's a nuclear bomb loose in the hands of an Islamic psychopath who thinks the world would look better without electricity. Who gives a shit about who's going to get blamed?" President Warren raised his hand, silencing Kurt. He said, "Par for the course inside the Beltway. Bruce, do what Kurt's asking. If it goes bad, I'll take responsibility. I'll step forward." Tupper said, "Sir, I didn't mean I wouldn't do it, just if there's risk. Of course I'll do it." President Warren said, "Yes, you will. If that bomb goes off because you didn't do everything you could, I'm throwing your ass to the wolves."
Chapter 83. I saw a vehicle park opposite of our target house and perked up, the little spike of adrenaline helping to relieve the growing lethargy from lack of sleep. 2 men exited, neither of African descent. They ignored the house in question and went inside 2 doors down. I was positive that there was no earthly way Chiclet would be stupid enough to show up at this target carrying a commie SADM. But we had little else we could do until the Taskforce could provide us another thread from the email addresses we had found, which was taking longer than expected. It turned out they were encrypted with an open-source protocol called Pretty Good Privacy, or PGP, and each email had to be cracked separately. The Nest team had arrived with some FBI escorts, and I'd convinced Kurt to break one of the eggheads free to help out my efforts. Composed of scientists from places like Sandia and Alamo National Labs, they were the front line of locating and rendering safe a nuclear device. The only problem was they needed to search the area neck down a little smaller than a city. I sent Jennifer and Shoshana to link up with our Nest professor, then piddled around on my computer, but eventually had run out of things to do. Brett and Aaron were taking catnaps in the front seat, but someone had to stay awake to watch the one remaining detainee we had. He was shackled 5 feet away and snoring. We'd left the dead guys in the house to rot. When the Brazilian police found them, the trail, if it led anywhere, would point back to Russia. I rubbed my eyes, wanting to close them for a good 5 hours. The orbs felt like they had sand grating on them. I opened them back up, about to tap Brett on the head and get him back on guard duty, when I saw I had a new email from the Taskforce. I double-clicked it and found a plethora of information. The emails had been cracked, showing Chiclet had been in contact with Boko Haram, as well as the Russians. Initially elated, I went through the data, growing more and more frustrated. There was a lot of smoke about the attack, but nothing concrete to help us find him. We had the ISP and could track that, but it was located in Sao Paulo, which meant he'd sent it when he'd landed, not something we could use for catching him. Why did he land in Sao Paulo instead of Brasilia? The only thing I could think was to throw off the Russians, since they had his itinerary, but he hadn't used it. The rest of the information dealt with the making of a video claiming responsibility and the creation of social media accounts, to include a damn Twitter handle of @Boko Haram Brazil. It aggravated the shit out of me. The guy was going to destroy a city, then tweet about it like he was on MTV's The Real World. I stared at the screen, then had an idea. I called the hacking cell. Hey, thanks for the work. Don't thank us. Big NSA did this job. We'd still be trying to get into the system, much less cracking the encryption. Oh, well, can you get into Twitter? An individual account or corporate databases? Individual account. Yeah, we can do that. Get into Chiclet's account. He had to send real verification information in order for the Twitter account to go live. I want that information. I hung up and saw Brett roll in his chair and rub his face. What's up? We got a lead on Chiclet. Well, we might have one. We waited in silence for 20 minutes, then my phone rang. Hey, it's Chucky. I got in. I'm on his account right now. The email registered is the same AP one. Shit, no help, I thought. So there's nothing else? No, not really. Hang on. I'm still scrolling through privacy settings. I waited impatiently for all of 2 seconds when he said, Whoa, no way. What is it? He's enabled a mobile phone for Twitter, and I have the number. What's the country code? 49, Germany. Geolocate that fucker right now. Send me the map location. The commotion awakened Aaron. He sat up in the driver's seat and said, What's going on? I said, We might have a location for Chiclet, but I'm not holding my breath. Brett said, Why on earth would he use his real phone? I don't know, but he didn't need to put a phone in at all, so putting in a fake one would be a waste of time. Maybe it's part of his propaganda plan for mobile use. Maybe he needs the connectivity. My phone vibrated. Chucky said, You got it? It's on the mapping app. I changed windows on my laptop and saw a blinking blue marble in some town called Curitiba, south of Sao Paulo. A wrong location. Brett said, What's he doing down there? That's hell and gone from Brasilia. Aaron was staring intently at the map. He said, I've lost track of time. What's today's date? I told him and he said, Mother of God, I know what his target is. Today's the opening of the FIFA World Cup. Brett said, Soccer? Football, yes. The matches are played in 12 cities. Curitiba is hosting a match today between the United States and Israel.
Chapter 84. Akimbo finished his prayers, took a shower, and packed his minimal amount of clothing into his carry-on. He didn't bother to check out of the hotel, as he'd rented the room for 2 days. He didn't want to raise any unnecessary signature by interacting with the staff, so he'd paid for an extra day. It was really irrelevant, as this building would be vaporized before his checkout time came. He went down the back stairwell, exiting the hotel from the side and crossing the street to the parking garage. He traveled up to the 3rd floor, popped the trunk, and saw the device. Next to it was a set of 2-foot bolt cutters. He glanced left and right, but nobody was about. He'd picked this corner spot precisely because it was out of view of the 2 cameras on the floor, allowing him to arm the weapon before taking it to the final destination. He slid his hands into his jacket pocket and withdrew the keys. He laid them in the trunk, one beside the other. He snipped the padlocks and released the 4 butterfly clips holding the device closed, a slight tremor forming in his hands. Lifting the lid, he glanced around once more, seeing nothing alarming. He removed the 2 tongue depressors that had been left inside the device. He taped one, then the other, to the heel of his hands, shifting the one to the left a smidgen. He placed his hands on the 2 keyboards, levered the piece of wood on top of the shift key, and typed in the code. Midway through, his left hand slipped, causing a failure. He felt sweat bead on his forehead. He only had 2 more chances before the device locked out. He willed his hands still, positioned them over the keys, and proceeded, deliberately moving slower. The screen flashed 3 times, telling him he was successful. He inserted the first key and twisted. A small light illuminated next to the keyhole. He inserted the second key and turned, getting a second light. A row of zeros appeared on the screen, flashing 3 times. The weapon was armed. Yuri had told him to press the button at this stage, getting instant initiation. But he knew that there was no way the Soviets would have made a suicide device. No way Yuri had trained to kill himself. He wasn't the Shahid type, especially when it would be so easy to build in a timer. From now on, he would be working in a vacuum. If he was wrong, he'd end up as a Shahid. And though he wasn't afraid of that outcome, he saw no reason to hasten his death if it wasn't necessary. Not when he could simply set a remote detonation. The game started at 3, and he wanted to make sure the stadium was full. With a 45-minute half, he would set it to go off at 4 p.m. He looked at his watch and computed the math. 5 hours and 30 minutes, he thought. He placed an index finger over the 5 and tapped. Nothing happened. The zeros remained unchanged. He switched keypads using the 5 on the second one. A red block 5 appeared as the last digit. He exhaled and typed in the remaining digits. The timing complete, he placed the edge of his hand next to the keys, wondering how hard he should strike. He gave a small karate chop, sweeping his hand forward, and snapping the keys off at the heads, the shafts breaking much easier than he expected. He leaned over and saw the key shafts inside the keyholes. No turning back now, he thought. He flipped open the metal plate protecting the arming button. According to Yuri, pushing this with zeros in the window caused immediate detonation. Akimbo would now learn if there was any correlation between the numbers and the button. It had crossed his mind that there might be a separate method for initiating a countdown, and that this button's sole existence was for detonation, a fail-safe emergency way to initiate the bomb regardless of where the countdown stood. He closed his eyes, whispered Allahu Akbar, and pressed the red button. Nothing happened. No explosion, no whirring or clacking of the machine, no sound at all. He opened his eyes and saw the seconds counting down. A relentless march to victory. He wiped the sweat from his brow and closed the trunk, his hands trembling. He exited the garage to Buenos Aires Street. He was still 3 blocks away, but he could see the giant Arena de Baixada ahead.
Constructed in the late 90s, it was one of 12 stadiums used for the World Cup, and one of the few that wasn't built from the ground up to meet the requirements dictated by the World Cup governing body. 2 blocks from the stadium, Akimbo noticed a large spike in police presence. They were everywhere, and the game was still 5 hours away. He reached within 1 block, the stadium straight ahead, and saw a checkpoint, the police searching every vehicle before allowing them to continue. He took a left, then a right, avoiding the checkpoint, and driving aimlessly, thinking. He had hoped to park next to the stadium and walk away. He wanted to put the weapon at ground zero and leave no doubt about the target, but that was no longer possible. He thought about it and realized that ground zero was a relative term. From what he had read online during his research, this device should eradicate a huge swath of the city in a giant ball of fire. All he needed to do was park close. He found himself on Presidente Afonso Camargo Avenue, driving past a rail switchyard he had reconnoitered earlier. He saw his escape platform still parked in the switchyard, a freight train destined for Sao Paulo. He would be leaving his car here and wanted a clean break out, so he had decided to hop a freightliner back to Sao Paulo. No tickets purchased, no rental agreements in a computer system, no identification shown, nothing to connect him to Curitiba. He'd hopped freight trains plenty of times in Nigeria, as it was one of the few ways available to travel long distances, and in truth he felt more comfortable stowing away than he did trying to decipher the mass transit system or brave the 5-hour drive back to Sao Paulo with the lunatics on the streets around here. He would watch the detonation in real time from Sao Paulo, access Twitter, post the video, and then fly back to Nigeria using his original passport. But where to park the car, he thought. The stadium was out since he couldn't get past the police. Parking on the street was out, too much chance of getting towed or broken into. He considered, why not just return to the parking garage? It was 3 blocks away, but that distance was negligible and he'd paid for the spot. He could park in the same location, free from interference. He turned the car around, heading back the way he'd come, humming a mindless tune.
Chapter 85. We were on short approach to the international airport in downtown Curitiba when the little blue marble began to move. Unfortunately, it was going outside of town, which left the unsettling thought that he'd hidden the nuclear needle in the haystack of the city and was now fleeing. Choices. Focus on finding the bomb, or focus on capturing Chiclet, I thought. I said, Doc, given the soccer stadium, how quickly can you locate the radioactive material? I pointed at his boxes in the plane. I mean, will this stuff start pinging a mile away, or do you need to walk right up on the bomb? Shortly before taking off, Jennifer and Shoshana had come back with our nest expert, a thin, bespectacled man with a thatch of red hair. He'd brought all sorts of detection equipment with him, so I was hoping we could solve the problem fairly quickly. He said, That all depends. Is the material highly enriched uranium or plutonium? Is it shielded? If so, with what? How much material is there? Is it... I cut him off. Jesus Christ, give me an answer. It's a nuclear bomb. Can you fucking find it? I don't know. Looks like it's Chiclet, I thought. I turned to Brett. What's he doing? He's on a highway headed north towards Sao Paulo, but not moving too fast, about 50 miles an hour. Can we catch him? Or should we go south to Sao Paulo and interdict him coming south? We don't have time to do that. It's a 5-hour drive to Sao Paulo to Curitiba alone. The game's in 4.5 hours. I turned to Jennifer. Tell the pilot to get us down now. Declare an emergency and cut in line. To Aaron, figure out the rental companies on the ground. Get us 2 vehicles. I started to ask Brett a question when he said, He's not on the highway anymore. So he's not headed to Sao Paulo? I don't know. He's still headed north, but according to this map, he's running right through the woods. On a dirt road, an unmarked road? Not at that speed. Shoshana leaned in and said, He's on a train. She's right, I said. Get on that other laptop. Figure out the trains to Sao Paulo. See where that thing is going to stop. The plane started a steep descent, and Aaron said, Got 2 vehicles lined up, 1 SUV and 1 sedan. Perfect. Much too quickly, Shoshana came back. There are no passenger trains to Sao Paulo. In fact, there aren't very many passenger trains in the country of Brazil. Lots of metro intercity, but no long haul between cities. So it's not a train? Brett said, No, it's a train all right. It's on the map now. The other imagery must be from before they completed the tracks. So he's acting like a hobo? Hopping a freight train? I guess. The wheels touched down and I said, Figure out where the next switchyard is. 20 minutes later, Aaron, Brett, and I were hauling ass out of Curitiba, headed toward a town called Campina Grande, about 45 minutes away. We weren't sure the train would stop, but satellite imagery showed that the tracks led to a switchyard there. Given that Akimbo had at least a half-hour head start, all we could do was pray the train spent some time doing whatever it is that trains do at switchyards. I tasked Jennifer and Shoshana with running the dock to the soccer stadium to see if they could find anything. If they did, it would be up to them to render the bomb safe. I wasn't holding my breath that it would do any good, but it was better than all of us chasing after Chiclet like the gang from Scooby-Doo. Although, I wouldn't mind it if Chiclet ended up saying, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling commandos. Luckily, the airport was in the southeastern section of the city, so we didn't have to fight our way through a bunch of inner-city gridlock, and could hit a ring highway right off the bat. We'd reached the north edge of the city and joined another highway, with me driving and Brett watching the ball. He said, Target stationary in Campina. Good deal. We drove on, getting into some hill country, and I saw the tracks off to my left, running parallel to the highway. I passed a few houses, then more and more structures as we entered the town. Brett said, Switchyard is a half-mile ahead. Vector me in. He did, getting me off the highway and giving me left and rights through the poor village. Eventually, we were on a dirt road paralleling a chain-link fence littered with paper and plastic bags. On the other side was a 2-track switchyard and a lone freight train. I drove forward until the chain link went to the right and our road entered a wood line. I threw the car in park and said, Status. He's still there. From the overhead, it looks like the 4th or 5th car from the end. I studied the train, seeing most of the cars were open-bay coal containers. He wouldn't be hiding there. The last 7 cars were enclosed and appeared to be for cattle, and from this distance, they looked empty. Okay, let's go. We'll enter where the tracks exit the switchyard. Move straight to the rear of the train. I'll take the first cattle car on the train. Brett, you take the last. Work our way toward each other. Aaron, you stay outside in the grass for squirter control. You see him break free, give us a call. Aaron, looking over my shoulder, said, Pike, the train is starting to move. I whipped around and saw the wheels slowly turning, the train jerking forward. Shit. Change of plan, Aaron. You got the SUV, parallel the train. Brett, let's go. I tossed Aaron the keys before he could protest, and Brett and I sprinted toward the gap in the chain link, the train picking up speed with each passing step. Brett, being something of a freak when it came to running, pulled away from me like I was wearing cement shoes. He reached the train and began looking for something to mount. Behind him at the end of the first cattle car was a ladder rising to the roof. He slowed down, letting it catch him, then jumped up. By that time, I'd made it to the tracks and was huffing to catch up, the train inexorably going faster and faster. Brett leaned out, and I put on a burst of speed, leaping up and grabbing his arm. He jerked me higher, and I grabbed the ladder, slanting into the wood slats of the car. I peeked between the gaps of my second carriage, seeing an empty space, the floor filled with manure from its previous occupants. Brett tapped my arm. The train was now moving close to 30 miles an hour, and picking up speed with each passing foot, the wind and the clanking of the wheels making it impossible to talk without shouting. He pointed into the first car in line, his hand in the shape of a gun, index finger out and thumb extended, only it was inverted, with a thumb aimed at the ground, the hand and arm signal for enemy. I leaned forward and saw a lump balled up at the far end, a small carry-on bag next to it. I studied the car for egress points. Apparently, the sides flipped down, turning into ramps for loading cattle, but once on the move, they were locked in place as walls. On either end were ladders leading to the roof. which looked like the only way in or out. I pulled back and pointed up. Brett nodded, and we climbed to the roof, with me in the lead. I broke the shelter between the cars, and the wind punched me in the chest, threatening to throw me off. I collapsed to my hands and knees and scuttled forward, giving Brett room. I don't know what I was expecting, but in the movies, guys ran back and forth over trains as if they were on a rubber track. Another myth blown, I thought. Brett reached the top and went through the same realization, getting down low to avoid the wind. I pointed at him, then to the near ladder hole. He nodded, and I pointed to myself and the far ladder hole at the end of the car. He nodded again, and held out a fist. I bumped it and started crawling. I glanced back once, seeing him disappear down the ladder. Moving forward on my hands and knees, advancing toward the ladder at the end of the car, I saw the locomotive at the front travel under some sort of light pole or switch control, a metal rod that crossed over the top of the train at about knee level from the roof. I needed to get to the ladder before it reached me, or end up trying to jump over while the train continued on. The pole came inexorably toward me, but the train was long, and I had plenty of time to evade. I thought I heard a shout, torn away by the wind. I crawled toward the ladder hole, and Chiclet appeared at the top. He saw me and leapt out, standing on the roof of the train. I did the same, risking the stability for the extra speed. For a moment I thought he was going to fight me, but he turned and jumped over the gap to the next car in the chain, landing on his knees. He stood and saw the pole for the first time, too late to avoid it. He screamed, and it caught him right above the knees going 60 miles an hour. He was flipped halfway over the top, then dragged backward. The pole reached the gap between the cars, and I saw him fall. Worrying about my own life, I judged my timing, then jumped in the air, playing a deadly game of wipeout. The pole passed underneath me, and I slammed back into the roof. I scuttled forward just as Brett appeared. I shouted, "He went down between the cars!" We both leaned over, but saw nothing but the clacking wheels of the train. Akimbo was gone. Chapter 86. As we lurched forward, the wheels clapping in rhythm like a metronome, an idiotic hope flashed in my head that maybe he was clinging to the underside of the car. But I knew he had fallen, chewed up under the steel of the train. Just as I knew we had probably lost our ability to find the weapon. Brett looked at me, his expression conveying the same thought, but we didn't have any time to mourn Chiclet's passing. I clambered down the ladder, the fresh air replaced by the foul odor of manure and cattle sweat. I ran to his carry-on and ripped it open, flinging out the few small possessions that were inside: socks, 2 shirts, an extra pair of pants, toothbrush, and toothpaste. Nothing else. I unzipped the outside pouch and found a key card to a hotel called the Sienna. The rest of the bag was empty. I said, "Call Aaron. Tell him we're coming out. Have him check the computer and find out how we get off of this train. The sooner the better." Brett nodded and began dialing. I called Jennifer. She answered on the first ring. "You have him?" "No, he's dead. Long story." "What do you have? Anything?" "Nothing at all. We've made a grid search of the stadium area, but we can't get very close because we don't have the tickets to the World Cup. So far, Dr. Doolittle here has come up with squat." "What about his equipment? I mean, he's the guy that's supposed to be able to find nuclear shit." "Pike, I don't know. He's tried all manner of scientific stuff. Geiger counters, multispectral analyzers, something called a sodium iodide detector, and a bunch of other things that look like they came from Ghostbusters. He thinks the weapon is shielded. He's now saying he might have to be within 5 feet. Brett hung up his phone and pulled my sleeve. I asked Jen to hold on and gave him my attention. He said, "Pike, we got about 2 minutes to get back outside. Aaron says the train's about to cross a large lake. It should slow down when it does because of the bridge. We don't get off there, and we're riding this thing for an hour until the next switch yard." "Get off? You mean jump into the lake?" "Afraid so." "Fucking great." I went back to the phone. Jennifer said, "What was that about jumping?" "Nothing. We're apparently going to get wet on our way back. When's kickoff?" I heard Jennifer bark a small laugh. "I don't think they call it a kickoff, but it's in 2 hours. She paused, then said, "Pike, I'm wondering if we should be keeping this secret. Shouldn't we call an evacuation?" "It'll do no good. We'll only succeed in creating massive panic. It would probably take over an hour just to get someone important enough to be able to disrupt the game, then another hour before anyone started moving. Very few would make it out of the blast radius in time, and the chaos would hamper our ability to operate. We're all in on this one. She said, "What's the cutoff? How much time do we have?" I knew what she was asking. Jennifer wanted to know what all in really meant. Were we going to search until it went off? Or was I going to order our evacuation via the Rockstar bird while we still had time to get out of the blast radius? Given I didn't know what time it was set to blow, the cutoff was all a guess anyway. I said, "I haven't gotten that far yet. Let's exhaust all options." "What options? I'm driving around in circles with a guy waving a wand in the air. I found a key card to a place called the Sienna Hotel in Chiclet's bag. That's the only anchor we have." Brett got on the ladder and pointed to his watch. I nodded. "Look, I gotta go. Brett's saying they're announcing my flight. Exploit that room. Maybe the device is in there." "Pike, that's not much of a lead." "It's all we've got. We'll make the call on evac when I get back." I disconnected and followed him up the ladder to the roof, retracing our steps to the outside rungs at the back of the car. We crawled down until we were standing in the same spot we'd found to get on this magnificent ride. I felt the train slow and leaned out into the wind like a jump master spotting a release point. I saw the lake ahead, stretching out to the horizon on both sides, an old-fashioned wooden trestle bridge spanning across it. To the right, I could see the highway about 100 meters away, and a vehicle that might or might not be Aaron's. I studied the bridge, and saw that the damn thing was about 30 feet above the water. And while we'd slowed, we were still moving at a good clip. I shouted to be heard above the wind. "That's a pretty steep drop. Aaron sure this thing is more than 5 feet deep?" Brett leaned out, then came back in and shouted, 30 seconds, ignoring my question. The earth fell away from us, and we were racing across the trestle, the water shimmering in the sunlight. Brett looked at me and pointed to himself, then turned without a word. He swung out, still holding on to the rung. I could almost hear him counting in his head. 1, 2, 3. And off he went, hand over his face like he was helocasting for an infiltration off the coast of Panama. I saw him hit the water, a plume of white. Then it was my turn. I hope that lake is deep enough, I thought. I pushed off from the train, then put my feet together and hands over my face, feeling the drop. Just before I hit, I realized it didn't matter how deep the water was. The odds of finding that nuclear bomb were so minuscule that if the lake was shallow, all I'd be doing is shaving an hour off of my life.
Chapter 87. Jennifer hung up and immediately began tasking her little team. "Shoshana, get online and find a hotel in Curitiba, called the Sienna. Get me some directions and vector me in. Doc, we think the weapon is inside a hotel room. I need you to start thinking about rendering it safe. Forget about detection." Dr. Nicholas Sharp said nothing, holding the back of the passenger seat Shoshana was sitting in, and looking literally like he was going to throw up, his eyes unfocused. Jennifer said, Doc, hey, are you listening?" He snapped out of his trance and said, "We should get inside the stadium. He probably put it in there. I can't detect from inside a car. We need to get some tickets." Jennifer waved her arm at the crowds flowing to the stadium. The dull roar inside heard even though they were a block away. She said, "It's the damn World Cup. It's like the Super Bowl. Tickets sold out months ago. Did you hear what I said about rendering it safe?" Shoshana cut in. "I got the hotel. It's only a few blocks away." "Which way?" "Straight north on Buenos Aires." Jennifer began driving, fighting through the people now spilling from the sidewalks to the street, the crowd growing like 1,000 tailgate parties at an NFL game, handheld horns blowing and goofy hats worn, all happy to have paid enormous money to travel to the World Cup, a once-every-4-year event, but a lifetime trip to anyone attending, a special occasion that was about to turn horrific. Getting no response from Dr. Sharp, Jennifer's lips drew into a grim line, and she snapped her fingers in front of the nest scientist, saying, "Doc, did you hear me?" He said, Yes, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know enough about the device. Jennifer shook her head. And you're the best we've got? The front line of defense? I'm not a magician. Shoshana said, If it is to be, it is up to me. What? Nothing. It's just a thing we used to say. It's up to us. Period. Under her breath, Jennifer muttered, I knew I should have run when Pike asked to start a business. Shoshana laughed and said, Too late now. Take your next left. Jennifer turned the wheel and Shoshana said, There it is. There's no parking here. It doesn't have a lot. Park in the street. Let's check it out. Jennifer honked the horn, clearing the crowds away from the curb, the stream of people breaking around them like a rock in a river. Shoshana turned around in the seat. Doc, stay here. Anyone tries to move the car, tell them you're only parking for a minute. If you're going to vomit, open the door. He nodded, holding a wand attached by a tube to a briefcase, meekly waving it out the open window. Shoshana exited, saying, Let me do the talking. Jennifer said, Okay, by me. They went straight to the reception desk, fighting through a rowdy crowd hell-bent on having World Cup fun. One of the men interdicted their path, said something, and slapped Shoshana on her butt. She glared, causing him to fall back and his buddies to start whistling and catcalling. Jennifer followed in the wake, the actions appearing as if from another world, some other place where happiness still existed. They made a lewd comment to her as she passed, and she gave a sickly smile, knowing they were doomed, knowing they were all going to die. The man who'd groped Shoshana saw the look, and his revelry faltered. He took in the pain, understanding something bad was in the room, but not understanding what it was. He let her pass. Shoshana reached the reception desk and pulled out 2 100 Brazilian real notes, setting them on the desk. The woman behind the counter eyed the money, then said, Yes? We're here for a friend of ours. He's an African. He checked out today, but he left something in his room. We came to get it back. What's his name? His name is on the money in front of you. She looked from Jennifer to Shoshana, considering. Then she said, His name wasn't on either one of those bills. Perhaps it's on a different one. Shoshana placed another 100 real note on the desk and said, His fucking name is on that one. Understand? The receptionist tapped on the keys and said, Yes, here he is. Room 313. But he's not checking out until tomorrow. Jennifer saw Shoshana's expression and knew she believed the same thing. Jackpot. Shoshana said, Give me a key, please. Jennifer pulled out her phone as they went to the elevator. Doc, get in here. We might be in luck. Room 313. Not waiting on him, they raced up the stairs, knocking World Cup tourists out of the way, and clanging open the door on the 3rd floor. Shoshana used the key, and Jennifer went inside. It was sparse, with a small bathroom and a wooden wardrobe instead of a closet. By the time the doc had entered, they'd searched it and come up empty. The room was clean. Dr. Sharp said, I think it's time we evacuated. The game is in 30 minutes. If it is something besides a dirty bomb, if it's a live nuclear weapon with a 1 kiloton yield, we'll need all that time to get through the traffic, to get far enough away. Jennifer dumped the trash on the bed, sorting through receipts and used Kleenex. He said, Did anyone hear me? I think at least I should go back to my team in the capital. They might need me. Jennifer picked up one receipt and studied it, ignoring him. Shoshana said, What do you have? A rental car contract. Why does Chicklet need to hop a train if he's got a rental car? Shoshana started moving toward the door, saying, Because it's being used to hide a bomb. Chapter 88. They reached the lobby, the drunk guys still there, Shoshana moving back to the reception desk. A different man approached, saying, You speak English. You two going to the match? Shoshana ignored him, saying to the receptionist, You don't have a parking lot here. Where do people park their cars? We don't get a lot of people with cars. You got one the other day. The man from room 313? Where would you tell him to park?
She said,
Maybe it's written down on another bill.
Shoshana leaned over the counter, grabbed her by her hair, and slammed her ear into the wood. The woman squealed and said,
Across the street. There's a parking garage across the street. We have an agreement with them.
The drunk staggered back, his eyes like shiny plates, dropping his bottle of beer. Shoshana released the clerk, who fell against the counter, rubbing her head. The doctor put his hands on his knees and threw up, gushes of bile splattering onto the tiled floor. The World Cup patrons parted like the Red Sea at the bile streaming out, fleeing out the door onto the sidewalk or into the adjacent coffee shop. Jennifer and Shoshana followed them, running by the doctor to the front door. He wiped his mouth and said,
We need to go.
They ignored him again. Shoshana saw the parking garage and swore.
That thing will have 1,000,000 cars. We don't have time to find a needle in a haystack like that.
The building was 5 stories tall and appeared to be serviced by the entire city, with everyone at the World Cup event 2 blocks away using it. Jennifer knew it would house at least 500 vehicles, maybe more if the roof was used to store cars as well. For the first time, she thought about fleeing.
We aren't going to succeed, she thought.
She said,
Shoshana, I think we've reached the point of no return. I think it's time to go.
Shoshana turned from the garage and said,
I didn't expect that from you. Shoshana, we need to look at this realistically. We'd need to find and disarm the weapon in less than 30 minutes, and all we have is a license plate.
Dr. Sharp said,
Yes, listen to her.
Shoshana bored into him with her eyes, and he wilted back, hiding behind Jennifer, pretending to adjust his equipment. She said,
Jennifer, I know you don't understand, but this is just like Munich. The bomb is here to wipe out our national football team, all because we're Jewish. We haven't made the World Cup since 1970. Our entire country is watching this match, and they're going to kill them on live television, just like the Munich Olympics.
She turned away and said,
I can't let that happen. If they go, I go with them.
Jennifer heard the dull roar of the stadium. A crowd of 30,000 civilians from Israel and the United States, all traveling across continents to see their teams play. A man and woman passed to her front wearing the colors of Israel, laughing and joking. On the man's shoulders was a small child of 5 or 6, blonde hair flowing behind her, matching the color of her mother's. Giggling and bouncing up and down, she knew nothing of war or death. Jennifer saw the mother take the father's hand and grin, a blindly joyous expression that was about to be forever obliterated. She said, Go start on the bottom floor. I'll be in shortly. Shoshana broke into a wolf smile, her teeth bared but showing no joy. She jogged across the street. Dr. Sharp's face went pale. Jennifer started walking toward their car, pulling out her phone. Brett answered on the 4th ring, saying, You found it?
No. I need to know if you packed a MLPR in the Go case.
He said, As a matter of fact, I did. Why?
Not enough time to explain. We're in the parking garage across the street from Sienna. What's your ETA?
I'm not with Pike. I'm at the Rockstar Bird. We're prepping to get out of here. He's on his way to you. He didn't call?
She said, No, and her phone beeped with call waiting. He's ringing now. Gotta go.
She jumbled through the buttons, then Pike's voice came on. Jennifer, I'm initiating an abort. Time's up. Move to the airport. Brett's getting ready for exfil. Opening the trunk of her vehicle, she said,
I can't. Shoshana's staying. I'm staying.
What do you mean you can't? Damn it, as your team leader, I'm ordering you to leave. Fuck Shoshana. If she wants to stay, so be it. Jennifer hung up without another word, then began rooting through the Pelican case that Brett had packed. She said,
Come here, Doc. When he did, she said, Mount this camera to the front windshield on the right side. Aim it toward the right at license plate level, then run the cable through the window. We don't have time for this. Do it!
Her tone took him aback. Her expression scared him.
He picked up the small, wide-angle lens and used the suction cup to affix it to the windshield, saying, "What is this?" Now in the front seat, messing with a small laptop, Jennifer said, "Mobile license plate reader. It's used by the police to find criminals, but we use it to track terrorists. It'll scan every plate just driving by. When his registers, we stop." He muttered, "You mean if it registers?" She ignored that and said, "Get in." She goosed the gas pedal and bolted across the road, causing the flow of people to jump out of the way, 2 men from the crowd slapping her hood as she went by. She ignored them. She pulled up to an automated machine with a drop bar and purchased a ticket. She saw Shoshana and whistled. When the Israeli entered the car, Jennifer said, "That laptop is going to recognize every license plate we drive by. I've programmed in chiclets. If it's here, we'll know shortly." She goosed the pedal and they went up the garage much faster than was safe, causing spectators with a cup to dodge out of the way. And back, Doc started moaning. They reached the 4th level and he said, it's not here, please, for the love of God, we need to leave." Grim-faced, Jennifer continued on, breaking out onto the upper deck of the roof, the sunlight blinding them. Shoshana said, "Nothing. No signature." Jennifer whipped around in a U-turn, the camera now aimed on the opposite row of cars, then began going back the way they'd come. The milper blared an alarm on the 3rd floor.
Chapter 89. We got caught in the traffic next to the Arena de Baixada, at least 1,000 people in the street, feeding into a stadium that held over 30,000. The death toll made me nauseous, but the crowd had no sense of urgency. Like lambs being led to the slaughter, they continued on with their unwitting lives. I began cursing. "Fucking soccer pussies, get out of the way!" Driving, Aaron said, "It's football if you're going to scream like that. And it's your team playing, so I'd think you'd show a little more decorum." That is my decorum. I would have gone on a diatribe about Jennifer to relieve the angst I was feeling, but knew it would be wasted breath on Aaron. He couldn't get in touch with Shoshana either, and I could tell it was grating on him. We needed to get the hell out of this city, but both of them refused to answer their damn phones, forcing us to drive from the airport to their last known location. I didn't know what they were up to, but they were about to kill us all. I started to give another colorful description of the fairer sex when my phone rang. It was Jennifer. "Pike, we've got it. I'm looking at it right now." I swallowed my aggravation. And that damn nest doc finally came in handy. He says it's an atomic demolition munition, made to blow up dams or bridges or seat of government type stuff. It's a tactical weapon, not a giant nuke. Does that help us at all? We broke through the crowds around the stadium and started screaming up Buenos Aires Street. Only a little. It's probably 1 kiloton, so it's not like a TV show atomic bomb that destroys everything for miles. On the downside, he says the thing will have a multitude of Deathman switches, all designed to detonate if anything is tampered with. It isn't a ballistic missile flying through space. Since it had to sit somewhere until it went off, it had built-in fail-safes. In other words, once it's set to go off, it's going off. Aaron hit the parking garage and ignored the drop bar, our SUV shattering it in 4 pieces, people diving out of the way like they were in a Mountain Dew commercial. I said, "What floor?" "3rd. 10 seconds. Aaron saw them before I did. 3 people huddled over an open trunk in the corner of the garage like they were looking at a dead body, which, if there was a mirror in the trunk, I suppose they were. I leapt out before we'd even stopped, running to them. Jennifer saw me and smiled, relief on her face. The expression made me feel sick to my stomach. Way too much faith, I thought. We should have left 20 minutes ago, when we stood a chance. I projected a confidence I didn't feel, saying, "Okay, so what's the countdown? What are we dealing with?" Shoshana said, "It looks like he wanted it to go off at halftime for the game, so we caught a break. We have 32 minutes until detonation." Some break. An additional 30 minutes to live, I thought. I looked at the device, an innocuous egg laid in a bed of styrofoam, 2 ancient LED displays counting down in synchronicity. I leaned in close and saw the broken keys in their holes, saw the permanence built into the system. "Doc, I know you said tampering with the system would cause detonation, like cutting a wire here or smashing the display. But what about killing the whole thing? Jennifer picked up on where I was going immediately, running to the Pelican box in the trunk of her sedan, shouting, "Yeah, the stiletto!" Shoshana said, "What's that?" "It's an experimental EMP device. It'll fry every bit of circuitry in that weapon, kill it all at the same time. Doc, would that do it?" He was staring at the weapon like he was hypnotized, his left leg trembling. I put my hand on his shoulder and said, "Doc, did you hear what I asked?" Jennifer handed me the stiletto, and he said, No, you can't. Look, I've checked it out, and it is a nuclear device. It's plutonium and it's armed. It was purpose-built. If the Russians designed it, they built in safeguards. The initiator for this device is a flow of current that's already been created, like a wall of water behind a dam. Killing the device with your EMP will do nothing but destroy the dam. Whether the timer kicks off in 30 minutes or you disable it, the current is flowing. So we can't shut it down at all? Not with those keys broken off. He broke down and put his head in his hands, crying like a little girl. "We're all going to die." I smacked him in the back of the head, saying, "I don't have time for that shit. Solve the problem. We have 28 minutes, now 27. He stopped sniveling and actually looked at me with a little steel, analyzing the problem scientifically without his life in the balance. He said, "Distance. Get this thing as far away from population as possible. The farther you get, the less people will die." I said, "Fuck, that's it? No magic nest shit?" He said, "It's not an Iraqi IED. It's a booby-trapped bomb built by a state. The only difference is that there's a nuclear core. There is no magic. Distance is it." Jennifer said, "We can drive it. If we hauled ass right now, we'd get it out of the center of the city. The blast radius will be half as bad, maybe a third, depending on traffic." The unspoken command was that someone would die with the device. I said, "That's bullshit. No way is driving this thing out of here the answer." I watched the countdown continue, my stomach churning, then said, "We have the Rockstar bird." Nobody spoke for a moment. Aaron said, "I agree the aircraft would be a solution. It could get the weapon clear easily. But who will fly it? Are you a pilot?" I knew the hitch even before I'd finished my sentence, before he'd opened his mouth. "No, I'm not, damn it. But that thing could get it out of here." We all looked at each other, waiting for some miracle to pop up. It did, and not in the manner I expected. Shoshana said, "I'll do it. I'll fly the plane." Aaron snapped his head to her and said, "You're a helicopter pilot. You can't fly that aircraft." "Oh, yes, I can. In the air, it's all the same. The hardest part is landing, and I won't be doing that. I can and I will." Nobody said anything for a moment. Jennifer looked at me, and I realized she was waiting for me to do something, pull a miracle out of the mess we were in, and prevent the deaths of tens of thousands of people, without it costing the death of one in particular. She trusted me so much that it hurt. I caught her eyes and shook my head. It wasn't coming. I had never let her down before, and now I would. People were going to die. The only question was how many. Aaron said, "Where will you go?" "Over the ocean. The Gulf Stream flies at over 500 miles an hour. I can get out of range within minutes." "And then what?" She gave a bitter smile. "And then I fulfill Daniel's prophecy. I prevent Munich. Remember? He talked about this very thing before you ever left to Europe. He was right in the end." "Damn it, Shoshana, no. No. What else is there? You want to run now, in a car? Even if we could get outside of the blast radius, what would it get? Our national team will be slaughtered. Thousands of Israelis will die. Daniel is already dead. All for what? My life? Your life?" Aaron looked at me for help. One more person thinking I could prevent the inevitable. I said, "If I could fly the plane, I would." Shoshana said, "Will they charge you for the loss of the aircraft?" I gave a rueful grin and said, "Yeah, they probably will." "Then it will be worth it. Let's go." I saw Jennifer's eyes water. She looked at me one more time for a miracle. I said, "Get in." We loaded the car with the weapon, then drove to the airport, once again fighting through the traffic, the partying and happiness of the people on the street, a stark contrast to what we were carrying in our trunk. Jennifer called Brett along the way, giving him the warning order that the pilot was going to have to give a crash course to someone on the aircraft. She ended by telling him that if the pilot had an issue with it, he could fly the plane himself. We passed through the general aviation cantonment area and showed our passes. They waved us forward, and we were on an airfield with a nuclear device. I would have been pissed, except they were now saving lives with their lackadaisical attitude. I saw Brett on the tarmac, then the pilot going through pre-flight. We got to the plane, and all 4 doors of the SUV opened like we were going to a wake, which I suppose we were. Shoshana glanced at me and I smiled, attempting to show courage. She tried to return it, but what came out was a broken thing. I felt my gut drop again. What am I doing? Letting her die for me, I thought. I started to help with the weapon when Brett pulled me aside. There's no other option here? She's gotta go? Unless you can talk that pussy cover pilot into flying. I'm not sure we have enough per diem to get him through eternity. Yeah, I know, but what about jumping? Can't we get the bird out over the ocean and parachute out? I said, you can't jump a Gulf Stream. You can't open the door in flight, you know that. Brett scrunched his brow, looking at me like I was an idiot. I said, what? What? The damn bird is built for jumping. What do you mean? I've flown that thing forever. It's built to hide shit. It's got no operational capability. He rolled his eyes. I don't know where the fuck you've been, but since I've been with the Taskforce, it's had an infiltration capability. There's a hatch at the back of the tail. A clamshell comes out like a 727. Instead of walking downstairs, you just inch your ass into space. I said, are you serious? He squinted his eyes and said, you really didn't know? Right then, in the heart of the mission, I learned another downside to being a commercial task force entity. Nobody bothered to tell you about operational capability because you had no need to know. If you were just an infiltration platform, it was irrelevant. Only in this case, it was fucking critical. I said, are there chutes on the bird? Yeah, civilian javelins. Rigger-packed, with Cypress AAD. I saw Shoshana in the cockpit with the pilot and shouted, Aaron, get over here. He jogged up, his face expecting me to tell him that I'd managed to turn off the device with my charm. I disabused him of that notion. We have parachutes on the plane. Shoshana can get it out over the ocean, then jump out. He took that in, then nodded absently. Yeah, that'll work. She might make it. I said, what does that mean? She's a damn commando. All we have to do is show her the exit procedures. She's not jump qualified. I heard the words and felt a final kick to the gut. I just assumed she was a paratrooper. In the movies like Point Break, any idiot can strap on a parachute and free fall like a master, floating through the air as if it was second nature. The truth of the matter was that jumping out of an aircraft, free-falling, opening, and then landing a parachute successfully was incredibly difficult. There were plenty of military members in Halo operations, after being trained, who ended up pounding the unforgiving earth with their bodies. Without any training, I gave Shoshana about a 50% chance of survival, and that was even with the Cypress automatic opening device. It would fire at a predetermined altitude, but if she was upside down or tumbling, the parachute would do nothing more than snarl into a ball of nylon, wrapping around her body. Jennifer had heard the conversation and said, we have 19 minutes. I said, Brett, get me a rig. Lay it on the ground. To Jennifer, get her out here. I'll show her what to do, then Brett can show her how to open the door. She said, Shoshana won't live through this, will she? I said, yes, she will, because I'm going out with her. Chapter 90. The Rockstar bird hopped down the runway as if we were testing its shock absorbers. Buckled into the co-pilot seat, I shouted, I thought landing was the hard part. Shoshana said nothing, working the flaps and the yoke. We bounced one more time, then lifted off for good. I thanked my lucky stars that there were no obstacles after the runway, because Shoshana flew about 80 feet off the deck forever, the aircraft slowly, oh so slowly rising in the air. Eventually we got high enough that I would actually call it flying. I said, way to go. Christ. If that's how you fly in Israel, remind me to stay away from El Al. She turned the aircraft to the coast, putting the bird at full throttle. She continued to climb to 14,000 feet, then leveled off. She engaged the autopilot and said, 14,000 feet as you asked. I unbuckled, saying, let's get our chutes on. The bird broke the coastline with 12 minutes left. I wondered if we were going to get out in time. The nest doc had said 3 miles distance for an atmospheric blast would be safe, but I wasn't putting my life on that. At 500 miles an hour, the bomb would be about 20 miles away after 3 minutes. That was my cut line. Exit with 3 minutes left. I hoisted the parachute on her back, then helped her with the leg straps. She stepped through saying, "I understand your relationship now." What the fuck, I thought. I'd love to hear your bipolar Spock assessment of my life, but we have more pressing concerns. I started putting on my own chute as she crouched in the back, breaking the seal on the paneling that hid the clamshell. She smiled, and I saw a genuine spark of happiness. Odd as it was, a ray of something that had been hidden was now revealed under the stress. She said, "We have less than 10 minutes, and I'm about to die. I told you earlier that you were like every other male, but you're not. You didn't have to do this. Why did you?" I peeled back an innocuous covering near a coffee machine in the galley and grabbed the winch handle for the clamshell. I began to crank, a sliver of light that turned into the whole sky, huge and close. I said, "Jesus, Shoshana, you're not about to die, believe me. If I were going to get killed doing this, I wouldn't be here." She said, "Yes, you would, same as me." I shook my head, working the clamshell open. When I looked up, she was staring at me intently, reading my mind again, unconcerned about her fate. For me, I was petrified. I was sure I would live, but not sure at all that I could save her life. If she exited and flipped out, it would be like a lifeguard trying to reach a drowning man in a storm. I'd work it as long as I could, then cut the drowning man free, leaving her fate to the emergency Cypress automatic opening device. Maybe it would save her, or maybe it would wrap her in a burial shroud. I said, "You ready to go?" "Ready as I'll ever be." I pointed to the floor inside the kitchen galley, the gaping maw of the open sky feet away. "Have a seat." She did so, and I got in behind her, pulling her into my groin, my legs outside of hers. I looked forward at the small opening and thought that Brett saying this plane was built for jumping was a little bit of an exaggeration. The clamshell was nothing more than an add-on. In order to exit, we had to scoot forward on our butts, then basically fall face first out of the aircraft through a minuscule hatch. I said, "Remember, all you have to do is fall flat and stable. I'll reach you. I'll pull the ball. I'll do everything. You just arch your damn back as hard as you can. I'll keep you from flipping. When you hit the water, don't let the chute get on top of you. Start working out of the harness immediately. If—" She put a finger to my lips and said, "We're running out of time. I'm not worried." I thought she was lying, but when she turned around, she showed no fear. I said, "You should be, because I've never done this before." She said, "Your name is Nephilim." I ignored that bit of uselessness. "Time to go." She leaned back and kissed me on the lips, shocking the hell out of me. She pulled away and said, "Don't get an erection. I just wanted to show you what you were missing, in case we got in the air and you decided that saving my life was too big of a challenge." I gave a fake smile, now believing that she really could read my mind. "Don't worry, I've got Jennifer waiting, and for some reason she likes you. Coming on to me isn't going to help your chances of survival." She started scooting forward, the hatch growing bigger, me right behind, my adrenaline ramping up now that all that remained was to exit, setting my body on fire. She reached the end, her legs dangling into space. She stretched forward with her hands and grasped the edge of the aircraft. She leaned back, as if to get away from the hole, and I prepared to shove her out, knowing the average human would never exit an aircraft while in flight on their own. It was just wired into our brains not to commit suicide. She screamed something and launched into space, taking me off guard. Crazy woman, I thought. I scooted forward as fast as I could, seeing her tumble away end over end, which would guarantee her parachute would wrap around her in a death shroud when the Cypress fired. I fell out, tumbled once, then went stable. I executed a 360 and saw her below me, still doing somersaults. I tucked my arms into my sides and began screaming head down at over 200 miles an hour, gaining on her. I shot under her and flared, getting back to her level. I grabbed her harness at chest level and her pant leg at the thigh, fighting against the wind buffeting her body. She went rigid and stopped tumbling. All I needed was her flat and face down for the parachute to successfully open, and I had that. I let go of her leg and grabbed the leather ball attached to the pilot chute at the bottom of her container. I threw it into the wind, and she was ripped out of my hands by the opening shock. I fell 2 more seconds getting clear of her, then pulled out my own pilot chute. I gained control of my canopy and circled around, spotting her above me, a beautiful square of nylon over her. I tried to find the Rockstar bird, but it was already out of sight. I began turning to get behind Shoshana to follow her in when a brilliant flash split the air. I closed my eyes and felt a thermal rush. 2 minutes later, the thunderclap of the explosion reached me, whipping my canopy and making me swing like a pendulum. I stabilized just as the water approached. I flared, sank into the surf, and shucked my harness. I started swimming toward Shoshana while she was still in the air, watching her skimming above the waves. She didn't know how to flare and hit the water running with the wind, going about 30 miles an hour and smacking down like a water skier out of control. I got to her as she started to get dragged face down by the chute. I jerked her cutaway pillow, and the canopy floated free, racing across the ocean like a giant bird. I pulled her upright, getting her head above the surface. She coughed out water and said, "You didn't tell me I'd hit that hard." I initiated the beacon in my pocket, saying, "You didn't listen to my class on controlling the canopy." She wrapped her arms around my neck and started laughing, kicking her legs to tread water, her entire body trembling with the fallout of adrenaline, glad to be alive. She said, "You know, if I swung that way, you'd be in serious trouble." I said, "I know, trust me, I know." Chapter 91. The Charleston humidity was cloying, but I still insisted on sitting outside, as Jennifer knew I would the minute I said where we were going. Fuel was a bar and grill with a Caribbean flair built on an old gas station, and one of my go-to places for visitors. She wanted to take Shoshana and Aaron to someplace more upscale and so-called Charleston, but I was having none of it. Complete with $2 PBRs and an outdoor garden with a bocce ball pit, Fuel was way better than some place with white tablecloths. A summer breeze kicked up, wiping the heat away, and it felt good even with the humidity, reminding me I was alive. While it had been 3 days since our near-suicidal plane flight, I was still waking up each morning mildly surprised to feel my heart beating. We'd floated in the water for close to 3 hours before Aaron and Jennifer found us in a rented speedboat. I'd begun to wonder if maybe we were going to have to swim back home. Once we'd returned to the airport, I'd immediately ordered everyone to buy tickets, and we settled on Charleston as a destination. Well, most of us did. The pilot of the Rockstar bird was a little aggravated that I destroyed his aircraft, and he'd opted to fly straight back to D.C., where I'm sure he went straight to Kurt Hale, crying like a 4-year-old. Sure enough, I'd heard about it as soon as I talked to Kurt, but it was mostly in jest, and not something I gave a shit about on a summer day like today. Jennifer slid her hand over mine and squeezed. She seemed to be doing much better about the whole am I a murderer thing, but I suppose saving the world from a nuclear strike will do that to your moral code. Watching Shoshana laugh at Aaron's pitch, she said, "I never told you how much Aaron appreciated what you did for Shoshana. He cares a great deal about her." I said, "Maybe he should be giving us an award." Once we'd arrived back in the United States, I'd called Kurt. I'd sent a sit rep before we'd left, and by the time we'd landed, we had a message from the President of the United States, saying he wanted to convey his thanks to the Israeli team in person. It would be private and off the record, but it was still pretty prestigious. Shoshana caught us looking at them and winked. Jennifer said, "I think she's smitten with you." I smiled and said, "She doesn't swing that way." "I don't know about that. She's making all the wrong moves for someone who isn't interested in the opposite sex." I opened the laptop and fired it up. "Maybe it's you." I squeezed her hand. I'm fairly sure I could understand why that would happen, if last night was any indication. You know she's an empath, right? She's seen through your prim and proper facade. She blushed, actually looking worried. She said, "I hope that's not true. Either way, whether it's me or you, it'd kill Aaron. I know he's smitten with her." I started tapping keys, going through the laborious process of working through the Tor network and getting into the NIM and Blofeld applications. Watching me type, she said, "So Knuckles is flying down here just to take that computer back to D.C.? Yeah, that's his story. In reality, I think he's going stir-crazy up there. And he likes it here in the Holy City. Plenty of hot single women running around for a Navy SEAL to stalk. How did he sound on the phone? Better. Here he comes. I saw him through the old roll-up garage door next to the bar and waved. He came outside smiling, his hippie hair trailing in the breeze. 2 women at the bar, wearing scrubs from the medical university, followed him with their eyes all the way to our table. I gave him a man-hug and said, "Long flight just to get a computer." "Yeah, I know. I might have to spend the night here, maybe 2 nights. I laughed and sat down while Jennifer gave him a peck on the cheek. How was Decoy's memorial? It had happened while we were down in Brazil. For once, I hated how quickly the Taskforce did them. It was good, Jen, good. I said, I wish I could have been there. He slapped my shoulder. I know, but you were saving the world, usual shit. How's that going inside the Beltway? I haven't seen anything at all in the news. How are they keeping a lid on it? He grinned and said, Believe it or not, your idea of flying the weapon out into the ocean has solved more problems than just saving lives. The Oversight Council is pretending it didn't happen. There are a bunch of questions being asked down in South America about a large explosion over the ocean, but since every bit of evidence has been destroyed, D.C. is looking in the sky and whistling. You gotta be kidding me. Nope. They're just going to ignore the whole thing, turn it into a meteor strike or something, pretend it never happened. Keeps them from having to try to tightrope around the task force. What about the radiation, the fallout? Apparently it won't be that big of a deal. They figure it was a 1-kiloton bomb. And we used to test 2-kiloton airbursts in Nevada all the time without any ill effects, so it'll just disperse out in the ocean. I didn't ask them if we needed to worry about Godzilla being created, but apparently it's no threat to humanity. He looked at Jennifer and said, By the way, I heard you were the one who found the bomb, saved the day. That's going a long way to spare Grolier recovery services from Pike's bullshit. But it's not a done deal yet. She gave an embarrassed smile at the first part of his statement, then showed confusion at the second. I said, I put you in the sitrep to Kurt, because you did, in fact, save the world from nuclear devastation. She grinned and said, What about the GRS? Kurt told me the Oversight Council was considering cutting our contract, because I don't know whether I'm a government employee or a civilian. Basically that I'm uncontrollable. We might get fired. She looked at Knuckles and said, Really? After what he just did? Knuckles said, Don't worry about it. Kurt's on your side. So is President Warren. Just don't do anything stupid in the next few days. I said, Oh, we're going to do some foolish things over the next few days. Trust me. Jennifer turned beet red and punched my arm, mouthing, Pike? I tapped the final keys on the computer as Knuckles rolled his eyes. He said, I really don't want to hear about the fraternization. I no longer heard him. My brain focused on the computer screen. I had a message on my fake account, an email from the mole sent 4 days ago. I translated the Blofeld URL. It was short and to the point. Americans getting content on Associated Press email accounts. Sanitize them ASAP. Jennifer saw my expression and said, What is it? Knuckles started to lean over to see the screen, and I rapidly exited the Blofeld account, destroying the message forever. I said nothing. I closed the lid and handed him the computer. Here you go. This is what you came for. Hopefully they can find something about that mole on this. I stood up and pulled out my Taskforce phone. Jennifer said, Where are you going? Calling Kurt, only be a minute. After getting shuffled around by minions, I finally got him on the phone. He said, Hey, superhero, what's up? I hear I'm getting fired. I already told you that. Is Knuckles spreading rumor? Ignore the hearsay. Nothing's changed since our last conversation. No decisions made. Okay, but that's not why I'm calling. The task force didn't crack the Associated Press emails. Who did that? The NSA, and I'm telling you, it was a close-run thing. Tupper, the DNI, didn't want to do it. The president had to order him. Who knew the NSA was doing it? Who outside of you and the president? Just Bruce Tupper. President Warren kept it very, very close hold because it was basically a felony. Why? No reason. Hey, Jennifer's calling me. I gotta go. Don't let those Israelis show up late. Get them on the plane. I know how you are in Charleston. I said, Don't worry about that. The sooner I get them to D.C., the better. I hung up thinking, debating. The first compromise had been internal to the task force, when the cache location had been penetrated. The second one, the one I'd just seen, was outside the task force completely. The mole had knowledge of both and the ability to manipulate our surveillance systems. I thought about what I knew and my possible actions. I considered Jennifer, now content in the knowledge that she was no murderer and that the task force was a force of good, that I was a force of good. Then I thought of Decoy dying, of Daniel dying, of how close Jennifer had come to dying, how close thousands of people had danced near slaughter. I thought of the same Nephilim, of the Old Testament punishment of an eye for an eye, of the information I had about a Middle Eastern CIA case officer's connection to the Munich massacre, and how the Americans were petrified it would fall into Israeli hands, and made my decision. I said, "Shoshana, can I see you for a second?" She came jogging over, and I went deeper into the garden, away from the group. Puzzled but grinning, she said, "What, are you going to try to change my stripes?" Her smile faded when she saw my expression. "Pike, what is it?" "I have some information that affects Israeli interests."
Chapter 92. Bruce Tupper put the finishing touches on his landscape painting, then signed the bottom with a flourish. His wife came in as he set his brush down. She hugged him, saying, "It looks wonderful. I take it by your burst of artistic energy that things are better at work?" He smiled and kissed her. "Yes, things are definitely better now. It'll probably get worse again, but right now it's pretty good." She said, "Can we go for a walk finally? Forget about work? I haven't seen you in a week, and it's a gorgeous summer day." "Can I smoke a cigar?" "Yes, but just one." He said, "I'll meet you downstairs." She left the room with a little skip in her step, and he put his paint away, feeling the same. The awards ceremony today had been the capstone event for a difficult few weeks. The Israelis were courteous to a fault, and he had heard nothing from his new contact in over a week. He wondered if his secret had been completely welded shut on the far side. He dared to believe that he would never hear from the Russians again. In this, he was correct. He went downstairs and found his wife talking to their driver/personal security man. She saw him and smiled. He felt a warm glow. He showed their Rhodesian Ridgeback the leash, and the dog went wild, bouncing up and down. The entire scene was idyllic, something he never would have had in the Soviet Union. He had been blessed. They exited the mansion and began walking. He let her lead the way, the Ridgeback sniffing every bush. They worked around the winding neighborhood streets, the mansions glaringly massive in the dusk, the security man behind them at a respectful distance. They said nothing for the first 30 minutes, Bruce thinking of how close he'd come to being exposed, and his wife simply enjoying the walk. The sun began to set, and the summer evening reached that tipping point between night and day, the air still. Bruce heard the motorcycle before he saw it, a smaller bike with 2 people on it, both wearing full face helmets. He thought nothing of it, even when it pulled abreast of them and stopped. The person on the back tossed him something, and he caught it in confusion. It was a plastic medal, a replica of Olympic gold. He knew instantly what it represented. He heard his security shout, the man drawing a weapon and running toward them, but not nearly as fast as the assassin. He returned to the passenger and was staring down the bulbous maw of a suppressed pistol. It spit twice, and he scarcely felt the pain. His wife screamed, and he sat down heavily, his legs losing their ability to hold him up. He barely registered the motorcycle leaving, even with his security man firing blindly in the growing darkness. His vision tunneled until he was looking at his lap as if through a straw. A string of viscous red drool fell from his mouth, dripping down from his lip. His breathing became labored as his punctured lungs strove for oxygen. He coughed, spraying his lap with blood. In the center was the plastic medal, the fake gold now tarnished with red. Sitting there proudly still, as if he'd earned it. As his brain shut down, he supposed he had.
The end.